Hey, thank you everyone for being here for tonight's meeting. I'm glad that we have a full house just about. And we've got some very important items that we're going to be discussing that affects the community. And so I will open up the City Council regular meeting agenda. The time is 6 p.m. Notice is hereby given that the above call meeting of the governing body of the City of Balcones Heights, Texas, will be held on Monday, March 23rd, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the Justice Center located at 3300 Hillcrest Drive, Balcones Heights, Texas, 78201, to consider and act upon any lawful subject which may come before said meeting, including, among others, the following items to be discussed and acted upon. The first thing we're going to do is call to order and a recording of a quorum. So I have observed that we do have a quorum. We will proceed now to number 2, the invocation and pledges of allegiance to the USA and Texas flag.
It's the Texas flag, the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one God, indivisible. Let us pray. Lord, we come to you thanking you for this day, Lord. Thanking you for our time together. We ask your guidance and direction in all that we do and say here this evening. Let your hedge of protection protect us all, the council, our first responders, and our citizens. We pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain, very much for that. As always, we're very appreciative. Now we have the public comment period, and I welcome anyone to come up, please, and that is a citizen or has signed up to speak. The rules for citizen participation is going to be citizen participation and comments are welcome, subject to the following rules. Complete a registration form. Direct your comments to the City Council, not an employee or the audience. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but may be given the time of another speaker for a total of 6 minutes, if approved by the City Council. In your speaking at the allotted time, no play cards, banners, or any type of signs are permitted in the council chambers. Your signature indicates that you will adhere to the public comment rules. Citizens may speak on any topic they wish to bring to the attention of the governing body. The council will not deliberate on any item not on the agenda. The council, this is new, attorney. This is new language that was here. It has not been on before in any of agenda that we've ever had. And I'd like to address this. The council may, 1, make a statement of fact regarding the item of number 2, state any city policy related to item, or 3, propose placing the item on a future agenda. We never had this language on this agenda before, and I'd like to answer that question.
That is the language that's been on there since I've been here. It's not new.
Okay. Citizens who wish to speak on a specific agenda item when that item is called for discussion must indicate which agenda item they wish to address. So let's go ahead and go with the list. Mr. Bravo?
There are 13 signed up to speak. One is a letter from Juan Lacera. And I'll read it.
A letter from who, I'm sorry?
Lacea. Juan Lacea.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Given the complexity of the circumstances, I recommend engaging an independent third-party investigator. Over the past 23 months, the city has experienced significant turnover in staff and committee members, with approximately 21 positions affected by the actions of a single individual, including 2 city administrators, 2 EDC directors, approximately 5 firefighters, 1 police chief, 2 city secretaries, 1 public works director, 1 community engagement personnel, 1 assistant finance personnel, approximately 8 police officers, 1 EDC committee member, and 1 P&Z committee member. It is essential to limit the authority of the mayor during this investigation. On several occasions, I have observed and personally experienced intimidation, harassment, belittlement, and insults when expressing disagreement with the mayor. Such an environment makes it highly challenging to conduct an impartial investigation if the subject has unrestricted access to all the proceedings. For the integrity of the process and the best interest of both the city and the mayor, I believe the mayor's access should be restricted. I am confident that the investigation will reveal how much these employees have endured during their service. I would like to commend the city administrator, city secretary, and police chief and firefighters for their professionalism and dedication under difficult circumstances. Despite these challenges, they continue to demonstrate exceptional commitment to supporting our community. Thank you, Juan Licea.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bravo. Next one.
The next is Roger Enrique, speaking on public comment and number 11.
Just, do I wait to speak about 11 or can I just do the public comment part?
You can address 11 at the time of the
Okay,
item on the agenda.
okay, thank you, Mayor.
You can
So,
address anything else you want right now.
Yeah. thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Roger Enriquez. I'm an associate professor at the University of Texas at San Antonio, where I've been there for over almost 25 years. My appointment is in the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice in the College for Health, Community, and Policy. I have had the privilege of serving on the EDC board for a little over a year now. And I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to speak to you directly because I believe that this is a matter that not only affects the governance here, but actually the investments and everything that's happening in the city. I think it's undeniable that over the past few months, real progress has been made, progress that positions the city to potentially secure funding or divest itself of the ill-planned WOTA investment. But this progress did not happen by accident. It required time, effort, and leadership. I know this firsthand because I've personally invested hundreds of hours of my own time without compensation to help make it happen. And whether it's comfortable to say or not, I think it's undeniable that the engine behind that progress has been the mayor. So the question for the council tonight is simple. Are you going to respect process? Because this has absolutely nothing to do with individuals. It has to do with a process. Because from the outset, from looking at the agenda, I don't see that there. You know, your actions are not going to happen in isolation. You're looking to lock in administrative leadership, restrict the mayor's ability to function. You're relying on an investigation which raises serious issues about who is doing it without even consulting the district attorney or the rangers, at least as far as I know, and I haven't even heard any inkling of what this investigation is about. This is not a narrow response. This is a fundamental shift in how this city is governed, and it just doesn't ring true to me. There are other things. There must be an undercurrent that is driving this. And to the rest of us, it doesn't, we don't know because we're not privy to these conversations. Listen, if there are any serious allegations out there, bring them to light, make them known. Do a proper investigation in the process that's already been ordained. That process is involving either the district attorney or the Texas Rangers. But you know, that's not what's happening right now. What you're doing is attempting to rebalance the power structure, and the voters haven't voted on it. You're literally converting from one form of government to another form of government. And that is totally unacceptable. Because once you cross that line, there is absolutely nothing you can do to go back. You can attempt to repair that damage, but the reality is that you can't fix it. Once the vase is broken, the vase is broken. So, what are those facts? Make them known. What really is going on here? What really precipitated all of these actions? Because where there's smoke, there's fire. Don't take irreversible steps without doing your homework. And there are processes in place to do these things. So thank you very much for your time. On the other item, I'll speak at that.
Okay. The next speaker is Ana Maria Rodriguez.
Hello, this is my first time speaking at a council meeting. Some of you guys may know me. I'm the mayor's daughter. I'm very emotional right now, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. I love my father so much, and he's done so much for this community that I have seen. And it's very difficult to see him come home and stress about friends that he thought he had that turned their backs on them. And a lot of you guys, I saw you guys as my own uncles, my family friends and everything. For instance, Jack Burden, you came to my Cosmo school to support me when I was in there. I cut his hair, I dyed it. So I'm sorry. I hate to see the hate that I'm seeing for my father. I've worked in education since I was 18. I've never had any other job but education, special education, general education. And I can wholeheartedly say that a lot of the things that I have heard or things that I have seen on my own account is stuff that I see in middle school and high school. I mean, you guys are going by he said, she said stuff without even going to him, whether he's the mayor or not. You're not going to him to ask, hey, is this source reliable? Hey, is this? You guys are just, this person said this, okay, we're just gonna hate him. And that's what, in terms of what I see, that's just my opinion. Even right now in the beginning of the meeting, I see a lot of disrespect towards him. For instance, Cynthia Trevino, I don't know you that well. I don't hate you or dislike you in any way because I don't know you personally. But in the very beginning of you're smirking proudly of how you left my father out of an email, of how I heard the whole conversation. And you're smirking proudly like, yeah, I did. Like that is such high school level, middle school level stuff that I see all the time. That's the stuff that we teach our kids. Like I teach my kids, special education, regular gender. It is so I don't even have the words to explain of what I've heard and what I've seen. I have no words. And it's affecting my father when he comes home. He's not as happy as he used to be because he's so stressed because of what you guys are doing to him. I don't know how to even explain it. It's just I can't even put it into words of how it feels to a daughter or to a son because I see him go through so much. And I don't understand why you guys just don't. Why do you guys just believe these rumors or not? I don't know. But you don't even go to him as an adult. I'm only 23 years old. You guys have way more experience.
Sorry, Tom.
Go ahead. You can finish just a little bit more. Here.
Way more experience than I had at life. And the fact that we even have to have this meeting, the fact that you guys tried arresting my father when he came just to show up to a meeting, just to do his job. Do you understand? I have to go to work every day when he says he's going to try to do his mayor stuff. And I'm at work wondering, is he getting arrested? Am I have to get called because you guys arrested him? That's something that a daughter should never go through. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I've never thought I had to come up here to try to defend my father when he's done so much from this community. And I really wish that there's just Even if you don't like him, you don't have to like my dad. If my dad does something wrong, I'm not just gonna sit there and defend him if he's wrong. But I see no wrong of what my father's doing. With all these stuff about him like toxic work environments, he's telling you how to do your job because a lot of you are not even doing your job correctly. You're getting paid so much money and you're not doing your job correctly. And then he tells you to do your job sternly. That's what everybody has to do. Teachers, educators, mayor, doesn't matter what job you're in. And you get offended by that. That's such high school, middle school stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll allow anybody else some time as well if they'd like to have that little extra time, in fairness to everybody else.
Abel Pena on public comment. Yes.
Hello, council. My name is Abel Pena. I'm retired FBI, spent 26 and a half years with the FBI as a supervisory special agent. And as a special agent, I investigated primarily public corruption matters. I supervised the public corruption squad. So I spent a career in law enforcement. Currently, I'm a private investigator in private practice. I currently serve as the director on the EDC. And because of my background, I tend to look at situations through a specific lens, patterns, decision-making, ultimately public trust. So why am I speaking tonight? I want to address an issue, and it's called transparency. You know, in my world, in the public corruption world, that seems to be hidden all the time. We never get the transparency we're looking for. So as a retired FBI agent and having investigated corruption, and again, I'm not alleging anything here, but there was always a lack of transparency. And that's what I'm seeing here. I don't live in Balcones Heights. I came all the way from Helotes, but I am on the EDC. But Balcones Heights holds a special place in my heart. I got my first job here at Swenson's. That was way back where the Babes hamburger place is at. I worked there when I was 16 years old. Learned how to scoop ice cream and do all kinds of good things, but I learned. And right now, decisions are being made that the public really doesn't fully understand. I don't understand, but I think the council owes it to the public to explain exactly what it is that's going on here. It creates confusion and really just unnecessary damage to the city. And it gives the city a bad reputation. And we know Balcones Heights has had its challenges with public trust. And this is really a chance for you guys to do better. The public deserves clear, it deserves honest answers about what is happening. And transparency, it's not optional here. It's your responsibility as council men and women to do your job to the people you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Eduardo Garcia on all items on the agenda.
Mayor, members of council, thank you for listening to me. My name is Dennis Druyar. I'm also counsel lawyer for the mayor. And I'd like to address just a few items very briefly. First of all, apparently there's politics in everything. We know that. National level, state level, local level. There's politics in everything. The question is, I suppose, are politics ever being used, or correction, are legal processes being used as a veneer for the politics and the political arms involved? The politics is not my lane. I'm going to speak about some law, and I appreciate your time in listening to me. Generally there are four types of municipalities in Texas. There are three that are relevant for what we're going to discuss right now. Home rule municipalities, type A municipalities, type B municipalities. A home rule municipality in Texas is the only municipality that has total right of self-governance. Because it has total right of self-governance, it can exercise implied power. It's granted power by the Constitution of Texas. It's granted power by statutes. It's granted power by its charter. Type A and Type B municipalities do not have full right of self-governance. As a consequence, a Type A or Type B municipality can only exercise those powers expressly granted to it by the legislature. It cannot exercise implied power. I sent a letter to your city attorney. I assume that the city attorney has conveyed that letter to you. In that, I give a partial legal brief. It's not the legal brief I would give to a court or to an appellate court, but I give a partial legal brief and even cite case law for the proposition I'm telling you. I know that publicly there's a perception that there's always an angle that any lawyer can make a particular argument. And there's a lot of area in law where there's room for argument. But we still have a state bar where we have an examination, we're tested on propositions of law. If you are asked on the state bar examination whether or not a Type A municipality can exercise implied power and you say yes, that's a wrong answer. That's a black and white answer, what we call in the law, black letter answer. It's a wrong answer. So let's apply the rule now to what I'm seeing here. The question is, where in the local government code is there a power to restrict the authority of a mayor? And under Chapter 22, it's not there. You have to imply that it is in order to do so. Therefore, any ordinance you enact where you are restricting the power of a mayor is actually a violation of the statute and a violation of the case law I cited for your city attorney. And so I understand some of the politics and concerns and whatever else is going on as existing, but in terms of law, you really are not authorized to constrict the powers of the mayor. Chapter 22 of the Texas Local Government Code expressly directs the mayor to even have certain powers. One of those powers is the mayor expressly under the Local Government Code is empowered to investigate members, other officers of the municipality. It's expressed in there. So when you try to restrict that, not only are you now violating the construct of trying to exercise an implied power that you don't have the authority to do, but now you're even contradicting an express provision of a state statute from the Texas legislature. Now, the final thing I'll say, or maybe two more things if the mayor allows me to have one more minute. I'm hearing that there are allegations that need to be investigated and whatever else. I'll put it this way. I cited in the letter that I sent to your city attorney. It's made the news over the last several years of these small municipalities in the San Antonio metropolitan area that have probably similar political fights and are fighting each other on the council or in the city or whatever. There was a big case that came out of Castle Hills where, good heavens, a chief of police, a member of council, and others actually contrived charges against a member of council to arrest her. And they contrived these charges, and it resulted in lawsuits. That case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. It's very hard to get the United States Supreme Court to agree beyond a 5-4 split between the liberals and the conservatives. It was a supermajority on this one, and Castle Hills lost. And it created, some would say, bad law for governmental entities because they overreached, okay? And I won't bore you with the law that was involved regarding when you can and cannot sue, but the bottom line is, according to media reports, Castle Hills had to settle with that poor lady who was literally a victim of abuse of power by order of the United States Supreme Court, and lost a lot of money in legal fees. There was another case out of Leon Valley. Again, it also made the news. I cite the case for your city attorney, in which here in San Antonio in the Federal District Court for the Western District of Texas, a member of council in Leon Valley, again, out of politics, they were using the legal process. They were going to try to remove him. Basically, council lost. and that was enjoined by a federal district court judge. My point in that is not to equate what's happening there here beyond the fact of every decision by a member of council has consequences and ramifications, not just political, but also legal. And I ask you to consider that when you're considering things that you want to do and actions you want to take.
6 minutes.
Thank you.
You can finish if you like. I think I had something else.
I think I'm done, Mayor. Oh, I'll give one more point since you're allowing me some time. What is the threshold for allegations? Again, that's something to be considered by council, but anyone can make an allegation. I could say, for example, this is only a hypothetical. I could say that the letter of the law is so clear that if the city attorney is advising you to use implied powers, then the question is, what's the motivation for the city attorney to do that? And should there be a complaint against the city attorney that now needs to be investigated and the city attorney suspended from office and removed? You see the snowball effect that can have. Is that the threshold we're going to do? Any allegation, any rumor, any gossip, for those of us who are Catholic, any calumny and detraction that occurs ultimately results in some version of suspension and allegation. I submit to the members of the council, there's a better way forward. Thank you.
For the record, Eduardo Garcia gave his time to
Okay.
Dennis.
Yes, sir.
The next speaker is Charles White Jr. for a public comment, and then there are several business items.
Greetings, Mayor. Greetings, Council. It's good to see you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll wait for the agenda items to come up and talk with you. One thing I noticed in the agenda packet is that departmental budgets are not listed. I don't know, maybe you get that in a separate packet, but I would like to know how the departments are running, how they're spending their more money as the year goes on. So that's something to consider. Another thing that has come up, and I question, is we just recently upgraded the dispatch, had grant money for all that. And council has chosen to expand and have more, I guess, positions, but you don't have any revenue coming in. So it's a bad thing to build it and they will come. This isn't the field of dreams. So I didn't hear of a city that's given a letter of intent, and not a chief, but a city saying they want to come here. So you may want to reconsider that as an expenditure because it was over $400,000. So that's all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Next is Lamar Gillian to talk on citizens to be heard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a letter that I have permission to read to you tonight. It's from Captain Zachary Baldwin. It's to our fire chief, Chief Merrickman. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of resignation from my captain position for the Balcones Heights Fire Department, effective 2 weeks from today, March 23rd. The letter is dated March 9th. Serving in the department has been one of the most meaningful experiences of my life, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to work alongside such dedicated, professional, and supportive individuals. Balcones Heights Fire Department has been my home for the past 8.5 years due to the officers, firefighters, and chiefs I've worked with. However, With the current political climate of our city, I can no longer ignore the issues that have pushed me to find employment elsewhere. Our reasons for leaving are in no way associated with the fire department itself, but rather in the way the city doesn't seem to care about taking care of their employees. Throughout my 8.5 years with the city, we have endured low budgets, aging equipment, lower than average COLAs, cost of living adjustments, and talks of retirement cuts. As a fire department, we work with these issues with pride and still providing excellent service to the city of Balcones Heights. However, in the past year, we watched 2 experienced captains with no negative marks on their employment record released from employment, had our step pay frozen, and have seen multiple employees of the city targeted for seemingly personal reasons by an elected official. While the reasons for firing the fire department captains and freezing step pay increases were said to be budgetary constraints by an elected official, the city frivolously spent money on parties, new projects, hired personnel in other departments. I myself was threatened to be fired by the same elected official, Mayor Johnny Rodriguez, for a city council meeting if the fire department members spoke out about their concerns. I can no longer ignore the fact that my career, mental health, and family's financial well-being is being put at risk by staying employed with the city. I leave my position knowing with pride that the remaining members of Balcones Heights Fire Department will continue to uphold the highest standard of care that we have always provided as citizens. Thank you, Chief Marroquin, for everything you've done for me over the last 8.5 years. Your leadership has allowed me the opportunities to grow and learn I didn't know was possible. I will always thank you for your dedication to the firefighters of Balcones Heights Fire Department and wish you luck in the future. Sincerely, Captain Zachary Baldwin. And my comment about his letter is just real brief. Council, you are responsible for providing a safe, non-threatening work environment for our employees. I believe Captain Baldwin has clearly stated that that has not been the case for quite some time. Many employees have unjustly been forced to leave our city staff, and many more will be forced to do so. Stand up and do something to correct the situation. You have the authority to do that tonight. Just do the right thing. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Next up is Suzanne DeLeon. Number 11. Okay. Gloria Cantu, the American Red Cross.
Gloria Cantu, 708 Burl Drive. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Council, you may remember that I have addressed this issue a year to 2 years ago, and I'd like to bring it back, but at a little bit different level. I recently learned that a proclamation recognizing the work of the American Red Cross in Balcones Heights, specifically related to the installation of life-saving smoke alarms and other valuable resources for our residents, was approved, then rescinded. This was disappointing to hear, particularly given the strong partnership that has existed between Balcones Heights and the American Red Cross over the past several years. Our community was selected as a pilot site for a nationally recognized Red Cross initiative focused on reducing home fire risk, including the frequency of home fires and vulnerability of residents in our area and surrounding zip codes. Through this partnership, residents received free smoke alarms, education, and resources that directly contributed to saving lives. This partnership is practical, data-driven, and impactful. We know that working smoke alarms cut the risk of death in a home by half. It is my hope that this work and the residents it benefits can continue to be recognized and supported regardless of changes in leadership or past disagreements. I also want to respectfully encourage transparency regarding a prior incident connected to a Red Cross event that was held last year. As members of the community, we all benefit from clarity, accountability, and trust in how concerns are addressed and resolved. Last year, there was an altercation between the mayor and a candidate for council. The candidate filed a police report, but because our city attorney and prosecutor were terminated at the direction of the mayor, the case is still in limbo. I would ask the chief to please look into this allegation in the police report and if the case was referred to the district attorney. The claimant is entitled to know the final outcome of the complaint. Actually, we all would like to know the outcome and why this complaint was not followed up on. Perhaps this may be the reason why it was descended. My purpose in speaking today is not to revisit past conflicts, but to advocate for accountability, as well as continued collaboration and recognition of efforts that make Balcones Heights safer for all residents. Work being done through partnerships like this only saves lives, and it deserves our collective support. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Gloria Cantu on the mayor's letter.
Gloria Cantu, 708 Burrell Drive. Council, I understand an open letter was sent out, handed out, however, put out recently by Mayor Rodriguez, in which none of my neighbors received, nor did I. After reading this letter that was shared with me, it mentions work that has been done through the Economic Development Corporation and dedicated leadership that have been real progress. But it did not come easy. It required discipline, difficult decisions, a commitment to results over politics. Yet it also mentions that today the progress is at risk due to an internal threat, as described as the lack of routine governance, undermining accountability and trust. For those of you that have read it, I say to you, this letter as written to me is not routine governance, trust, or accountability either. And Mr. Rodriguez, I'll say to you, I'm here this evening because I'd rather be at the table than on the menu. Because I do care about our city of Balcones Heights, and I do have values. Mayor Rodriguez, I would ask that you treat all citizens with respect, integrity, and professionalism. Thank you.
Next is Vanessa Martin on city business in general.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Couple of things, that have kind of come to the attention a little bit here and all the different things is actually how right now our city is falling apart. We're in the middle of getting ready for an election on different council members. I myself am running, and the reason I'm running is because of that man right there. Okay? When our apartments fell apart, I am not joking you, I called 158 people, including the Red Cross, and never got a response. Nobody. Voicemails, sent off emails. One of my friends said, try the mayor. I turned around, I'm like, yeah, ain't gonna happen. I'm thinking Gino Ortiz, because I didn't even know I was in Balcones Heights. So then turned around, they sent me the thing with the mayors. I'm like, okay, this is someone different. Let me try it. Why not? Got another voicemail. My first thought, here we go. My complex means nothing to nobody. That man calls me back. He shows up. And with the support of my community, they all came around. And that man actually turned around and fought for our complex to get back up on his feet to the best that he can within his legal limits, within the legal limits of all of you who have a say in this. In my personal experience, the backstabbing between everybody has been phenomenal. And as someone running for candidacy, you have no idea how hard that is and how bad I want to change that. And I know I personally can't. And then I'm hearing they're looking to change laws. You realize I knew nothing about politics, really, except for, most people wanted it for their own pocket, for their own wealth, their own gain. Balcones showed me something different. starting with this man right here. He's the person who turned around and showed me a difference. Okay? And I'm not saying this just because of the fact that I'm running. There's a lot of little rumors running around all over the place. I could care less about that. It's just like, I could care less if Jack wins or I win. I really don't care about that part. As long as Belcone Heights stays intact with the original Constitution right that it's supposed to as a Class A. Not changing everything around so everyone else has something. We have rules, we have limitations. Then there's also this talk now as well about turning around and getting rid of people's probationary periods and making them all right here and set to go. The probationary period, any job, I don't care what job you are, you have a probationary period. If you don't meet that expectations, what happens at any job? Sorry, you didn't make it, bye. We'll put someone else up there. Oh, this spot ain't for you, we're gonna go over here. I'm all for someone getting promoted if they actually can show everybody, not just one person, but show the community that they actually deserve the spot at that full. And if we're going to make a change on how it's always been done, is it not inside the rules that is, especially even like with the mayor, that it has to be done outside with the voters with a minimum of 27 votes that goes in that favor? Remember, I don't know anything about politics. I'm reading this.
Go ahead. We'll give everybody a little chance.
Okay.
I'm just reading up on this. I'm just learning up on all this. So where's the transparency in this if it's all the backstabbing behind people's backs? And how is us as residents, who are the ones who are supposed to be voting everyone in and supposed to be making sure everything is run, if you guys aren't coming to us and telling us what's going on? I mean, I spoke here last month about the whole thing with the whole CAD system and the whole 9 yards. And of course, they bring me, when you guys all went into your little meeting, they hauled us aside, showed us a few things, okay? Three things that actually came out of that. First, they told me the communications don't work. However, I don't know if you noticed, the people that were here said Belcone Heights was the first person to respond. If the communications don't work through, how are we the first ones to respond? The second one, they brought up that their actual concern was the dog at this place. Not even so much as to who really showed up. They had a dog they couldn't get rid of. Okay, now if we all knew this, why don't we actually try to put our efforts, instead of in a brand new system where we were the first responders, into getting our own animal control or something like that, so that way there we can turn around and make the difference in Belcone Heights, instead of turning around and having everybody have to go everywhere else for it. And the third thing, I was told it was illegal for a tri-municipality and all that to try to go into a loan. Did we not just recently have one that the red light cameras that got knocked out of the thing because someone wanted to turn around and get all new camera systems in? That was more than one municipality there. I looked up the law. It is not illegal. Matter of fact, Belcone Heights has several ones that have. Yet I was told by the police and them that, oh, it's illegal. It's not illegal. Belcones does it all the time. They always do it. They always help out. They always try to make it so that we don't get the whole bundle. Every person in here having to pay a double almost tax for something like that. Seriously, that's the only thing. That was the transparency. And I mean, I'm sitting here getting told all these different things, and I look them all up. And the next thing I look up, and I'm looking into the different things on the police, and I find out that several have undisclosed records that none of us as citizens know.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
You're welcome.
Next up is Kip Torres on item 9 and 16, so we'll wait on that.
Okay, Mr. Torres, when the items come up, Mr. Torres,
Mr. Torres, when the items come up.
when the items come up, 9 and what is it? What numbers are they?
16.
Do you
When those
have
come
a,
up, you can speak.
do you have a citizens to be heard at all?
Brief, it's pretty simple here.
No, but is it an item on the agenda?
Yeah, going from 9 through,
Okay, so those items will be addressed when they
through
come up
16.
in accordance to the rules.
okay, well,
But if you have citizens to be heard, you have 3 minutes to address the council, if you like, on any subject other than what.
okay, so from 9 through 16, which one do you want me to start with first?
Oh,
When we get to 9 to 16, we'll address, you can come up and speak on.
Okay, in general, my name's Kip Torres, 246 Shady View. I'm going to be one of the candidates running for city council, not because I particularly want to, but can I put in that position before I see what's going on here? We are council's public servants. The purpose is to serve the public. And the purpose of the employees of Buckhorn Heights is to, of course, serve the council. And it should trickle down that way, and it's done that by law. You can't simply cancel out a mayor because you don't like the things he says or the things he does. And there's other questions I have regarding the complaint. All police carry body cams, so it should be no problem to bring up evidence. That's just my thing. But otherwise, it's called hearsay. But anyway, to get the big matters just putting it short and sweet, I believe in accountability. I believe in fiscal responsibility. You can't spend money you don't got. It's that simple. I mean, and I see this idiotic thing going on, purchasing a mall when you don't have the money to do it, doing the sneaky stuff and having the city co-sign for it. It's the most idiotic, stupid thing I've seen. Anyway, the bottom line is I want transparency. I want accountability. And what I don't want are individual employees of the city trying to lobby themselves with the councilman. That's complete nonsense. That's childish and it's illegal. That's my point. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
We can't comment to you. Thank you, sir.
Lisa Rodriguez. Lisa Rodriguez, public comment.
Hello, my name's Lisa Rodriguez. I'm the mayor's wife. And you were speaking about ethics and integrity and morals, which is something that a lot of you are lacking. The lack of ethics and morals and integrity within this council and its staff is deeply concerning. Your actions make it difficult for those who genuinely want to do the right thing, especially when there appears to be pressure that encourages dishonesty. The city administrator, police chief, and council members were elected to serve and protect the best interest of the city and, most importantly, its citizens. That responsibility requires honesty, accountability, transparency at all times. The people of the city deserve better. They deserve leadership that cannot be questioned, leadership that can stand firmly and ethical principles that does what is right even when it is difficult. Now, I see that there's a lot of talk, and all of you are quick to jump at it without even knowing the truth about what's going on. Yes, I do.
Ma'am.
I do know.
Ma'am.
I do know.
Speaker, please. No, ma'am.
So here's
It's okay.
the thing.
Just looking at the crowd.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't make a difference.
This is exactly what I'm talking
Please.
about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Nobody has bothered any other speaker. So don't bother him, please. Let him
So
finish.
here's the thing.
Be polite.
Like my
Be
brother,
polite, ma'am. Be polite or you'll be removed from the chambers. Be polite. Please. Order. Order. That's your last warning. Order. Order.
one last thing I like to say.
Annie, quiet.
One last thing that I like to say is a lot of these backhanded deals that are going on. Mr. Burton,
Annie, I'll have to ask you to leave the room if you don't. Okay, but we're in a professional setting. I'll have to ask you to leave the room if you don't conform. Do not make any more comments at all. Do not make any negative comments. Do not make any comments at all. Respect the speaker and respect the people in the audience. Thank you. Or I'll have to have you removed, ma'am. I'm sorry. In this
So-
with you, Ms. Cantu.
so my next
Go ahead, ma'am.
comment, and I'll leave it at this. It's very disheartening to see that people who I thought were friends, people that I thought were family, and to find out that they can easily be bought out. people behind other people's backs talk about how they don't want you around, but pretend to be your friend. And I hate to think that you were bought out. And this is where talk about ethics and integrity, that you were bought out because he sent you a stripper to your room for recovery. And if that's what did it, our morals and integrity is on the line here. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
That is all the speakers except for the ones that want to speak on particular items.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you that, please, I know that emotions are high. I know that everyone wants to have their say, and I think everybody's entitled to say what they need to say. We all need to respect each other, and there are no favorites here that I'm playing. As you saw, I even cautioned my daughter that if she did not stop, I would have to remove her from the chambers. So I am being fair with everyone, and I'm applying the same principles to everybody. So thank you very much. If you just comply as we move on through the meeting. Let's go ahead and move on to the rest of the agenda. We have a proclamation regarding the Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and I shall be presenting that. Go ahead. Elena? I would like to present this plaque to you from the city of Balcones Heights. Elena Winan? This is a proclamation of the Colon Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas colon cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States among men and women. In 2025, there were approximately 154,720 new cases and 52,900 deaths from colorectal cancer in the United States. And whereas early detection through routine screenings have been proven to dramatically reduce the mortality rate of colon cancer, colorectal cancer rates have increased in people under the age of 50. And the recommended age to begin colonoscopies has been lowered to 45. Rates have also been increasing among young adults in their 20s and 30s. And whereas observing Colon Cancer Awareness Month during March provides a special opportunity to increase awareness and offers education on the importance of early detection and screening. Blue is used to symbolize colon cancer awareness, and community-led initiatives continue to spread the message that colon cancer is one of the few cancers that can be prevented with timely screenings. And whereas the city of Balcones Heights calls upon residents to seek regular screenings and consult with healthcare professionals regarding their risk for colon cancer, and urges all community members, healthcare providers, and local organizations to support and participate in educational and preventive initiatives. This will help reduce the incidence and mortality rates of colon cancer in our community. Now, therefore, be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Balcones Heights, Texas, hereby recognizes and proclaim March 2026 as Colon Cancer Awareness Month. The witnesses of my signature and the seal of the City of Balcones Heights on this 23rd day of March, 2026. And I would like to proudly present the certificate to you and your organization. And thank you for what you do. And I will, yes, go right ahead. And I will tell you, Elena, that I recently had a colon cancer screening and I don't have to be back for another 10 years. So yes, go right ahead.
Hi, and thank you all for having me this evening. I am Elena Winand. I'm with ThriveWell Cancer Foundation. We're a local organization, 19 years in running here in San Antonio, where we provide free exercise, nutrition, and education and wellness programs to anyone that has ever had any diagnosis, not just colon. So reach out if you need us. We also provide financial assistance and small amount of grant funding to further research for all cancer diagnosis. So thank you for having me and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. there's anything else the city can do for you, Lena, let us know. Thank you. So we will go ahead and move into right now. Let's go into number 5. Discussion and possible action regarding fire department purchase of vehicle extraction tool, TNT Surge Ram. Fire Chief Thomas Marroquin. Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and guests. Fire Chief Thomas Marroquin. I'm here to respectfully request the purchase of a new TNT Ram. What that is is a vehicle extrication tool. Vehicle extrication tools come in a set of 4 different units. One's the cutters, one's the spreaders, and one's the Ram with help with doing dashboard rolls in car accidents. I had recently applied for grants for the cutters and the spreaders and was awarded those. Saving the city, I believe it was about almost $18,000, and I'm just requesting to complete the package with purchasing the Ram out of the city budget. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, you want to be recognized? Okay, yes, sir.
It's about $9,000. The spreaders was 12,360 and the cutters was 1175. The spreaders was awarded through us through the Firehouse Subs grant, and the cutters was the Dennis Leary Firefighters Foundation. So I just would like to complete that purchase, complete that package.
Something that is new or a replacement?
Replacing an old unit. And in the packet, I have a picture of the old unit right here. Currently the spreaders, they're weak. They leak hydraulic fluid everywhere. And the current unit has a power unit that has hoses, so it kind of makes it cumbersome when you're on a vehicle accident. You have to pull the whole unit out and hook it all up. When these new ones are battery operated and they'll allow, fast acting ones. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? So I do have one for you, Chief. Considering that, there were comments made earlier that, that no money's being, utilized for fire, or fire's losing money and this, and that's being said. We're looking at $35,787 that are being spent. I think that you're going to get a grant for this, right? I think you mentioned or something?
I got a grant for the first 2 items.
Uh-huh.
Um,
For the 12 and the 11?
yes, sir.
Good.
And then so the item right below the 3rd item, which is the straight ram for 7,008.
825?
That's the tool I'm requesting, but I'm also requesting the extensions which allow for longer range for different types of vehicles. If it's like an 18-wheeler, it's going to require a longer extension.
Okay.
And the chains in that, but I was just wanting to show what the actual cost of the entire extrication package would cost regularly. I was able to get grants for 2 of the items there, the higher ticket items.
Okay, and our budget, Maria, is, and I'm referring to our city administrator. You have reviewed the budget on this, and he's not asking for the 12,360 or the 11,775. Good job, by the way, Chief, for getting that grant. What you're needing is 7,825, and preferably the 1860 for the Ram base yoke and the extension.
Yes.
And then the chain kit is just another, if we can.
Yes.
Correct? It would be nice to have to,
I believe we can use the chains from the
okay,
older unit.
all righty, and the shipping, of course. Go ahead, Miss.
You have
Hernandez.
looked at your budget, right, and determined where we can get the money from?
Yes.
Can you explain?
It'd come from the safety, equipment
Okay,
area of the budget.
all right. And anything else, Ms. Hernandez, as I was directing the question to you?
No, that was said,
So it's coming out of his budget. What line item is that coming out?
The safety equipment.
that's item 10-530-409.
And how does that put your budget after you are able to get your fine in that particular budget?
That item, I think once if we purchase that, it'll leave me at about like 5,000.
And our system that we currently have right now is kind of already depleted. It's,
Yes.
okay. Well, you do need these when you're out there handling, I don't know how many we normally handle, but all you need is one to save a life. It's obviously very important equipment. Thank you, Chief, for your information.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
I think Ms. Weaver wanted to be recognized now. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
I have a question for you, Chief. You also have coming up the breathing apparatus. Just in general for budget, do we have room for both in your budget? And if not, which one would be a priority for you?
Both of them. No, in my current budget, wouldn't have enough for the SCBA's, but I'm requesting that maybe we can look at the general fund. The SCBA's are gonna be, can I move forward to, I guess, the next?
Yeah, we'll be going on just a little bit. Well, let's finish up with item number 5, and then we'll go into number 6. We're done. If we haven't, did he answer your question, Councilman?
No, sir. So which one would be a priority for you?
The SCBA's.
Would be a higher priority?
Any other questions, Councilman? Okay,
Can I be recognized?
yes, Councilman Burton, you may be
So
recognized.
we're looking right at 11,645 for the extrication tool upgrade. You've got room in your budget to do that.
Yes.
Anything else? You yield the floor, sir?
May I go ahead and move to make a motion?
Absolutely. If there are no other questions from council members? All vote okay. Councilman Burton, I recognize your move.
I
Movement.
move to make a motion to approve the fire chief's budget for the 11,000 plus for the completion of his tools. Will that suffice the?
I second it.
Okay. We have a second to that motion, but a point of clarification I'd like to make, if you'd like to clarify your motion, Councilman Burton, are you making the motion for the entire 35,787? Or are you
No, sir.
doing it for the 12,316 and 11,775?
He
Can you
needs,
specify, just to be clear?
to be clear, you just need the surge ram, surge base yoke, and chain and shipping, right?
Yes.
So it would be just right at 11,000, just a hair over 11,000.
Okay.
That
All right.
wouldn't be,
Is
it
that
would
clear
not
enough
be the
for you?
35,000.
Council, you understand the motion? Which one is? We have a motion made by Councilman Burton, second. Any further discussion from the city council on this?
You.
Yeah, you yield, okay? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? No nays? The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. You may move on to item number 6.
Come on back.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, go right ahead.
We skipped over.
Yes, I'll take
Five.
care of
Oh,
those.
okay, okay.
I'm moving them around. Thank you, sir.
Okay, once again, I'm here to respectfully request to consider the purchase of consider the purchase of 14 new SCBA air packs and 32 spare bottles to replace our old units.
Okay, do we have any comments to the item that's discussed in possible action?
Here, may I be recognized?
Councilman Person?
The scubas that you have now were done when I was on council before, and they've outserved their usefulness. The masks are not sealing, they're not compatible with other cities. I get it mixed up, Chief. Is it, we have low pressure and they have high pressure? Is it we have high pressure and they have low?
Yes, I think we're the only department in the area with low pressure bottles, which means that they are rated for 22 minutes of work time, when in actuality, when you're in an actual higher environment, that'll maybe give you 10 to 12 minutes fully exerting yourself. Whereas the new bottles I'm requesting are 45-minute bottles, and they can give you about 30 minutes of work time on scene.
And I would suggest, it's not a want, it's a necessity for these guys going into a smoky home, if you will. There was talk about possibly doing a lease on these instead of purchasing them outright, and a lease would allow us to, if we did get a grant for them, later on down the road, we could get out of the lease and just pay for them with a grant. Is that correct, or maybe?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, so the lease, it's not a lease, it's a lease purchase. So in the packet, I enclosed the breakdown of what the different options we would have. As for, we can do a 7-year lease, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year lease. And they have an option with 0 money down, or 16,000 down, or 33,000 down, and it breaks down the cost per annual cost for that.
And I would also say thank you to Zach Baldwin for the quote and everything. Again, I think it's a necessity and not a want. And I would yield the floor to anybody else.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Burton. Do we have any other comments from anybody?
Yes, I do.
Councilman
Couldn't the city administrator also make grants or apply for grants for the different departments?
They had applied for a grant for this item, but unfortunately they didn't get it. We had determined that we're gonna look for more grants and see if they come available. That's why we're going with the lease to purchase program. That way the payments are spread among 3 to 7 years, depending on what the council decides, but we can still be looking for grants to get this item
Okay.
purchased.
Okay, I was just wondering because this is a necessity, as Jack says, and we need to get it done. And there's no way that we're not going to work without them. I mean, y'all, we care about you, so we're going to take care of you.
Any other questions from the city council members?
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir, you can. Go right ahead.
So I have a question regarding the term of the lease and the equipment. What is the life expectancy for these? Like, so if they're gonna last 5 years, we don't want to do a 7-year lease. That's kind of what I'm looking for there.
So currently, NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association, they put a limit on all air packs at 15 years, air packs and air bottles. So every 15 years, they have to be purchased new ones outright.
And would you say with normal wear and tear, they would last at least 7 years or more, or?
Yes, they'll last more than 7 years with the way the guys take care of the equipment and their daily checks and making sure their equipment's, that's their lifeline. They have to make sure it's correct, and they check them every morning. They're responsible for their own packs every morning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from any council members regarding this? Yes, Councilman Sellers?
Chief, can these packs be refilled?
Yes, yes, sir. These packs will be refilled. So to Ms. Weaver's question earlier, we've applied for the grant, I believe 3 times. And the first time we were awarded partial of the grant, which we got our compressed air system that allows us to fill these bottles so we can fill them in-house. Previously, we had a cascade system that we had to drive.
You're saying that the low pressure that you have now can't be filled with high pressure? Is it the container itself that will not?
The low pressure, yes, we just have to reduce the
So you
regulator.
can fill the low pressure cylinders with high pressure.
We have to just reduce the regulator to go to a lower pressure on our compressed air system.
So if you can refill them, why do you want to purchase more?
Because they're older and they're not complying with NFPA. There's different features on the newer packs now that require, like when you turn the bottle on, there's a chip in there that automatically starts timing when the
So it's
bottle
like a
turns on.
fire extinguisher that can be refilled in so many years it won't.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
You gotta be recognized.
Yes. Councilman
Um,
Burton?
the air cylinder bottles have to be what's called hydroed every
5 years.
5 years. And what that means is you can compress air, but you can't compress water. So they fill the bottle with water and they compress it down and they measure the amount of stretch that's allowed in that tank so it doesn't explode. So every 5 years, those get regulated by the Department of Transportation. It's a DOT
Yes.
regulation. And I would also like to have council look at the breakdown of costs. There's one where we don't do a down payment. There's one where we do a down payment of 16.5 and another one, a down payment of 33,000. In our budget, what do you think we should do, the zero down payment and then hope that we can get a grant and then cut the lease?
On our budget, we have 12,000 that he can use. In next year, we will have to add a little bit more to be able to pay for the yearly
It's
fee.
28K a year, 28, say just 21K per year
Yeah, so
lease.
the
At zero
council,
down.
and the council will have to agree to double the amount that he has there in the budget. With a zero down.
What is your budget when you renew it in October? What is your,
Or safety equipment to be 20,000.
so we're right. I mean, it's just teetering on the edge of it. It's like $1,000 more than his budget, but if that's what you need, that's what you need, you know? That's barring unforeseeable, like fire engine breakdown or a pump or hydraulic or whatever the case may be. I yield.
Any other comments? So I do have a couple of questions. One for our city administrator. I kind of caution with what you just said right now and how you addressed it. Just a little bit more. It would be nice to know what that little bit more is. When you say that, specify exactly how much money are you talking about? So
He
that
has
the public
12,000.
knows, the taxpayer knows.
He has 12,000 on his budget at this time. We will have to double it to be able to pay for that.
So you have to pull,
If the council allows that,
so you have to pull $12,000 out of where?
that will be next budget. We will have to do some cuts to be able to get to that number.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Because I worked so hard to get this last budget balanced and get, the $300,000 in contingency, 3 months reserve, as we always have to have at least. We had to cut our budget. It was short. We had revenues of 8 million and we had expenditures of 9 million. So this was a past problem, behavior problem that we've had in the past where we spend more than what we're bringing in. And what I would caution, as I always have to the council and to staff as well, is that you cannot budget your items without considering what you've done previously. In the last budget expenditure that you just recently made that the council passed, and some were in agreement, some were not, and I had cautioned the council to be very careful, is because you have it financed, it does not mean that you're not going to have to pay the $175,496. On top of that, you just approved for an unnecessary CAD system that we have in the police department that our chief sold to us in the idea that we have other cities coming in with no intent of letters or anything to give us guarantee that those cities will be coming in. If you add the 450 and the 175, you're not looking at a $175,000 investment. 496, you're looking at a $575,000 investment. If you add the 450 of what we're doing with the police department, and I'm talking in general budget terms of the amount that we have. So always be caution. And it was an old saying that a World War II veteran told me one time, that you go broke trying to save money. So we have to be all I'm saying is us to be very cautious is how we're spending money just because we can get it on payments. Obviously, we need the equipment. It has to be assessed as to how strong we need the equipment. Are you getting by with the equipment that you currently have right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I just caution as mayor to use. I always make suggestions and recommendations. Like it or not, these are things that I have to bring up because they're hard choices. And I have to be looking out very carefully on taxpayer money because it's, very important that we do that. And that's why I tell staff always to do your research, do your background, whether we actually need it or do we want it, is the choice that we have to make. Councilman Eversole?
So when's the last time we've used this equipment?
When was the last time we used an air pack? Mason, when was y'all's fire? Last week? A week ago, across the street at an apartment fire at the Woods of Brook Hollow?
And Mr. Eversole, you finished? You yield the floor? Did you have any problems with the equipment at all? It functioned well?
They function.
All right, good. So just some points to recommend to the council to think about as you make your decision. As always, I always try to point out things to you to be thinking on both sides of the fence. This way you have a comprehensive idea to make a proper decision on behalf of the taxpayers on a huge expense that we're looking at. So we are a 0.7 square mile radius. We have limited funds. We do have, and I mentioned before, and I told this to our chief of police and his staff, and that is that we have unforeseen circumstances that can occur. And I always warn about that because you can have a catastrophic event that could change the course and the dynamics of the economy in different cities. For example, if we were to bank on the fact that we have these other cities and they would have given us a letter of intent to invest $450,000 in a CAD system, then we have an assurance from the city, but their direction can change based on things like what just recently happened that I warned about, and that's the war. The war that's taking place right now and the world war that we're in is going to have huge impact and implications for communities, for households, for everyone. If you see the price of gas is just shooting up, it's going to be very, very high. Food is going to be very, very high. And people are going to have hard problems making their payments and obligations. That applies to cities as well, particularly on sales tax revenue, which we depend on 90%, 95%. But we have to be very cognizant of that. If that economic change takes place, it will have a huge impact on our ability to function because that revenue that we used to depend on is no longer going to be there. It's going to be lower. And so we have to plan accordingly. I'm a very proactive thinker. I don't think in a reactive manner. I'm always 3, 4, 5 steps ahead, thinking about if we do this, how is it going to affect us over here? And that's all I'm cautioning my council to just think that way. If we're doing fine with what we have right now, how long can we continue to function that way if we have the equipment that it's still functioning? And then once things settle down, we possibly can revisit it, or an emergency happens to where we really need that equipment and we got to do it because we need it, then we commit because we have to for the safety of our community. But I just want to caution that and remind everyone about that. And that's, it's my job to do as a mayor to try to caution you and give you suggestions and recommendations. Councilman?
Mayor,
Hernandez?
I'd like to make a motion to defer this agenda item to next month
Okay.
and allow the council members to do a little bit more research. Me personally, I'd like to go up to the firehouse, look at the equipment, have it explained to me in more detail so I can understand it. I also like to spend more time with the finance director and city administrator to see if there's a way we can make this happen
Okay,
on the
sir.
books.
So we have a motion on the floor from Councilman Hernandez. Do we have a second to that?
I
motion?
second that.
Councilman Sellers has seconded that motion. I'll open the item for more discussion. Any other discussion from the council members on this? Any other questions?
Yes.
Councilman Sellers?
Perhaps if had not have spent $25,000 last year for a visitor center that was not brought before the board until February of this year, we could have had the money that he's asking for.
I appreciate that comment. And if you allow me to respectfully reply, the $25,000 is for the Economic Development Corporation that does that. And that it doesn't have anything to do with the city. It's the EDC.
Mayor, if you'll look at the expenditures
Right.
for December of last year,
Mhm.
it's clearly written in that statement
Okay,
that $25,000 is for a visitor center.
okay. All right, well, thank you so much, Mr. Sellers. I appreciate your comment. Note taken. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have, Ms. Weaver, you have a question?
Yes, I was wondering, did we ever find our ticket take writers? I mean, how can we lose 4 of those? Because those are money. I mean, that's income. And did we ever find them?
It's not on the agenda.
Okay, excuse me.
Well, it's part of
That's
the, it's part of the
Ms.
financial
Ms.
part.
Hernandez, the presiding officer, please allow me to respond. Thank you. Okay, Somali, we can address this issue perhaps in the performance section of the agenda.
All right.
Okay.
I was just looking for some more money. I mean, he brought up what you lost
I know
back
that-
in
that
February. I
wasn't
mean,
on
I
the
figured,
agenda either. We'll try to keep it. fair.
okay, never mind
Okay.
then.
Thank you, Councilman Weaver. Thank you, Chief, very much. Any other? Okay, so we're going to take a vote now. Is there more discussion by anyone? It would have had to been on the citizens to be heard item. Oh, do you have anybody on that item, on item number 6? You have anybody to speak on item number 6 that signed up, Mr. Bravo? Okay, Mr. White has remembered that he had written to speak on that item. Go right ahead, Mr. White. And former Councilman White.
Oh, he's just showing, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate the ability to come up here and speak with you. 2 main concerns. I've been in fires and gotten out of them. And if you have a mask and it's leaking, you're going to take fumes in. And if you notice, you don't see any old firemen on the line. It's because they don't last. Their lungs get filled with so much junk over the years that if they get 20 years in, they're lucky, to be honest with you. So a good tight-fitting face mask is important. Are they molded to every person, or do they self-mold?
No, they're just large, medium, and regular.
Okay.
The new ones I'm requesting, they come out and fit us.
They come out and fit you? Here's a question. So you fit a man, but then he leaves. Is there a part that you can exchange, or
We'd have them come out and refit, but
that'd be part of what happens? But it's very necessary. 20 minutes inside a building or 30 minutes is a very long time. And their bunker gear, their everything they have on, and their tools and dragging the hose, they're pretty fit guys. So, but they need to take care of themselves. So please try to find a way.
Thank you. And I think the councilman's motion is, not to deny it. It's basically they want to do a little bit more research and gather some more information and make an informed decision. And just to clarify, and I won't spend any more time on this, Councilman Sellers, as I was thinking right now and looking at what you just said about the Bureau, because it's only fair that Councilman Weaver brought something up, and I want to make sure that the public is not misinformed by what you said. The money did not come out of the general operating fund. It comes out of the hotel motel tax fund. That's qualifies under the city Visitors Bureau. And that's what it's used for. It's specifically for Visitors Bureau, so it comes out of hot funds, okay? So if you want to check it out, you can look on the budget and it'll tell you there. Oh, yes, sir. Go right ahead.
As a certified OSHA safety person, I can tell you from experience, the only issue would be with those masks would be if you have a beard. These guys, I look, they don't have any beards. Okay, so I'm personally aware of that fact that they do leak if you have a beard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sellers. If there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
What is the motion on the table?
The motion is to defer so that the council can be provided with more information, more research can be conducted, and on the financial part of it, and also on the condition of the equipment as well. Is that correct, Councilman? Okay.
So we're not saying no, we're just saying
Exactly.
next
Just
month. then
defer
we'll-
it to
Okay.
have more time to research. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. No nays. All right.
Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all's time.
Okay, we will now move over to item number 13. Item number 13 will read the legality amendment and repeal of the punitive and/or alleged ordinance number 2026-09. And just for the record, my research on this item is not punitive. It is supposed to read putative. Putative, Mr. Bravo, is defined as alleged or assumed or resumed. And then a punitive is a punishing ordinance. So that is a big difference in the wording that you made a mistake on the agenda. Okay? So please be very careful. There are other things that we need to address on this agenda that was not correctly put, and we will address those as we get to it. So let me reread this the way it really should read. The legality amendment and/or repeal of the putative and/or alleged ordinance number 2026-09, Johnny A. Rodriguez Jr. I have my city attorney. I think he wanted to speak on this, correct, Mr. Dennis? Or no?
Mayor, members of council, thank you for hearing me. In citizens to be heard, I pretty much had already addressed this, Mayor, members of the council. If we cross-apply what I had already referenced to the honorable council, the point I was making is that certainly as ordinance number 2026-09 reads, especially with the proscription or restriction on mayoral duties, in my legal opinion, it's illegal. It is trying to assume implied powers that cannot be assumed by a type A municipality and that are not allowed under the local government code. Mayor, members of council, thank you.
Okay, and Counselor, I would ask, this is referred to as ultra virus?
Yes, Mayor. Ultra virus is a Latin term. It means exceeding authority or without authority. And so if someone is attempting to do something based upon a power that does not exist, that is illegal and is called ultra virus. And so respectfully, I submit that ordinance number 2026-09 is an ultra virus ordinance because it was done without proper authority.
So basically, the ordinance in itself is defect.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
If anyone else has questions, I'd be available. Thank you.
Counsel, do you have a rebuttal or do you have anything to say about that?
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, go right ahead.
I respectfully disagree with my esteemed colleague.
Do you have case law to substantiate your disagreement with him, to show, like he showed you in his letter, that there is case law to support what he is saying?
There is case law that supports it, Mayor. There's also statutes that support
Where
it.
is it at? Because you have not provided that to the council or to myself to substantiate your position. And without that, it really means nothing other than your words. And that is not what we need. We need the law. We need case law to
You've been provided-
substantiate or contradict what he says. Where is
You've
it
been
at?
provided the law, and the research, the statutes, and the case law is recited in the ordinance to be adopted tonight, further ratifying the previous decision of the city council.
But you failed to present any case law.
I was
You
not
have
asked
only
to present
provided-
any
you've only
case law.
provided conclusions, ma'am. You
No,
have not
sir.
provided any state
I have
law.
provided the actual statute and a reference to case law in the ordinance being proposed and is before city council this evening.
And was I provided with that information?
I provided the agenda items to city staff, Mayor. I presume that the city staff then sends out the council's
Okay.
agenda and packet.
We've had a problem with that because a council member did not receive his packet. He only got it as of today. Is that correct, Councilman Eversole? Saturday.
I got it up Saturday as a coincidence. I was taking some items up for shredding and I asked Maria, the city administrator, if where my packet was, and she says it's in your packet box in the hallway. I went in the hallway and brought out the packet. It was totally empty. And I said, well, I've looked on Friday for my packet. Now I'm asking you for my packet. And she says, oh, well, Joe must have put it on his desk. And I went, well, that's a little late for me to this is how thick our packet is. And I've got less than 2 days to look at it. And I'm supposed to get fully educated and up to speed on what's going on. I feel like this is not the first time, not the second time, but the third time. And I play baseball. You get 3 strikes, I throw you out. And I think this is totally unacceptable.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. So I didn't get the agenda. I got it through email, but my packet was not in there. My information that I sent to every single council member to read of my response originally to your ordinance that you sent me the second day to replace the defective resolution that you had council read before the city council. And there's a major problem because in that you violated the Texas Open Meetings Act as well. And you also promulgated the council to violate the TOMA law as well, because you gave them advice that the information you put on that agenda was not descriptive to tell the public what exactly you were doing. Nowhere in there like this agenda now you've corrected after you were brought to your attention about it, that you had done it wrong. You had provided advice to this council without me present in an executive session, which you excluded me out of it, and you had me come back in, open it into an open session, and then you adopt a resolution and you don't tell the public that you were going to have a resolution to be adopted in that meeting or that item on the agenda. And then to make matters even worse, the next day you send me an email saying, here is the proper ordinance that should have been adopted by the city council. Oops, we made a mistake. Now it's called an ordinance. And you want me to abide on that. And then on top of that, to make things matters even worse, you go way beyond what's in the ordinance and you have me locked out of City Hall. You have my access cards denied that I wasn't even told about. The city administrator locks me out of the building, has employees refuse to speak to me. I cannot communicate with you. I couldn't even get my agenda for the packet today's meeting because I can't access the building. You restricted me completely of my entire powers and duties as a mayor of this city, in which you are violating the will of the people. And mind you now, I am a mayor that did not draw an opponent to this race. And why? Because the people know I'm doing the right thing, Chief. The people know I'm doing the right thing. They know I am here for the people and I'm working for them, and I am watching every penny and every dollar that's going on in this city. And I'm watching every employee, whether they're older employees or newer employees, because that's my job. I follow the rule of the local government code under General Law A. This is not my first rodeo, and this is not the first time I've had aggression and all of the things that are ugly things that have been done to me. And you don't understand, and you especially, and I told you responsible, Mr. Trevino, and this is not acceptable behavior in what you're doing, because you and Alan J. Bork Jaquez law firm, y'all tried to do the same thing in Bastrop, Texas, and you had to resign from there. You had to get out of there because you tried this same tactic over there. And then you want to promulgate 10 traits of good behavior for the city. Your whole objective is billing hours, ma'am. You could care less about our city. You billed almost $9,000 last month. I can dare see what our bill is going to be this month. It's probably going to be in $15,000 to $20,000 in legal fees, because you have an unsophisticated council that doesn't understand what's going on, and you're utilizing that particular situation to advance yourself and your firm so you could bill us and get me to file a lawsuit. So I have to go to federal court to defend myself. And then I have to pay that out of my pocket so that you can continue billing, because the more chaos there is in the city, the more money you make. And that's what this council needs to understand and know, and not engage in that, because it is these hardworking taxpayers' money that you're taking. My money, because I live here as well. And the employees that are being used to promulgate this as well, it's a darn shame, because I have lost lots of hours, lots of time, and lost money in my job and my business, because I'm out there promoting our city. I'm out there working to make and clear the mistakes that have been made from the previous administration. When they got us in a $5.4 million investment with no safeguards for the city and no money coming back, and we're bleeding $100,000 plus every 3 months in interest alone on a payment. And we have an agreement in which the past mayor and the past council members that were in charge of that have to go over and agree to something with no guardrails, no voting rights, for us to have the rights to defend ourselves in that. And that makes me angry. It makes me angry because this is why people don't want to run for office. This is why people will not seek public service, because of this ugly side that rears its head and causes disruption and reverses all of the hard work that I did and others that have done to make this city whole, to make it safe, to instill performance metrics, data-driven, so that people will do their jobs and what they're being paid for. When you're getting $120,000 as a police chief and you're losing 4 ticket writing equipment for the city and you have no explanation how they got lost, not to mention the lost revenue of our city, how do you expect me not to be asking for accountability and transparency? How do you expect me not to? I'm here and I'm angry because of that. And I have to maintain myself, because it's important as the leader of this community that I continue to try to change the optics of what we've had in the years past. I've been in this city 40 years. We've had corrupt police officers. We've had one just recently indicted. We have new people coming in that don't want to take direction because they want to do what they want to do. They don't return calls. They don't get the memos. They don't send any responses back because they have to feel like I respond to whatever I want to respond to. Well, I'm sorry. You respond to the citizens, ma'am, of the city of Balcones Heights. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to fight to the death to make sure that that continues, because it's important. We don't want to go backwards. We want to move forward. That is the whole idea of bringing in professionals. And I shouldn't have to be holding your hand when you're fighting amongst each other and you're putting me in the middle, and then you blame me for the stuff when I take action to do what I need to do. So yes, the repeal of this needs to be made. This is unconstitutional. It's wrong. And it's causing tremendous harm to our community. You have just reversed months and months of negotiations in trying to develop intergovernmental relationships with the county, with ongoing relationships with the Alamo Community College, with VIA, these important negotiations and these important discussions that we've had has moved the city so far ahead in terms of redeveloping the mall, in terms of bringing housing, increasing the per capita income in the city. And which one of you can I say in this city council has actually put on something on the agenda that would push that forward? What have y'all done really to do that? It has been the work of myself and Professor Enriquez and the board members on the EDC that have pushed for this change. We are currently in negotiations, very serious negotiations, to make our city whole. We're looking at possibly a $6.2 million reversal and money back to the city. Can you imagine what we can do with that kind of money? You guys complain about your salaries. You complain because the mayor got after you, because the mayor said this or that to you. It's my job to do that. You just heard what the local government code says. I am the mayor, the chief executive officer. Now, do you think I'm doing this for money? No, I'm losing money. You think I'm doing this because I want to be powerful? I want to be a dictator? No, it requires oversight. It requires firmness. It requires and demands accountability.
I want to call a point of order.
Well, you first have to ask to be recognized, sir.
No, not when I
Yes,
call a
you
point
do.
of order.
You first have to be recognized.
No, not when I call a point
Okay.
of order.
I will allow it if you want to stop. Go ahead. There's other items on the agenda.
To begin with, have you had your background check done?
Sir,
Okay.
you said call a point of order. What is
Okay.
your point of order?
A
Okay.
point of order is that you're complaining about being locked out of the offices when you have not had a fingerprint check yet.
That is not true,
You're-
sir. That is not true. I have a fingerprint check already. A background check has been done and it was approved. Okay? Sir, I have a PI license. I am a former police officer. Okay? I'm still a permanent
I just want to
licensed
remind you of March
police officer.
26, 2024. You have not had a fingerprint check yet.
Sir, you are incorrect in providing incorrect language and you're out of order because your point of order has no relevancy what we're talking about right now. Okay? So your point of order is not recognized and your point of order is, sir, I will call you into order. You're out of order.
Mayor, may I
Okay.
be recognized?
1 second, please. Let me finish dealing with this. All right? So no more comments from me? Please stop. See, that's the kind of disrespect. Okay, Councilman Hernandez, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
Uh,
Mr. Ebersol, you were first. Go
I-
ahead. He was waving. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Ebersol.
asked before Cynthia started
Okay,
talking.
well, I'm the presiding officer, so I'll go ahead and let Mr. Ebersol speak. Go ahead, Mr. Ebersol.
Because of this new information that we've heard already today, can I make a motion, Mayor, that we repeal this ordinance as stated?
It's your prerogative, sir, and your motion has been taken.
And I second it.
We have a second to that motion, Ms. Weaver. Now I'll call for any further discussion. Mr. Hernandez, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make sure that I've done my due diligence, and in addition to consulting with our city attorney, I reached out to the Texas Municipal League, their legal department, which happens to be an authority on this issue, on local government code. So I spoke with Attorney Stephanie Hooser, and she elaborated and responded that the local government code 22.037 and 22.042 establish the mayor as a type A general law city as the presiding officer and chief executive officer charged with ensuring that municipal laws are properly carried out and with inspecting the conduct of each subordinate municipal officer and reporting and prosecuting violations of duty. But this public law chief executive officer role is not equivalent to a private sector corporate CEO with unilateral managerial control, and instead primarily entails monitoring compliance and reporting violations to the governing body for action. The key language in 22.042 states, the mayor is the chief executive officer of the municipality. The mayor shall at all times actively ensure that the law and ordinances of the municipality are properly carried out. The mayor shall perform the duties and exercise the powers prescribed by the governing body of the municipality. That last sentence, prescribed by the governing power of the municipality. That last sentence means that the council, not the mayor, ultimately defines and limits the mayor's powers. So those provisions do not grant the mayor unilateral authority to direct the day-to-day work of the city administrator or chief of police. In a council administrator structure adopted by ordinance, the council retains ultimate policy authority, and the administrator is given direct supervision over city departments and departmental heads. Reading 22.042 is authorizing the mayor to override the administrator and chief of police professional judgment would conflict with the council's statutory power to define the mayor's duties and with the very purpose of the administrator form of government. End of quote.
Okay, any other comments?
Well, if we're gonna go that route, or you want to go ahead, Tracy.
You yield the floor, Ms. Weaver, or you want to continue?
Well, what I wanted to talk about was something that was said in executive, and I can't do that. So,
Okay.
Tracy, go ahead and do what you have to do.
Well, my only concern is we didn't talk about approving the minutes in the budget. So, I mean, I noticed that you did charge the city $8,000 for just a 28-day month. I also know that if we continue down the street, we're going to probably pay exactly. This sounds like the Music Man, where you came into the city, you set up and you go, wow, we got trouble right here in Balconies Heights, Texas. Right here in Balconies Heights, Texas, we got problems right here in Balconies Heights. We got to find the mayor. The mayor's got the issue. We got to jump on board and get him. And then, so you don't care. You just want to spend money. As long as we keep doing this, you're going to rack up the cash. And like he said, Bastrop, you already have a track record of racking up cash. So I'm on board on let's just kill this thing. And if we want to talk about it more, well, let's dissect it, not here right now, and make hardcore decisions. I don't think that's appropriate. This is not the time or the place to make a decision like that.
So Jimmy, with what you're saying, I agree to a certain extent, but the question not here is not that. The term ultra virus means that you cannot supersede, and I've told this to Cynthia when she first came in and became our city attorney. I had to correct her when she said, you're not the presiding officer, when I had an issue with, I need to research to see if you're the presiding officer. That is Government Rule 101. I am the presiding officer. But see, the issue here is not in whether the powers and duties of the mayor. The issue is here that the council is trying to restrict or amend or change what cannot be changed by the local government, which means you can't add and say, we're going to lock the mayor out. The mayor can't talk to certain persons in the city. That violates my First Amendment right. And you are restricting the powers of the mayor because I have to conduct business every day. On that day that I was upstairs for that EDC meeting with potential developers that were thinking of buying the mall, the chief of police and his assistant chief of police walked into that meeting and called me out of it. And I was locked out from the back of the hallway to where Maria was at. And I could not access back there. She threatened me right away by calling the police chief. Mayor, you're not supposed to be back here. Unbeknownst to me that this had happened. Unbeknownst to me that my access card had been denied without even notifying, chief, without the respect of notifying me. And you know exactly why this has taken place. It's taken place because I've called your actions of what you've done in this city, and I put you on notice about it. When we had that meeting with Maria and I, which I will bring up the evidence later on of how you retaliated as a result of that, okay? We brought up several issues about what your performance was and how you were doing things. And she wrote you a letter of many things of your shortcomings and asked you to sign, and you refused to do so. I also gave you a letter how you were going to mitigate the loss of those radios. So the question here, Councilman, going back to the issue, is ultra virus. You cannot act in this ordinance that you're trying to pass because it is against the local government code.
No, sir.
That's it.
I'd
That's all
like
that
to,
matters.
I'd like to expand a little bit more, if you will. Since we're going out of order on these agenda items,
The mayor has the prerogative to do
I
that.
wanted to, shed some light on these agenda items and clarify the sequence of events. So let me start by saying that I've supported the mayor on many of his initiatives and agenda items. And we've seen eye to eye, and on occasions we haven't. And those times when we haven't, we've maintained a gentleman's agreement to address those differences privately rather than in the public eye. Now, over the past year, Johnny and I have become friends, and I've gotten to know his family, and I like and respect him, which makes this all more difficult for me to address this issue publicly. This situation began on March 3rd when I received a call from the chief of police. He informed me that 2 of his senior officers had submitted their resignations. When I asked why, he explained that it was because of the mayor, that the mayor had been targeting them following our approval of the Mark 43 system, which the mayor had opposed. According to the chief, the mayor had directed the city administrator to issue written disciplinary actions to those officers for speaking with me, encouraging my support for the agenda item. I immediately asked what could be done to resolve the situation, but the chief said he saw no way forward and he intended to submit his own resignation by the end of the day. I respectfully asked him to hold off so I could look into the matter further. I then contacted the city administrator who confirmed these details. I then called our city attorney, Cynthia Trevino, and asked where we stood legally and what could we do to make sure that the mayor stayed within appropriate boundaries. She explained how local government code works and advised that we could place this issue on the next council agenda so that the council could hear the facts and determine how to proceed. This is what we did. We did not rush to attack the mayor in public because at that point, we did not know whether these allegations might be exaggerated or untrue. We held a closed session with the guidance of our city attorney. Now, at that closed session, we asked the mayor to leave, and he did at his own will. We did not force him out. The council concluded that we have a duty to protect our employees and to prevent any possible retaliation. We therefore moved forward with a resolution 2026-11, temporarily restricting the mayor from contacting employees and limiting his access to secure non-public areas at the Justice Center. The goal was to put reasonable boundaries in place until an independent third-party investigation could be completed, especially because he does not office here at the Justice Center. His office is located at the Wonderland of the Americas. The mayor immediately objected, saying the city council was the ones acting outside the boundaries and that the resolution was unlawful, which you've heard him say tonight. He then filed a lawsuit against the city and city council. His actions since then have shown that he does not accept those boundaries. On at least one occasion, he stormed into the city administrator's office and raised his voice at her despite the council's clear direction. Because of that, I wanted to make sure that I sought that legal counsel, and I believe the city attorney had some other items to state regarding 2026-11. And, Mayor, the local government code says that the duties of the mayor are prescribed by the city council. And back in 2019, the previous mayor and previous council put a resolution to prescribe what those duties are. And so I believe that we're going to address that in one of the other agenda items, but I'm done on this. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm just going to tell you, Mr. Hernandez, yes, go. I think, did you want to speak? Who wanted to address? Are you on there? Okay. Go ahead, Dennis.
What you fail to realize is that he was elected and you all were elected to represent the citizens of this city. He's more in depth doing things for progress than y'all are. So you're not allowing him in the building, you're kicking him out of meetings. If he didn't get his agenda packet, it's your responsibility to get it to him. Whatever it takes. He's got to have 3 days. And I do not believe what you're going over is correct. And I find it interesting that you're kicked out of Bastrop for the same thing. So, council, you can put restrictions on him to some extent, but you just can't lock him out of this building or keep him from meetings or keep information from him, or he's got to be able to talk to department heads on issues.
Here's the story right here. Bastrop, it says, city attorney resigns and council conflicts. Same thing that's going on here happened. So go ahead, Dennis. I think we need full disclosure here, so I'm gonna allow everybody to say whatever they need to say.
Mayor, may I address the council?
Yes, yes, sir.
First of all, I commend Councilman Hernandez for doing that research. I think that is very commendable. And TML is a good resource. Respectfully, I submit a couple of things. There is nothing that the council at TML said from what you described, sir, that actually contradicts the position that I've offered to this honorable council. Specifically, there is nowhere, let me back up, Mayor, members of council. There's a difference between prescribing and proscribing. Prescribing is conveying, doing something to convey. You know, those of us that serve in the military probably had additional duties. You know, hey, Dennis Driar, you're also the way control officer and the physical security officer. I'm prescribing additional duties to you. The section you read, Councilman, is referencing specifically duties that can be prescribed by the council, conveyed by the council to the mayor. There is nowhere in section 22.042 of the Texas Local Government Code or anywhere in the entire chapter that proscribes or allows a proscription, allows a restriction or to restrict authority of the mayor. And specifically, the councilman had read from section 22.042A. Let me read from 22.042B. Quote, the mayor shall inspect the conduct of each subordinate municipal officer and shall cause any negligence, carelessness, or other violation of duty to be prosecuted and punished. That is a directive from the state legislature to empower a type A municipality mayor. There is nothing that this council legally can do to prohibit the enactment or empowerment of that provision. Now, you can engage in ultra-virus conduct. You can engage in illegal conduct and say, we don't care what the legislature says. We're going to proscribe or restrict the mayor from exercising that authority. But respectfully, honorable member of the council, I just read the subsection right below the one you just read. And so respectfully, I think it's laudable that the research that was done. I think that's good. I think it's a TML research, but respectfully, I submit that it doesn't contradict what I've offered. The final thing I would point out is this. I have since now online looked at the packet that I gather the city secretary posted online, and I'm seeing the packet including, and I know it's in a different agenda item, members of council, but it's obviously relating to what we're doing. A proposal to try to ratify the last ordinance, and specifically in this proposal, the restrictions are now being limited for duration. I submit to you that the city attorney probably is doing it as the face-saving way to recognize that you really can't restrict the powers or authority of a mayor under the statute, but that's a face-saving way to try to restrict it under the guise of a temporary restriction for an investigation. The last ordinance did, or the last resolution, which was enacted without being properly posted, did not do that. Again, thank you, Mayor, members of council.
Thank you, sir. So as we move on, the motion's on there, but
Mayor, might I respond?
yes, you can.
Okay. So this particular agenda item tonight is a reiteration of those rights and duties assigned by a previous ordinance from 2019 that prescribed the duties of the mayor. In addition, it lists out the statutory powers of the mayor. And it also clarifies that the restrictions here are not on the duties of the mayor. Rather, it is the place and the contact with those employees who have made certain claims. So this ordinance, again, like I said, reiterates what was previously passed by a previous city council in 2019, and then adds to it the statutory powers of the mayor. There are temporary restrictions in place, as the agenda items allude to, because there are complaints against the mayor. I am not the complainant in all of this. Those items were forwarded to me. I presented them to city council. The city council, as the decision makers and the policy makers, then made their decisions on what they were going to do with the complaints from the employees.
But what you failed to tell the public is you denied me my due process. You did not provide me with the identity of the people that, and it's ludicrous for you to even say retaliation. Ludicrous, because retaliation would get me in much more trouble.
I have not alleged
Okay.
any of those
No,
things,
but
Mayor.
it was said earlier. That was
That-
said earlier.
I have
Now,
not alleged any of
not
those
only that,
things.
ma'am,
Those are coming from city
but
employees
let me say,
and were presented to the city council.
right.
It is the city council's policy decisions on what they do and how they
And I
handle
did
those
not
complaints.
voluntarily leave that meeting. Y'all told me I had to leave, that I could not be subject to hearing the complaints or the identity of the complainants. And you allowed a potential witness in that meeting, which is Ms. Hernandez, who I'm assuming, because I don't know who the complainants are, to sit in that meeting. And she was able to hear all evidence that could be to her benefit as we move along into that meeting or whatever we're going to do in terms of investigation. I welcome the investigation. I'm not afraid of anything because I know that I've done the right things and I have acted justly. Now, on the other hand, if things are being brought up like they have in the past, where fake statements and fake complaints have been brought to try to bring me down, then yes, I do have a concern about that, but I'll deal with it because I know exactly how to deal with people that are lying, just like Mr. Hernandez right now did when he stated that I stormed into Ms. Hernandez. See, every time that I go over to hold somebody accountable, I'm always screaming, I'm always yelling, I'm always violating their rights, and I'm always doing everything that you guys are saying that I'm doing. Mr. Hernandez was not there when it occurred. And I have a witness here right now, which is he was at the meeting we were at. He was standing right next to me when I walked into that door. And it's Professor Enriquez, who's an attorney as well. Mr. Enriquez, would you please provide to the public that if I yelled at Maria or if I went in there and screamed or acted in any way?
I'd like to provide some context if I could, Mayor. We were meeting with some folks that were brought to the table with respect because they were interested in allegedly or to purchase the mall or
Right.
purchase our interest in the mall. You went to swipe the card. It did not work. And you looked at me and I said, well, maybe the system's down or whatever. You then proceeded to make a phone call. I'm assuming that you called Maria potentially. And I was literally standing 3 feet from where the door was. You did knock on the door. The cleaning lady, whose name escapes me right now, was also there. If that's the event that we're referring to.
Yes, sir, that is the event we're referring to.
Right. And so she actually opened the door. You stepped through the door. The reason I remember it so well is because I was wearing a Fiesta medal. And the cleaning lady commented about it and said, oh, and then we spoke and we were probably even closer than you and I are right now. Literally maybe 2 or 3 feet. I didn't hear anything. maybe hushed discussion, certainly not screaming, certainly not pushing, certainly not any of the things that are being alleged here. And to that, I'd be more than happy to go under oath.
Yes, thank you very much. You see, Jimmy, but you see what happens? I'll give you a prime example of what happened to me, and I want to bring this to the public and to the press, because there was a councilman, Juan Lasea, and Jack is my witness here for that, and he can attest to this. But these are the things that they do to try to entrap me, to try to lie, to try to do things. We had gotten finished after a meeting, and I had a conversation because he was behaving the way sometimes Mr. Sellers does, or others that want to make accusation, disrupt the meeting. We had finished. We were standing right where this gentleman back here was at. I was standing right here in front, and I'm walking by, and he said something to me, and I turned around and looked at him. I said, "Sir, your time will be coming as the elections are coming near, and you will be replaced, because the people are going to see what kind of person that you are, and you're capable of lying to the public and creating all this chaos." What he did, he grabbed his pen, he put it to his chest like this, and he goes, oh my God, you stabbed me, you stabbed me. And he threw himself against the wall. Did he or did he not do that, Jack? And did you not witness that I did not touch him at all, right?
That is a true statement.
There you go. Case in point.
Mayor,
No, sir, you may not speak.
for the
No,
record.
sir, you may not speak.
A police.
you may
a
not speak.
Police report.
You
is
may not
available,
speak, sir.
And it says exactly.
Please,
You
you
have
will be
addressed
removed
me.
out of the chambers. I'm not going to allow you to disrupt this meeting. Thank you. I'm not going to tolerate that. So as an example, that's what happens to me all the time. So I have to use my power on the pulpit here in order to keep control like this. It's not that I'm playing favorites. You saw what I did to my own daughter. You saw I called her in attention when she was out of order herself. I will do that with everybody and anyone that does not conduct themselves correctly in the meeting. And so all I was trying to do is address that. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second to that motion to repeal this ordinance. I think I've made my case. I hope that the council, I'll let you speak afterwards, hope that the council will see this as a wrong, illegal act. And if you do, you have no other choice than to face the possibility of going into federal court for violations of my my rights, and also breaking the local government code. And second to that, I am calling for an investigation of Cynthia Trevino, whom has enabled you to act illegally and break the Texas Open Meetings Act and break the law, because the way she posted that agenda and the action she took. So now I'm calling for an investigation of you, Ms. Trevino, and a formal investigation. And I will also follow up with a complaint to the Texas State Bar against your rules that you have violated for what you have done. And we will see what will happen from there on.
Mayor, may I respond?
We will move on. We have a vote on the table. All right, let's move for the vote on the
Can it be
table.
recognized?
Yes, Councilman Burton,
What
please
is
go
the
ahead.
motion on the floor?
The motion is to repeal the legality amendment and a repeal of the punitive, which should be too putative, and or alleged ordinance number 2026-09, restricting my powers and duties as mayor for the city of Balcones Heights, basically. That's what it's there for, is to say, no, it's wrong, you can't do that. I'll allow you to speak in just a minute, sir. So, Mr. Burton, any other questions, any other comments?
Apologize. So what they're asking for is a temporary, for you not to be behind the scenes during an investigation. And I don't know what the proper term is. He's adverse.
But if I may, Mr. Burton?
I'm asking for counsel.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that.
Mr. Burton?
Yes.
Or Councilman Burton, yes, that is the term in this particular case, because the employees have alleged certain violations against the mayor. And the time limits or the restrictions were put in place so that city council could call for that third-party investigation make a determination of whether these claims are in fact true or not true. And again, it's for a limited duration. It does not limit the powers of the mayor. The mayor can continue to do the work that he's doing. However, it just is not from this particular location, but from his office over at WODA. That's the intention of the items here. That is also the intention of the request to authorize that third-party investigation into these, because again, this is not for me to investigate. These claims are beyond my capacity.
I would just like to expand on that a little bit. Mayor Rodriguez is a duly elected mayor from the citizens of this city until May the 2nd. After May the 2nd, he's already an uncontested candidate for mayor. So this is not, we're not trying to kick him out of office. We're not trying to tarnish him or whatever. This is complaints from, and I think he has the right to hear the complaints. It's only fair. And if we're going to bring it up, bring it up. But yes, if it requires limited access, then it requires limited access. I'm not adverse to that.
But Mr. Burton, if I may clarify again, go back to the original argument and debate, is that what you're missing? Is that you can't do that. You see, you cannot restrict the powers of the mayor of access to the building. I cannot. And let's put it in an example. Who's acting mayor right now? Who's the one that's been having the agendas put together, any communication from the employees or anything? Who's been that?
That was the
Who did,
directive.
that's out of
was
that
the
illegal
directive.
ordinance, right? And any acts that have been conducted of that ordinance is illegal because you're not the mayor, you see? And the only time the mayor can be replaced is when he either doesn't act or he's unable to act, not by actions of the council that enable him to act. You see, there's a big difference. It's you're using powers to restrict my ability to communicate, to ability to access the building to certain areas. I have to conduct business. And I have to say that with that in mind, I can't talk to Ms. Hernandez, Maria Hernandez. I cannot communicate with her because she doesn't communicate with me. Mr. Bravo, to a limited extent, strictly prohibited me from speaking to the city attorney. How does that affect anybody that they're accusing? And you're already enacting things as if I'm already guilty. I thought in this land, you're innocent until proven guilty, regardless of whether it's a civil or a criminal offense.
If I could clarify here, the complaints that were raised were employee complaints. And the allegations as listed, and I don't want to go too far because again, the right to hear these complaints and open or close belongs to the mayor. But we discussed this in the previous closed session. You were advised that we would be coming forth with additional agenda items to clarify the actions taken, to provide more transparency and more openness to this process. That is why we have the additional items on for this evening, to actually hear those charges and complaints. That's up to the mayor if he wants to hear them in closed session or open. And then, of course, the ratification for that, to actually authorize the contract for that neutral third-party investigation. And then, of course, to continue, again, those restrictions, again, because of the types of the complaints that have been received, the city is required under its own personnel policies to take some action to intervene in the scenario until such time as council can make a determination of whether these charges or complaints are true or not. Again, these are only allegations at this time. The city council, the recommendation is for the city council to go through its processes to make a determination. Are these valid allegations and complaints?
What law school did you go to, ma'am? Ultravirus.
These
Ultravirus,
again,
you're
Mayor,
working
I will
against the
respectfully,
law.
I respectfully disagree with you.
Well,
I respectfully
disagree
disagree with your interpretation of the law.
And I will tell you right now that you cannot restrict my powers and duties of the mayor. Unheard of. This is
we are-
unprecedented. And you're going to try to set the precedent for other
This
communities.
is merely a recitation of what already exists by ordinance, Mayor. The
No.
only thing
You
is
just
you are
enacted that in
restricted
your
from direct
ordinance.
contact from those employees that are alleging
And the
complaints
only one that's
against
going to
you.
make money here is you, ma'am. Billing hours, that's all you're doing. You're creating this chaos and you're saying, I wasn't the one, but you're the one benefiting from it. You have a vested interest in what's going on here. And you try to excuse yourself from that, you're lying to the public because you do have a vested.
I will object to that comment, Your Honor, or excuse me,
Tell you like it
Mayor,
is.
I have not. I have only brought forth the complaints made by city employees.
You've
Nothing
gone
more,
beyond that, ma'am.
nothing more.
Because the ordinance.
Excuse me, I
drafted-
have not even heard these complaints. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I'm
But
sorry, go right ahead.
she generalized
still have the
each
floor, so
complaint.
I
I
still
don't
have
know
the
who they
floor.
were. I don't know what was going on, what exactly happened.
Okay, Molly, I'm going to come right back to you. Jack just made a point. He still has the floor. Mr. Burton, you still have the floor, sir. Go right ahead.
I would say if we're going to air the dirty laundry, then let's air the dirty laundry.
Let's do it. I have no problem with that because I know they're all made up allegations. Like they've always had. You know that. You were in with it with me in the very beginning when they did that. The
There's been,
same tactics they're using.
there's been points of.
Councilman, you yield, sir, or you still got it?
I was speaking.
Okay.
There,
go ahead.
there was points in the past where there was, you know, on Johnny's behalf that, they were, you know, out to get him but, when
And
when an employee alleges of misconduct, we do have to hear that employee. You can't create a hostile work environment.
Yeah, and we're not saying
And
that we're not going to listen to that.
I don't know. I was not in front of.
Right. But what I'm
You
saying,
got an
Jack-
eyewitness, Mr. Enriquez. I was not there.
Right.
But when it's an alleged incident, that's why I'm saying it. Let's put the cards down
Right.
and let's hear the complaints.
And
you
I
know?
have no objection to that. I'll
And-
go through the process and all damage it's going to do to the city. I have no problem. I'm not worried about that.
That's why.
What
that's
I'm
why-
bringing up is the authority that she's telling you you have to do it is wrong. And you're listening to the wrong advice that she's giving you.
I'm not an attorney and I don't pretend to be an attorney. I
Right.
take
But
the
she's not
advice.
giving you any case law
I
to
take the
substantiate.
advice of an attorney.
Right, but she hasn't given you any case law to substantiate anything she said. Everything she has said has been just conclusions by her. She has not provided a substantiating case law, not one, to strengthen your position.
And I'm not here to try a case. I'm just saying.
We're not
Let-
trying the merits of the complaint.
No, I'm saying, you know, your attorney comes up here and, you know, he's like he's speaking to a jury or a judge and, you know, that's above my pay. I'll admit, that's above my pay grade. You know, there's some stuff I understand, there's stuff I don't understand, and I'll admit it, you know? I'm not an attorney. I don't pretend to be, but if we're gonna, we tried to do this where it protected you. And yes, we did ask you to leave and you voluntarily left. You didn't put up any objection.
No,
You
of course not. I wasn't in creative
You
scene.
said earlier that you put up an objection.
Well, I did because I asked her, well, who are my accusers?
That's what we need.
Well, you
to-
have to leave because you can't hear it. No, under due process, I am required to know
I
who's
agree.
accusing me.
I agree.
And that's
why
wrong.
I'm saying, let's put our cards out.
And that's where y'all violated the Open
let's-
Meetings Act.
Let's
You
talk
didn't
about it.
properly post it. Now you have, she's corrected herself because we told her and pointed out to her deficiencies and defects.
She
in
did say it
the-
was gonna have to come back.
Yes,
You-
but that doesn't mean it made it right of violating the Texas Open Meetings Act. So you're required to post very clearly to the public what action you're going to take in executive session and whom you're going to take it against. And then you're required to go back into open session and you were supposed to have that resolution already drafted.
And
She just did it on the fly.
And
and
then
told
my-
y'all
I
to
guess
co-
my,
Jimmy
my
made the
last
motion.
question be, are you suing the city?
I will sue the city if you try to take away my powers and duties illegally like you are because it's my right. I have to
So
protect
you
the
have no
taxpayers.
trouble suing the city for,
I have a problem when rights are being violated. When you are stripping me of the given powers by the people who voted me in to be in this office and who have now voted me again for 2 more years
We're not-
to be in this office.
Uh,
Now, what do you expect me to do? To sit back
No, you.
and do
you're-
nothing about it?
No, you're going to defend
Let-
yourself.
let you-
But let me add, we're not stripping you of power.
You are. You're stripping me from my access to the building.
That's all.
You're stripping me communicating with
During a
employees.
temporary.
I cannot talk to employees.
During a temporary.
And you are acting mayor right now.
No,
How am
I'm
I the
not.
mayor then?
You're the mayor.
No, I'm not, because everything's going
Well,
through
I'm
you,
not
Jack.
sitting over there.
Everything's going through you. Right now in the meeting, I'm the mayor.
I
But
was-
every day, you're the mayor, sir.
No.
Joe, are you not sending all emails to him?
Yep.
Okay.
And then what
Maria,
do I
are
do?
you sending emails to him? Are you excluding me out of those emails?
I'm sending the emails for him to send to
To
you.
send to
But
you.
you don't need to do that. You need to send them to me directly. Jack is not the mayor. You're violating the process of what you're supposed to do. I am your direct supervisor, and the council on whole is your direct supervisor.
That's what I was advised from council.
And that is where you've given bad advice.
I'm not a lawyer.
We're telling you it is against
Again,
the
I'm
rule
going to
and the
respectfully
local
agree,
government code. We
agree
pointed
to
it out.
disagree on that item.
Of course she is, because she wants to bill.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead, Miss Weavers, you had
I
the floor.
yield the floor.
Okay, okay, go ahead, Tracy. Mr. Ebersol.
Well, let's just back up. Since I'm not getting my packets on time, I think I was played because, I mean, if you're not getting the information and all of a sudden you're presented with all this stuff in executive session and then the council meeting, it was just kind of like, I was just normally just go along and try to think that everybody's got the good intentions for the city. But obviously in this particular situation, it's not for the best interest. I don't see it as the best interest of the city. That's why I'm recommending that we do reset. If we want to reestablish this, I think it needs to be a proper situation where we actually make better logical choices and just throwing it right in front of me and say, let's make it now. I mean, I felt like it was like Pontius Pilate. We were just out to crucify the guy. And I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right. And I think we need to reset, reevaluate it. And if we want a plan, let's put a plan together that we don't just throw it in front of somebody and say, make a decision today. You have to make a decision now. I think this is crap that we don't get informed. I've told them 3 times, give me the darn stuff. I'm not getting any information. I didn't get the information this day. And if I hadn't gone up there on Saturday and asked for it, I wouldn't have gotten it then. I mean, I don't like it. It's not my fault. I can't do their job. And that's what we're talking about. That's why he's upset. I've been upset. I was really mad. And then I was like, I'm going to give you the grace period to make up and do this right. And then the next thing you know, I don't even get the packet next week. That sounds like conspiracy to me. I think I'm getting played, and I think I'm getting played consistently. I'm getting taken out of the loop just because I know Johnny, because I know the mayor.
And in closing, I just want to say this. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this has come about because of one man, and now it's developed into other people that are involved. This involved this chief of police right here. On 3/2 of 2026, this is a letter right here in which we had a staff meeting, myself and the city administrator. Maria had been complaining to me about these problems with the police department, that he was trying to kick us out of the building because he said this building belongs to him and it also is under CGIS requirements. He kept after and after and after, and she kept coming back to me. Mayor, the police chief keeps asking me, he wants to know when we're going to get out of the building. And I told her, enough of that. You are his boss. You are his direct supervisor. I should not have to be getting involved in that. You need to put him in his place, and you need to tell him once and for all, he does not have the authority to kick us out of this city chambers and move us out. And I said, you need to list every single thing that this man has done since we hired him. And I'm going to divulge a lot of information to you at the right time when we're moving in this agenda about this man, who he is, and what I have found out, how he has deceived the citizens of Balcones Heights. He deceived me. And now that I found out, I have caused him to say, let's get the mayor. He's going to go and get these employees and try to get people to file, his captain, his police officers who are unethical by doing what they did. This correspondence serves as formal written notice regarding expectations moving forward, including corrective actions related to the recent lost ticket matter and broader operation oversight requirements. Effective immediately, the following directives are in place. Mandatory check-in. You're required to check in with me on all scheduled work dates. This is the city administrator writing to him. Time off and seminar attendance. All requests for leave time off or attendance at seminars, conferences, or external events must be approved in advance prior to registration or commitment. Spending authorization. No expenditures to be made without my prior approval, regardless of available department budget allocations. 4, building oversight. Please be reminded that control and oversight of the building fall under the authority of the city administrator and not your department. Additionally, I'm requesting the following information for official review due to city relevant conditions and considerations. A complete list of all employment applications received, hires made since the beginning of your tenure, including the pay scale associated with each hire, the same detailed information for all reserved positions, including applications received, selections made, and compensations levels. Maria Hernandez, City Administrator. She asked him to sign this. He refused to sign it in my presence. Now, I took the liberty of making sure the city administrator was present so that I would not be accused of what they're accusing me of right now. I was careful because I already know the way these people operate. Second, I wrote a letter to him and I handed it to him. He refused to answer it, saying that he'd got a 5-year contract, which he negotiated by lobbying the council members, because when I hired him and Mr. Enriquez was present as a city administrator, we told him to wait until January because he wanted a contract. And we said, no contract right now. No city police chief has ever had a contract. So we just balanced the budget. We need to save our money for the city. Sir, wait until January. You know what he did? He didn't wait. He went over and got buddies with Jack, with David Sellers, with Jimmy Hernandez, and everybody else. And he sideswiped and got it put on the agenda. And guess what? The council approved him a 5-year big package contract. When I was going to pay him $110,000, which what John O'Hara was being paid, he went for $120,000. So he went for greed again. That was the first sign I saw. There's something wrong with this picture. But I allowed him to go ahead and continue. And I told him I wasn't going to micromanage his department. And I stayed away from that. Then I start getting complaints from city staff, city administrator, about lost ticket writers, about lost revenues for 2 to 3 months possibly. And I wrote him this letter because she's complaining to me. She won't hold him accountable because she's afraid of him, is what I told her. Are you afraid of him? This is why we're paying you $140,000. You need to take your action as city administrator and quit letting him walk all over you. Are you afraid to talk to him? So I told her, let me help you. I'll go into this meeting together and you can tell him what you need to do, and I'm there to back you up. So I wrote this letter, Chief Roger Cavasso, on 3/2/2026. This correspondence serves as formal written notice regarding expectations moving forward, including corrective action related to the recent lost ticket matter and broader operational oversight requirements. Effective immediately, the following directives are in place. Mandatory check-in is what I told you, right? So I followed up with this letter to Maria Hernandez, City Administrator, Roger Cavazos, Chief of Police. March 4th is when we had our meeting. Critical concern, loss of police equipment and associated impacts. 4 police ticket writing equipment units, each valued at approximately $3,000, which I heard now they're less, but it doesn't matter about the money, are reported missing, representing a total loss of $12,000 if they were at $3,000 in taxpayer-funded assets. To date, no written explanation has been provided by Chief Cavazos regarding how these assets were lost, steps to recover the equipment, or mitigate financial loss to the taxpayers. Whether a thorough investigation has been conducted to determine responsibility, not to mention the loss also directly affects potential revenue collection and has implications for traffic safety enforcement, as these units are essential tools for enforcing traffic regulations. Directed investigation by Chief Cavazos. To address this matter, I am formally directing Chief Cavazos to conduct an immediate thorough investigation to determine how the equipment was lost, who's responsible, whether internal controls or procedural failures contributed to the incident, to prepare and submit a written plan that outlines steps to recover the lost equipment or its financial equivalent, measures to mitigate the financial loss and calculate impact loss revenue to taxpayers, recommended improvements to internal controls to prevent future losses, provide regular status updates to the city administrator and my office until the investigation and mitigation plan are complete. I expect an interim report within 7 working days. He did not respond to me. The reason I'm bringing this up is the reason why this ordinance needs to be repealed. I am the gatekeeper for you, the taxpayers, to make sure that people like him and others do not abuse your tax dollars, take advantage of your money, of your hard-earning money. You can pay your taxes. This is why you elected me. This is why you trusted me, because I told you what I was going to do, and I've not changed my path from day one when I ran for office to where I'm presently sitting here right now. And this is why no one ran against me, because they knew that I have been doing all good for our community. And as a result of that, what do they want to do? They want to crucify me. They want to take away my powers. Because, why? Because I'm their oversight. You see, I'm the only safeguard you have to watch these guys. And they know that. That's why on the agenda further up, we're going to discuss it, how they're trying to fast track their 1-year probation. Ludicrous. Who does that unless they want to secure their job? Because they know things are not going the way they thought it was going to be. And people, whether they're new or older employees, are subject to oversight. And that's my job. I take it serious. And it's taking me hours and hours of my time to be here for you, the people. I'm not gaining anything personal out of this. I have no personal gain off of this, other than I care and I love this city and I want to make it better, because there's been so many black eyes. Look at the last lieutenant we had arrested for tampering with evidence, allegedly. He's arrested though. He was indicted and arrested. Why? Because I kept the momentum going and got the Texas Rangers involved. I called them when the council that was sitting on this board right here would not do anything to help me. They laughed at me. And I told them that my lives were in danger, my wife's life may be in danger, because we don't know who the nefarious people that are behind this, helping this guy with the drugs that was allegedly involved and all the things. And that's why that other officer got killed over that we had that was in the mafia.
Mayor, don't
So
forget
as a
you said the
result,
mafia was
all
after
of that
you, too.
stuff is what I'm protecting you of. And I'm here as your gatekeeper. So please, please support me, because it's tiring for you. I'm running up the hill with a saber in my hand, and I'm going, charge, charge. I look back, nobody's there. Help me. Help me. Help you. Because I'm getting tired.
We're here for you, sir.
I'm getting tired. And this is why people will not run for public office. That's why they won't seek it, because of the ugliness of this. This is ugly. Do you not understand the press is here? But the reason I'm doing this is because the press needs to know, the people on the outside need to know what I'm trying to accomplish here, because other cities suffer like this. Other cities go through this, and I'm trying to help. So as an example, to show other cities not allow these kind of things to happen, and to be very careful who you allow in your city. I have here a picture of our assistant chief, a person that this man hired. I also have a federal case of this man here, where he was involved in an affair, and it's public information, with a fellow officer, because he fooled me. He lied to me and he conned me. He conned me. He told me he knew nobody in this city. He told me he had no connections to anybody in this city. And he told me that he did not have any connections with John O'Hara. I have a picture right here. I will show you, that broke my heart when I saw it. And this is the first time you're going to see it. But this picture right here is you, sir. It's you right in the middle when the collective bargaining, while we were out trying to save the city money, and there is the former mayor, Lisea, Mr. Everybody was there. Everybody. And he told me he knew nobody here in the city. He lied to me. And he was there at this function to fight against the collective bargain 2 months before I even met him. And the
May I
only
make a
reason we
point of order?
the only reason we hired him was because I thought he was telling me the truth, and I thought that he was a man of honor and that he was going to do what he said he was going to do. And what he has done, he has bled our city dry. He's gone through his budget. Look at his badge. That's a brand new badge he has that he redesigned. He bought $60,000 of staccato guns, which are target guns. They're not patrol guns with lasers, with an emblem on the gun. He redesigned his whole office upstairs, brand new furniture, everything. He went hog wild, uncontrolled, eating at steakhouses and all kinds of stuff. And so that's why I'm saying, you see, oversight, the city administrator's responsibility. If I would have jumped in and said something, again, you're micromanaging, you're creating a hostile work environment. I can't say anything to them because that's always their defense. And then they put other people up to lie. And I have proof again with Mr. Enriquez. He was a city administrator at the time. And those girls that wrote the past complaints against me, they told him, one of them told him that they were put up to write those letters by Mr. Perales, our former city administrator.
Mayor, as a point of order, we're on item number 13. You've gone into all
Well,
other
it's-
items.
This is the reason why you need to repeal this, because you're going to lose your mayor's oversight over this, and there's not going to be a gatekeeper, and you are the ringleader, sir. You're leading these people because you're over there telling them they need to do this, and you are hurting our city so much by doing this. The damage you've done is irreversible.
May I be recognized?
Go right ahead, sir.
I like-
There's already a motion on the floor, remember.
I like to point out the fact that the mayor's attorney, his job is to represent the mayor and to present in the mayor's best interest. The mayor himself has acted as if he's an expert on law. He's not an attorney. And we have our own attorney that the mayor recommended to the council, which is
And I regret to this
Cynthia
day I did.
Trevino. And her job is to protect the city. And as the council, we have, sought legal counsel with our attorney. And as I stated earlier, I reached out to TML, and TML, their response is in line with what our city attorney is advising me. And I want to read a last comment real quick. In our country's history, we've moved away from dictatorship and absolute monarchy and chose a democracy built on checks and balances. The same principle applies here at the local level. The mayor is the head of the city, but the council is the body that directs, prescribes, and defines the mayor's authority. Our system is intentionally designed so that no single official, including the mayor, exercises unchecked power.
Sir, did you or did you
Amen.
not send a stripper to Councilman Burton's hotel room so that you could get his vote, so that you could get his support? Did you or not? Did you or not pay $200 for that? Did you or not? Did you or not, sir? Did you or not? Tell me the truth. Tell the people the truth.
The truth is I did send a stripper, but it had nothing to do with the vote.
Oh,
That
of
was
course
way,
it didn't.
way before we got to this
Not to
issue.
get his support, right?
Jack
Right.
Burton is a good friend of mine, and I
Right.
wanted to cheer him up.
Right.
I will make a note though that she did not strip at his request. He was embarrassed, so I outstepped my bounds.
But you see the ethics behind that. It's wrong. And you just did it to get him. And, this is what I just really loathe.
Mayor, call point
Playing
of
both
order.
sides of the fence, sir. And you're the one that told me, don't invite Jack to the darn a session we had in Houston. When I told you I was going to invite him, let him stay and share my room with him. And you said, I don't want that MF over there with me. at all. Tell them no. Tell them you can't do it.
Your Honor,
And you said same thing about the person for Vanessa. You made them think that I had her run against them. And you're the one that told me that you didn't give an FF, whether you did or not, need to get them replaced.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
I think
Jack,
that-
you're
I
being
think
played
that's enough
bad.
explanation. I
Got
think
it.
we need to vote.
Yes,
Let's
let's go
get
ahead
the
and call
vote
the
and get
vote.
it over with.
I think we've
and-
gotten it all out.
No vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor
Aye.
Aye.
of repealing it?
No.
Okay,
No.
okay? Okay, so 3 carries for nays and 2 yay to repeal. Motion fails. All right, let's move on to the next item on the agenda.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes, go right ahead. Let's take a break. Okay, the time is 8:40 PM. The gloves are off. Okay, the time is, okay, all right, the time is 9:00 PM. And we will now open back this open session again, coming back from a small break. I think Olivia, you wanted to say something, ma'am? Yes, you were, so I'm gonna allow you to go ahead and speak real quick. And since you didn't have an opportunity and I mentioned I would come back to you.
Hi, I'm Monica from 321 Crestview Drive. This is, I think, my first time coming to a council meeting, and maybe I should have been coming to more because what is going on here is chaos. This is ridiculous that you guys run our city. This is embarrassing. All of you, not just one single person, every single one of you should be embarrassed. We pay our taxes for y'all to act childish. There's a chain of command. That chain of command should always be followed. If he gets his agenda having to ask for it, somebody's not doing their job. He shouldn't have to ask for an agenda to a council meeting. This all needs to get worked out because us as taxpayers, we're going to start questioning where our money is going. Having an office redone instead of giving the fire department masks, that's freaking ridiculous. Things need to get done here and things need to change, or else I will start going out there publicly on y'all's Facebook. People need to know what's going on here, and y'all are keeping this secretive. Then bring the public in on this of who's filing disputes instead of locking somebody out of their office. I don't think that should be. But then again, I also don't think an office should be in the mall. I think the office should be here.
Won't give me an office here.
The office always, the mayor should be located here. Now, I'm sure you're having to pay a lease in the mall. I don't approve it. I don't approve an office being redone. I approve for our firemen to get new masks. Those are life-saving things that they need, and y'all have to vote on that. Why don't you vote on getting an office redone? Because I vote against that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to the next item. Number 14, the legality and authority of the lockout and code access suspension of the mayor of municipal facilities. So basically in the ordinance which you just passed right now, basically continues for you to lock me out, and I have no access to City Hall other than public places. I don't have access to get my mail. I don't have access to get my agenda. I don't have access to staff or anyone else. And council, I'm going to leave it up to you to do what it, at this point right now, I pretty much don't want to go in the pattern that we did earlier in the first phase. I think I've said pretty much everything I have to until we get to the other agenda items, but people are watching, people are listening, and people know what you're doing up here on the dais. So it's going to be on you to take responsibility for your actions. So what say you, council? I'll open it up for discussion. The legality and the authority of the lockout and code access suspension of the mayor from municipal facilities. Nowhere in the ordinance did it say you can lock me out. That was something that the chief took on his own self. Whoever gave him those instructions was wrong, illegal, and it shouldn't have been done. I can't even get out of the parking facility. I don't have a code to get out or a code to get back in. The only thing I have is my clicker. That's now how I figured out how I can get in and out, at least from the secure parking that I helped get put in there by a referral and bringing somebody in to weld that for us at a very cheap price for you guys. And put you together, chief, to do that. And I can't even get in to my own building that way. So what say you, council?
Mayor, may I have the floor?
Yes, sir. The citizens are listening.
I'm addressing the council, I suppose. That item number 14 was resolved by failing item number 13. And I think the reason is that since March of 2024 to present, you've had over 20 allegations of misconduct, of harassment, of threatening to fire employees. And what we're trying to accomplish here is an investigation into all of those complaints. And until that investigation is complete, we don't want you getting in accusers' faces with any harsh comments or threats. And I think that's a consensus of this. Do my colleagues have anything else to say?
Well,
Yes, I do.
Mayor, I'd like to be
Council-
recognized.
Woman Reaver?
That is not our mayor. Our mayor has never done that. He has never threatened anybody. He has never attacked anybody. And he has never really
There's
yelled.
over
He's-
30 lives.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Councilman Sellers, she's speaking.
He may use a stern voice because I've heard a stern voice, but I have not heard yelling or disrespect. Now, when somebody tells, my boss tells me to do something, if he uses a stern voice, I cannot say he yelled at me. He disrespected me. I get fired because he doesn't do that. He did it in a stern voice. And that is what your boss is supposed to do. If you don't want to listen to him the first time, he's going to have to say it a second time. And if he says it a second time, it'll get a little bit sterner. But he will not yell. That is not as a profession. He's very professional. He's a very good mayor. And y'all better start sticking up for him. Because he is good and he may be stern, but he has a right to be stern. He has a right to all these injustices he's trying to fix. And when they don't like to get fixed or they get caught, they don't want to be caught. Okay, I thought Maria was a lot stronger. I wanted her to be here because I said, come on, us women will stick together. You know, apparently she's not as strong as I thought, but I'm hoping she's going to get there because she can be. I know she can be. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilman, Councilmember Weaver.
Mayor,
Any
may I
further
be
discussion?
recognized?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I have a question for council. I just noticed this, items 13, 14, and 15 don't have any possible action or anything for action. It looks like they're just discussion items.
Okay,
I'm reading through
and
that.
we're discussing it.
You are correct, sir. That there's no action items on these or
Okay.
as listed.
So we are discussing them.
Okay.
Okay.
So there is no
Thank you,
action to
sir.
take.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we can't take any action even if we wanted to? Just to discuss it?
Well, again, is we can take action either way, whether it says action or not action on it. It is within the purview of the city council as a
Actually,
governing body. Excuse me, don't interrupt me, ma'am, please. It is a governing body to take action if you want to. Go
all
ahead,
the,
ma'am.
all the business items fall under the heading of the business items, which say the following items are for discussion, consideration, and possible action.
Possible action. Okay, possible action.
That's why I just said what I said. So.
Well, then I make a motion to repeal
Yeah,
that.
it does have action items as of the topic of the very top of the list. So again, how is the council's Do we have a motion on the floor for legality and authority of the lockout access code suspension of the mayor? Is that what you want or you don't want that?
I don't want that. I make a motion that we deny it.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilmember Weaver. Do we have a second to that motion?
I second it.
Okay, Councilman Bersall has seconded that motion. Now I'll call for any further discussion. Who wants to be recognized first? Councilman Burton, turn your mic on. There you go.
Okay. Chief Cavazos, can you elaborate on why the lockout during an investigation?
Mr. Burton and council, the reason for a lockout during this investigation is to protect the employees' rights at the time. As you can see tonight, the mayor has gone on a very long rant, and specifically, I guess this council meeting was about me. I have no idea why, but in order to protect any investigation, as I have done many throughout almost 37 years of my career, we do not divulge anything that we've learned from a complainant. We keep the complainants away from any suspects, and that is the purpose of doing this, to protect their rights, to protect their safety, and to allow them to feel unpressured during the interview process.
Thank you.
Okay, and may I ask you, Chief, have you conducted an investigation and have sent your officers to any of the employees that are being conducted an investigation? Because you're not the investigative authority on this. Have you had a sergeant or lieutenant or a captain talk to any employee here in the city and start conducting an investigation and asking them to pull documents or anything to support these complainants without authority?
The answer to that question, sir, simply is no.
No. And if I was to produce somebody that would contrary say that, then what would you say?
I'd still say no.
I
I
thought
did not
so.
direct anybody to do any of that.
The veracity of your answer will be determined later on. And yes, this is the time and the place to do it because people need to know, like the lady said earlier, she doesn't know what's going on because y'all aren't being transparent. You're doing things in a secret manner and you're trying to circumvent the process. And that's what angers me, is people like you that do that stuff. And it's illegal, it's wrong, and it's terrible for the taxpayer. So the legality and the authority of the code suspension of the mayor from municipal facilities. We have a vote on the floor. Okay?
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Well, further discussion? Yes, go right ahead.
So regarding the lockout and suspension of the mayor from municipal facilities, the mayor, when he first was elected, voluntarily gave up his office here. He did not want an office out of this location. He wanted the office across the street at WODA. That was his purview. And we went through a lot of, I'm going to say, council meetings to get that approved at his request. That's why his office is there. So being that we're trying to protect the employees from any possible retaliation, I don't see why it would be a problem for the mayor to continue to conduct business at his office at WODA. That's all I have to say.
Councilman Eversole?
I have a different story with that. The way I saw that story is that the mayor had a office in the basement of this building. And then the previous council elected to move him in with the senator and put him where the Jazz Fest guy was. And so he was going to move over there and they go, no. What we're going to do is going to create an office for you. And then they're going to create an office. So they created the office. And then after that, they told him he couldn't move in. And so that's kind of round and round. And I think it's where it is right now. But I thought it was a pretty crappy story.
Councilmember Weaver?
Well, in a hospital or any other private company, if you have problems with your boss, you go through human resources, but the boss is never told not to come to work. And he's never given any kind of reprimand or to the employee who filed the complaint, because that's according to human resources, you're not supposed to. So apparently you're doing this because that's what you feel, or that's what the lawyer feels or whatever, but in a business, they don't do that. In a business, they don't tell the boss, no, you got to stay home because that guy made a complaint about you. It doesn't work that way. So I don't know why it works that way here.
And to clarify, ladies and gentlemen, I won't speak too much more about this. That office does not belong to me. That belongs to the taxpayers of Balcones Heights. That office was an office that is going to be the city visitor center. It is an office that belongs to the council and to the mayor and to the EDC and everybody. You guys, Jimmy and others, have said that's the mayor's office. I have never referred to it as my office. I have referred to it as the annex office. And case in point, Jack has a desk there and he's got his business cards on that desk. And yeah, well, you put your cards on that desk. And he said, I want to have my card. This is going to be my desk. Right. Yeah. And everybody, I invited and welcomed everyone. Yes, because I'm the mayor. Okay. I didn't do that. You know who did that? Remember Mrs. Spence? She's the one that did that. They put everything in there, the desk and everything. Why? Because I gave up the office to the senator so that now here's the real truth so y'all know. So that the senator could bring income into the city so we could rent it at full rate because he was only paying like $3,300 a month to the city. That increased to almost $6,000 because I said, let him have the office so that he can be and completely have that office, which he should have never actually ever rented that office because you can't sublease. That's something the former mayor did and the council did back then. They subleased to him. That was not in the contract.
Mayor,
So what ended up happening is we got now extra income. That is a city office. That's all it is.
Mayor,
It's not my office.
I'd like to call a point of order. We're getting too far away from the item.
Okay, well, let's move on to the item. But I just want to make sure the truth is told. Don't give half truths, Jimmy. The legality and authority of the lockout and code access suspension of the mayor. We have a vote on the floor by Councilmember Weaver, and second by Councilman Ebersol. Let's go ahead and we've had discussion. Is there any more other discussion? Okay, let's have the vote. All in favor?
All right.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Nay.
3 nays and 2 ayes. The motion carries. It still suspends me from being able to access and in all my code access from the municipal facilities.
Mayor, may I have the
So
floor?
basically, I'm locked out.
I'd like to make a motion to address item 11.
Hold on, we're not even finished with this one here. So we had a vote of 3-2, 3 yays and 3 nays,
No.
correct?
3 nays.
Excuse me, 3 nays and 2 yays, correct. Okay, so now we'll move on to item number 15. Item number 15, legality and legal rationale for proscribing, not prescribing, proscribing duties of the mayor when there is no express authority to do so under section 22072 of the Texas Local Government Code. So again, council, I'll call for discussion on this and see what is your wish on this. We have any discussion from the council? Anybody want to address this?
Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, Councilman Hernandez, go right ahead.
I noticed that you have included the wording proscribing where we have used the word prescribing, and because your distinguished attorney has, said I'm going to say a specific difference. I'm in favor of, let me see here. Of this, that, yeah, we're not proscribing anything, but we have prescribed certain things. So,
Proscribe or prescribe? Prescribe.
yeah, I'm in favor of this because we do not proscribe your duties. We prescribe them.
Okay, so what's your point?
Just made my point. I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, so thank you so much. You're not in
I
favor of
second
it?
that.
Well, we're not calling for a vote right now, Councilman Sellers. Pay attention to what we're doing. Okay, we're in discussion right now, okay?
May I be recognized?
So, anyone else need to
May I be
Um,
recognized?
Do we have a motion on the floor yet? And we can call for further discussion? Okay, so go right ahead, Councilman Burton.
I'd like legal counsel on this. Are we proscribing or are we prescribing?
So the actions that y'all have taken are pursuant to the local government code, which allows y'all to prescribe actions, which y'all have done. This here is written in the reverse saying proscribing, which generally means limiting. So again, you're not limiting the mayor's authority by the ordinance. You're just limiting for that short time period his contact with city staff.
Thank you.
So,
Thank-
Mr. Burton, she just contradicted herself. Did you hear what she said? We're not doing that, but yet we're doing it just for a little while. Either you're pregnant or you're not pregnant.
No, what I said was we are not limiting the duties of the office of mayor. What we are limiting is your contact with city staff.
You're limiting my powers, ma'am.
Again, agree to disagree.
Okay, so do we have a motion on the floor? We did right ready and have a second? Or no? What do we have? Okay, I'm gonna entertain.
No
a motion.
action.
I entertain a motion for the item. We have a motion on the floor for no express authority under the section 22072. Basically, the council is saying that there is no legality and legal rationale for prescribing duties of the mayor when there is no express authority to do so under section 22072 of the Texas Local Government Code.
Are you calling, do you want
Yes,
action?
yes, because under the business items, as we mentioned earlier, these are action items as well. Anything under the business section is an action item, regardless whether it says or not.
I just wanted to ask.
Are you telling him how to vote by shaking your head like that, Mr.?
I'm thinking we need clarification on.
That's why I'm asking council, if we're hinging this on one word, if it's gonna get to the legal, I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be, so.
Mayor, may I have the floor?
Hold on, Mr. Burton still has the floor.
We're hinging this on one word, prescribing and proscribing, and I'm a little confused, if you will.
This is the mayor's item, so I can't really speak to it. Again, I'm just would be reiterating what I've already said.
I yield.
Mayor,
Okay,
may I have the floor?
Councilman Sellers, go right ahead.
I'm going to make a motion that we do not take action on this item.
Okay,
Second that motion.
okay. You understand the motion, Ms. Weaver? What he's saying is.
You're not taking any action.
Any
on it.
action whatsoever on it. Okay, do we have a second by Ms. Weaver?
Oh, no. She's seconded by
Or by Mr. Eversol? Okay.
Jimmy.
Who seconded the motion?
Jimmy.
Jimmy did, okay. So Mr. Hernandez has seconded the motion. Okay, I'll call for any further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, so we have 2 nays and 3 ayes. All right, so we move that no action be taken on it. Now let's go ahead and start with, let's get the item number 1, discussion and possible action required under Texas Government Code 2254 for City of Balcones Heights to provide a written statement and findings of the need for specialized contingent fee legal services. Mr. Hernandez, go right ahead.
Item 1, 2, and 3 are for the same item. And Mr. Ronald is here from Linebarger to explain.
Good evening, council, mayor, city
Yes.
manager. Thank you. This is a renewal of the tax contract for delinquent tax collections. The House Bill 2826 has prescribed to us to put this type of recommendation under 1, 2, and 3. The first is an action regarding that the Texas Government Code 2254 and the City of Balcones Heights to provide a written statement and findings of the need for specialized contingent fee legal services, which is delinquent tax collections. The second item is discussion and possible action and ordinance authorizing use of County Heights to enter in a collection contract for the tax collections under 20%, for the amount of 20%. That means it's a statutory amount. Nothing comes out of the city coffers. And the code section 630, 3307, 3308, and 3311, and 3348 of the Texas Property Tax Code. And finally, item number 3, discussion possible action of entering into agreement with Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson and the city of Paconis Heights for the collection of delinquent property taxes. Just a brief history. I mean, since we've been doing this, we're currently at 99.9% from 2010 all the way through 2023 at 99.5%. The most current turnover, tax year 2024, as of February 28th, we're at 98.8% collections. We can never get to 100% because remember, you got those under payment arrangements, under litigations, tax deferrals, meaning over 65, military disabilities, and so forth.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
I was just crunching some numbers right now on it. So it's just 20%, right? That's normal.
That's a statutory under the tax code, 20%, and it's nothing out of the city's coffers.
You've done a pretty phenomenal job, which we'll get into in a little bit on your performance on this, on the next item. So this is item number 1. How say you, council?
Mayor, anybody recognize?
Yes, Councilman Burton.
Can we take these as a whole? If can?
Yes, sir.
I would move to make a motion to enter into the items on the agenda 1, 2, and 3 as a whole for approval.
Okay, so you want to knock all 3 of them out? I'll go ahead and approve that.
Mayor, I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, we have a second to that motion. Call for any further discussion, any questions?
Yes, Mayor, I have a
Hold
question.
on one second, sir. Let me finish. So discussion, so there could be 3 items, council, just so you know. One will be, so the public will understand and know what's going on, is item number 1 regarding the Texas Government Code 2254 for City of Balcones Heights to provide a written statement and the finding of the need for specialized contingent fee legal services, which is 20%, as Mr. Rocha has pointed out. The second one is action of an ordinance to approve authorizing the City of Balcones Heights to enter a collection contract for delinquent tax collections by authorizing a collection fee in the amount of 20% to defray cost of collecting delinquent taxes, Texas Public Tax Code 6.30, 3307, 3308, 3311, and 3348. The next one will be discussion and possible action of entering an agreement with Linebarger, Guggen, Blair, and Sampson LLP, City of Balcones Heights, for the collection of any delinquent property taxes. Anybody have any concerns on these 3 items that you would like to discuss and bring to the attention of the public and the council? Councilman Sellers?
I'd like for you to reiterate what you said about over 65
Correct.
veterans and disabled. Are you
So-
excluding or including?
They are excluded from any tax collection. So if you have a homestead and you apply for your homestead, you apply for your over 65, your disability, your military disability, anything that the appraisal district allows you to get a deferral on your taxes prevents any type of delinquent tax collections under the tax code. So
So the second question is this for property tax only?
this is for property tax only, but also with the contract includes co-compliance. So at no cost, if there's someone with co-compliance, if they have property taxes delinquent, the tax statute allows us to include those co-compliance liens, as long as the liens are filed with the county clerk from the city, into the tax lawsuit. So at the time of foreclosure, it includes the taxes due plus co-compliance liens that have been filed with the county clerk also due.
You mentioned the word foreclosure. What's the time frame on that to happen?
Every tax case is different. Because once you get let's say, for instance, you have a delinquent tax and we send a letter out for collections, you get on a payment contract. The payment contract prevents a lawsuit. Now, the next step, let's say you don't get on a payment contract and you get on a tax lawsuit. If you get on a payment arrangement while we're in a tax lawsuit, that prevents foreclosure. So it just depends on the property owner and what and how they do it. So each tax lawsuit is different depending on the situation of that property owner.
Just want to ask if the council members understand that.
Well,
And
I'll
I
ask
yield
that
the floor.
question, Mr. Sellers, yeah. So,
May I be
any other
recognized?
concerns?
I was gonna-
Councilman Burton?
This is not collections for police tickets or anything like that.
No, this is just property tax.
Strictly property tax.
Correct,
So
correct.
Just wanted to make that clear. And is there a revenue amount you can tell me, other than just 98%? What does that equate?
Let me tell you, I could tell you the report I have right now. So your adjusted levy, your value from 2024 was over $2 million. What got turned over to us at the time was $26,215. That is still delinquent. That's at that time was 98.8%. We're collecting that last percentage that is still due. So let me see if I have a current. So every month, every year I send an annual tax collection report every year. If you guys want it monthly, quarterly, just let us know. But every August I send a report out, and I'm just percentage wise for 2023, as of February 28th, you're looking at delinquency $10,125.98 base tax. That's 99.5%.
Bad about that. Is that before you take your 20% or after you take your 20%?
No, that's the base tax. So we don't get, the 20% is added after it gets turned over to us. So this is the turnover amount. Correct.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so let's go ahead and call the vote now for all three items. And the third item will be to instruct staff and whoever needs to sign the contract to go ahead and enter into agreement with Linebarger, Guggen, Blair, and Sampson for the collection of delinquent property tax at said agreed services. So do we have a motion on the floor to accept?
We had a motion and
We
a
had?
second.
Okay, well, who made the motion and who's got the second?
I made the motion.
Okay, so you got the motion. Who had the second on that? Jimmy Hernandez? Okay, so we have the second. We've had discussion. Now let's go ahead and call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so you got, how many ayes? Two? All of them? Nay? None. Okay, all ayes have carried. 5-0 vote. I'm sorry, I was caught on trying to do the figuring on the 20% with the section of the delinquent tax that you were trying to explain. I got it though.
Thank you.
I understand with the
Council,
99
thank you.
collection rate. You've done a fine job, Ronald. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, forgive me. I'm trying to get this written down real quick. All right, so now we have item number 4, discussion and possible action regarding contractor bids and selection for the visitor center. Ms. Hernandez?
That was passed out as an additional form. It looks like this.
The reason we just turned this in is because the bid just came in on Friday afternoon.
Good
Sorry,
evening.
I couldn't hear you, Ms. Hernandez. What did you say?
The reason we just added this to your packet is because the bids just came in Friday afternoon. So we needed time to add the bids and in the numbers on this page.
Okay, well, that's on your services on your end. Go ahead, Mr. Benavides.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. So yes, we did have the deadline as of Friday to submit the bids, and we did have 2 contractors submit. The first being CGC at $277,700, and then Bandy Constructors at $581,000. I think this one is a no-brainer of which contractor to select, but after reviewing their bid forms and documents, they were also both scored, and CGC came up with 86 points. Because the other contractor was over, they came in negative points because you actually get deducted points for being over the budget. But I do also want to touch base on the reasoning of the visitor center. I hadn't mentioned it the last time, but the project overview, the idea of the visitor center is to create a high visibility visitor hub that promotes Balcones Heights as a destination for arts, culture, shopping, dining, and hospitality.
It's also to enhance tourism and the convention hospitality sector. And that's all I have on the visitor center from the last meeting we had.
Council, Hassan,
Can I be recognized?
any questions for the engineer?
Yeah, may I be recognized?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Burton.
You know, a citizen stood up here a while ago and we're haggling over $250,000 to redo an office building into a visitor center when we're struggling to get breathing apparatuses, life-saving breathing apparatuses for our fire department. And I think I came up with this term in my first term as a city councilman. It's a nicety. It's nice to have, but do we really need this? You know, when we're struggling to get something that's life-saving and needed, I just, $277,700 to redo a room. I feel like it muddies the water between the EDC trying to divest our interest in the mall. And I just think it's an expenditure, and it's an extravagant expenditure. That's my opinion. That's not any other's opinion up here. That's just my personal opinion.
My understanding is correct. I'm not sure if the funds for what is paying for the equipment is actually the same funds for the visitors.
No, this is hot funds. This
Right.
come out of
Just
this
to
come out of hot
clarify
funds.
to the public.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure you understood,
But
because you're making it sound like it's coming out of the general
no,
fund. or the
it's
city
not
fund.
coming out. It's coming out of hot funds.
Okay.
And when you delete it, when you delete those funds like that, we've only got one hotel in our city to refeed that fund. And I mean, I got to say, you do fabulous work. I think it's a great thing. I think the mayor's put a lot of time into it. I know Roger's put a lot of time into it. That's just my opinion. I think $277,000 is an expense that, you know, when we're splitting hairs for this man's equipment, life-saving equipment.
They're not the same funds.
It's in the city coffers, you know?
No, it's not.
It
It's
is.
not, Jack. You need to study your budget. You need, as long as you've been a councilman.
I understand.
I know, but as long as you've been in a council, as you've been a councilman before in the past and now, I'm surprised you're saying that, because you know we have to use that hotel tax money. We can't just let it sit there. So we came up with the idea, utilizing the hotel motel tax to still not affect the musical events we're going to be having, but it's for arts. It has to be used. You cannot let it sit in that fund, because it's money from the hotel and they want that money spent on things that are going to bring heads in beds. So the purpose of the visitor center is to provide a venue, which all cities have, a visitor center, so that tourists can come. You can sell your T-shirts for the city, make Balcones Heights safe, all that stuff. It's all for promoting tourism in the community and making the city more visible and creating an optical for the city that it's got tourism and bringing people into art to spend money.
I agree with you, and I respect what you're saying,
Mhm.
but you're going to have to sell a lot of T-shirts and a lot of Fiesta medals to pay for
That's
that.
not the purpose.
But
To sell.
please,
Just a
I
part.
didn't interrupt you.
Okay, go right ahead,
I'm
sir.
saying, you know, and you're saying we need to use that money. We are using that money. We fund the Hispanic Trails, we fund the Jazz Festival, and now we're funding a Fiesta event that's more than 3 times what we pay for our Jazz Festival. And we are using the funds, and we're using them. I think you are being thrifty with them, but it's only me. I mean, there's 4 other council members up here that don't have to agree
Okay.
with me. I'm just saying that this is an extravagant that, you know, we are using, and we are trying to promote the city with those music things and the Hispanic Trails. And I Yield the floor.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes.
Councilman Sellers?
I'm in agreement with Jack. I don't really care what funds it comes out of. It's money that we should not be spending. And is this visitor center going to be operating out of the so-called office in the mall that you stated earlier?
Yes, there's a private.
And you're going to spend $200,000 to do that? Is that right, Jack?
277.
That's asinine.
700,000.
I'm totally against that.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Yield the floor, Mr. Sellers. Yield the floor. Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
My concern is this, and I will say, I actually like the idea of having a visitor center, but with our most recent Economic Development Corporation meeting that we had with, I'm going to say, I can't remember the attorney's name that we had on Zoom, but there's two possible outcomes. One, if we sell the mall, if we get a potential buyer and if we sell the mall, I'm not sure if spending $277,000 now and then have a potential new owner, how that might change with our lease. And so I don't know, Mr. Enriquez, if you can.
Would you come up to the mic, please, so that it could be recorded and documented, please?
So the temporal order would be approving first, if you do approve or if you don't approve. But if you should approve, then at that point, the discussions have already begun with current management to extend that lease, which is a true $0 lease. Well, actually, it's a $1 lease with no CAM, which means no maintenance, nothing. It's a true $1 a year lease, to extend that lease for a period of time, which they've already agreed to do.
Okay. And then there was a second item, which was in closed session, Dr. Enriquez, which I don't want to, say because it was
Correct.
Attorney privileges, but.
I was getting nervous when you started talking.
But if that second item were to happen, then, my.
Same result.
Same result. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Any other comments? Any other discussions? Do you have, are you on the agenda or anything for it?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Vanessa. Okay, ladies first, Vanessa, and then right after that, Charlie. And I think, Ms. Sellers, did you want something to say? I'll allow it. Oh. Yeah. Do you mean the gentleman in the wheelchair? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Yes.
So just one small thing I kind of wanted to mention, because obviously I came from another spot where we have much larger cities, but smaller people. One of the big things that did happen when our visitor center went in, which we ended up turning a visitor center and turned it into a, I'm trying to think what the other, the commission's office, turned around and the revenues went up because more people came to the visitor center, which allowed us to be able to get all the different businesses out. We have a lot of businesses in San Antonio none of us know about. And Belcone Heights, I should say, that none of us know about. Like, I didn't even know there was a bakery across the street until I actually went out there and stood one day. Something like that, no joke. They go to this visitor center and they're like, oh, well, where you all expect the best bakery? And they see a bunch of cards. That's going to help us grow. That's going to help the taxes come up. That's going to help bring the revenue in. The visitor center, yes, I understand that you're a little complicated with the whole thing with the bills. But that's no, I mean, you did that, $450,000 for a piece of equipment we didn't actually fully need at the moment. 250 to redo. So, I mean, there's 1,000,001 things that we've misspent possibly money on that we aren't all transparent to. And this is something that can bring a bigger revenue to not just the mall, but to the smaller businesses, the people who don't have the advertisement that the mall does. And the visitor center was a huge thing. Granted, like I said, my city was spread out over I want to say it was 65 miles in Maine, you know, because it is a lot different up there than it is down here. But the visitor center, it was a huge thing. They brought a lot in. So shooting that down is almost, I mean, to me, coming from having seen it actually increase and gain to the city, that's a huge thing for me. It's actually, I highly would recommend it because of things like the small businesses. Several small businesses have come to you guys complaining that they're not getting the sales. This is an opportunity to get them out in the open. Even in the mall. I hear the word mall. I don't want to go to the mall because there's too many things, but I'll go to a visitor center and find out where people like, because you can always tell by which cards they take out, which pamphlets they take out. I mean, if you were selling, I'm going to use your hat as an example because I kind of like your hat. If you were selling 100 of those, but no one except the people who saw it on your head, how many are you going to sell? Just the people who see it. You don't see the whole city. Prime example, you haven't, you don't know my complex. If you walk through with that hat in my complex, you'd probably have 5, 6 people ask you where you got it. So this is an opportunity for everyone to see everything.
And I can, like I said, I preference myself. I'm putting myself out there. This is my opinion. I'm not speaking for any of these people. I just think it's not a good move.
But when you voice your opinion here, these people also get persuaded on one particular way.
So
And how can we persuade you a different way to make the city better if we can't do this?
well, let me ask you, if
Okay.
I may, Mayor. Let me ask you, if that office building is on fire and smoke's coming out of that fire, and these guys got to go inside that mall and put out a fire, and they don't have the right breathing apparatuses, where's your visitor center now?
Then why did we spend $450,000 to turn around and get a new system that was outdated when we should have done life-saving measures
That's
with fire?
not for me to talk. I mean, if you want, if I can talk about it, I will tell you.
But he just told you this isn't from that.
The point is this, so I can help neutralize this. It's a hot fund, and you're talking as though it affects the fire department's budget with what they need.
Nope, it's a hot
It's
fund.
all of us knew. That's why Councilman Hernandez said, let's defer it so that we can study it, so we can determine where the cost money is going to come forward, make a decision in the next meeting. But that has nothing to do with the hotel motel tax line.
I agree with
And
you.
you're combining the two, and it's not relevant.
Well, I did explain that we have 3 events that, one that we've never done before, that's a, a big expenditure that we've never budgeted for. But we've got Hispanic Trails and the Jazz Fest that milk those funds. And for those of you out there, a hot fund is the hotel motel tax, and it's a fenced fund, which means you can only use it for promotion of the city.
Visitors Bureau, Convention Visitors Bureau.
And who's going to staff this visitors bureau?
That comes out of the hotel motel tax fund
But
as well. We got enough money.
There's
There's enough funds in
gonna
that
staff
account
it?
to handle it all.
I'm asking who's going
Well,
to staff.
the EDC will take that step when it's out of your hands, because it's the EDC that's going to be managing that. That's the EDC's fund.
Well, we can,
Hotel motel
we
tax
can
fund.
all agree to disagree, and I'll
Okay,
leave it at
well, I
that.
hope I answered your questions. Mr. Benavides, any other thing?
Just wanted to add to her point, there's a quote by Steve Jobs, and whoever doesn't know Steve Jobs, it's the creator of the iPhones, that's probably in a lot of people's hands, is how do you know what people want if they haven't even seen it yet? And so this is exactly one of those moments that, like the lady mentioned, it can bring revenue. And one of the ideas is to promote through a hologram, and it's electronic. It's just through electricity. You're not having to reprint advertisement, or it's something that you control from your phone, and it's just an endless cycle of advertisement. Whether it's the small businesses, it's not a business here, but if I mention Miramacha, how many people can raise their hand and know that small business in downtown San Antonio? You guys can do that here with smaller businesses through this hologram feature. The mayor and I had talked about other promotions that can happen through the hologram, but it is a way to create revenue.
And just so everybody knows, we had a meeting with Marriott Hotel, the only source of that income. They're in total agreement of what we're doing. They approve of it. They want us to join in more forces with them. We had a meeting, at that same meeting, with a representative of SeaWorld. And he is going to be providing tickets for the community at discount rate. They'll be putting these things out at the center, possibly getting transportation to and from Balcones Heights for people that come for tourism that will be able to operate out of the visitor center. So it's a win-win situation, and most cities will do that to promote not using their general funds, but out of the hotel motel tax fund. So I hope we have beat it over the head enough, Councilman.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this until, as Dr. Enriquez suggested, that we extend that lease and get the terms of the lease. And then we could move forward with the
Okay.
As I said, the temporal order would be for you to approve it and then extend the lease. You don't have to spend the money, okay? You don't have to spend it, but you see how that would be counterintuitive to extend the lease. What if we don't want to extend the lease because you're not going to ever approve the funds?
Gotcha.
Am I explaining that?
Yes, sir.
You can always say, okay, we approve this, but until contingent upon the extension of the lease. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Thank
Would you like to
Okay.
retract your motion and consider another motion?
I'll retract the motion.
Okay. I think we have one more speaker that
Yeah.
wanted to address. He signed up, and then you can make your motion, Mr. Hernandez.
Greetings, council. This was not on the internet, so how big a space is this?
It is approximately 1,700 square feet.
So,
And that's divided between the private space of the offices and then the front half of the visitor center.
so your
Almost equally.
finish out is what, $15 a foot?
No.
And so what are you getting with it? You're getting all new lighting, painting, carpet, any offices, cable, internet, electricity?
$158 a square foot.
$58 a square foot.
58.
And what amenities are you going to put in? Offices?
It's completely redesigned. There'll be a conference room. There'll be 2 offices for staff. There will be which is what currently has right now, be a kitchen. It's completely being cut out completely. There's going to be 2 monitors in the front when people walk in, and there's going to be 1 hologram in the middle that will welcome people to just show what's on our history book where the soldiers used to walk on Fredericksburg Road. That's going to be like a live hologram showing soldiers walking. And then it can be changed from time to time. It has the same storage room. Everything that it has currently right now, it's open. So it's going to be completely all redesigned.
Okay.
So it's no longer going to be what everybody's been referring to as a mayor's office. This is going to be a real, true convention city visitor bureau. It's what we were supposed to do some time back, even in the past administration was attempting to do that. So all we're doing is just following up on that to get something going. So we have people to come from all over that are visiting Balcones Heights.
So basically, it's about 3 times the size of this room.
Roughly, something like that.
So here's the bottom line, because there's no, I can't look up the budget because there's no departmental. How much money's in the hot funds? How much money do you have in the hot funds?
I think, Maria, get the correct number, please. Total amount. There's plenty of money in there for it. And then we have more money coming in.
What do you, is it like
It keeps
$800,000?
keeps replenishing.
Of course.
Right now, we have 434,436.
How much is, y'all estimate the Fiesta at? You're gonna have
About 30,000.
30,000.
And that's dropping electrical in there, in the stage. That's cheap. And Jazz Alive is,
We're giving. So the mall, we checked, and there was a presentation that was made before this was done.
I don't know how to share it with the public, but.
Mayor, may I answer that?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go to their website. We have the packet from last month and the drawings are there. If not, I can always send them to you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Mr. Benavides, any others?
I'd say do it.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, let's move on and go ahead and call for your
I,
vote.
I have one question for Maria, the city administrator. You had mentioned to me something about the park and that the hotel had said that they send a lot of people to our park, and that with the current grant that we have, that we're supposed to have like 20 or 30% funded by the city, and that comes out of hot funds. Like it, do you know if the hotel would be in favor of the park over the visitor center, or like what if they have a preference or priority?
I think when the time comes up, we can be able to afford both. But yes, we learned that the hotel sends people over to our park, even to have their dogs walked around. And that's a lot of people that they send, because they told us that people walk around the hotel, just round and round, and they go out and tell them, go to the Balcones Heights Park. It's a better place to walk. So we are applying for a CDBG grant. We have a resolution on the agenda for tonight. We're asking for a little bit over $1 million to renovate the entire park. That's just phase one. In that, we're asking the county for 80%, and we'll be matching 20%. Usually they cover 30-70. So we're hoping that they do allow us to get that 80%, and for the city to cover 20, and we can use hotel funds to cover our share of the cost.
So we don't have enough to cover both then if our portion is 200,000 and Jazz Fest and the Fiesta, and then with another 277. So it's kind of like, which one is better? I think my motion then, Mayor, would be to table this till next month and allow us to do some research on the park, investigate with the hotel, and see which one they would prefer.
Every month we received between 16,000 to 18,000 on sales tax from the hotel. So that's why that account will keep growing.
Did you say 16 or 60?
16.
16. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor. Let's go ahead and move forward. Do we have a second to Mr. Hernandez's motion to defer?
I second
further
that.
Investigation and inquiry?
I second
Councilman
it.
Sellers has seconded that motion. I'll open it up for just a quick little more discussion on it. Any other discussion? Councilman Sellers, very briefly.
Do we get any rent money from any stalls at the mall now? Yes or no?
Yes, we do. We have one spot that we rent. Normally is the Spirit of Halloween that gets rented, right? I think at the end of this month, we have it rented to an individual for 3 days. So it's $1,000 a day. So that will be receiving $3,000.
Do we split that money with Sidwise?
No, we don't.
And how much are we going to rent this visitor center out?
The dollar, we rent it out from the mall for $1 a year.
$1 a year.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Benavides, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the vote. All in favor
Aye.
to defer?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Councilman Burton? Aye, okay, so 5-0, no nays. Motion carries. Okay, let's move into the next item. We've already covered, item number 5. We already covered item number, page over here. Item number 6. Now we'll move to item number 7. Consider an action to adopt the resolution 2026-07R, authorize the submittal of an application for the 2026 Community Development Block Grant Funds for Rogers Park Phase 1. Mr. Ibarque, Community Development Director.
Evening, Council, Mayor. Maria already explained what we're looking to do. We're looking to pass a resolution in order to submit this application to Bear County for the CDBG grant. Typically, we seek an 80-20 split, but looking at previous projects, it's been between 50-50, 60 for county, 40 for city, and 30-70. So again, we're hoping for a 80-20 split, but it's not guaranteed. But this just authorizes me to be able to apply for the grant, which has a deadline of March 31st here.
Okay, do you have questions for our Community Development Department?
Yeah, be recognized.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Just to make sure, we only get one of those per calendar year. And so this would run right after phase 3, if accepted by the county. This would be it right after Crestview phase 3, right?
There would be a year wait period in between because there was no CDBG grant that was applied for last year. Crestview Phase 3 was applied for in 2024 and approved that same funding cycle. So there's nothing for 2025 of last year, which would start the project upcoming, right? So we're looking at 2 years or so, year and a half, 2 years before we get started on the park.
And then where does Hillcrest fall?
Hillcrest falls next calendar year.
Is that also CDBG? or-
No, that's MPO. That's going to be federal funding through the Alamo Area Municipal Planning Organization. It's a text dot grant. Yep.
Any further questions for our community manager, block manager, development manager?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the submittal of the application.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez has made the motion. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Councilman Burton has seconded that motion. Any further discussion, any questions from the council? Okay. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays? Okay, ayes have it. 5 ayes, no nays. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Okay, discussion, item number 8, discussion and possible action regarding the Jazz Festival name and date. Ms. Hernandez, go right ahead.
We met with the individuals from the mall from Wonderland of Americas and Mr. David Munoz regarding the Jazz Festival. They've been asking, what are we going to be doing this year? Because we're late at planning if we want a Jazz Festival for July. But they said that if the city council decided to have a Jazz Festival in July, we can still be able to pull it off. They reminded us that this is not just a city event. This is a 3-party event. It's the city, Wonderland of Americas, and Mr. David Munoz or iHeart Radio. So the city never takes the whole bill. It's divided between the different parties. You know, the mall pays for certain items. David Munoz does, promotion, and the city pays for different items. I think lighting, the VIP event, things like that. So they wanted to know if the council wants to have it for July, and if they want to still have it as a jazz festival. They need to know now.
Mayor, may I be recognized? I would like to add to Maria's statement.
Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. We met with iHeart Radio and with the Wonderland of the Americas management, just because they're very interested in continuing the Jazz Festival. And we met with them also because it was Councilmember Hernandez's request to generate more, I would say, insight, right, as to what their opinion was. We also, when the mayor, Maria, and I met with the hotel, we also touched on that topic. And the hotel, they're with us. whatever route we take. But both the mall and iHeartRadio are strongly in favor of Jazz Festival. And after our conversation, I do see why, right? As we've mentioned before, it's been going on for over 30 years, but also it happens in July because kids are out for summer, not just kids. I know it was shared also by the hotel that even college students also attend the jazz. Also, there's a lot of college students using the hotel during spring break, which just passed. So, which might be another option for the future, move it to spring break. But for this year, my recommendation would be to keep it in July, and we're already late, into the game. iHeart said we can get it done. They said there's no maybes, no ifs. They can. There's artists that are interested. There's several artists that are interested just because it's such a well-known event in the jazz world. I'm not too savvy in the jazz world, but that's what they say, that they're waiting for a response. And I also want to point out that Councilman Burton was there. Obviously, we would have liked to have the whole council, right? But we cannot do that, quorum purposes. But I just wanted to add a little bit more detail. And if you have more questions, Maria and I can answer, or Councilmember Burton.
May I be recognized?
Go right ahead, sir.
Generally, this event is planned earlier on, and I'm one of the first ones, and the mayor and I kind of agreed that, we wanted a music festival. I didn't realize that the draw, that just because it's the jazz festival, my mistake, people come in from Spain, Europe, specifically for this event. Usually we do this earlier so that David Munoz can negotiate. Let's say an artist wants to charge you $1,000. He's able to over time get those artists down in price so that it may be $5,000, to do the event. So even though that we're running out of time, that he can still get this done and negotiate a fair trade, for the event. David Munoz also, and I don't have any way to substantiate this, but that he said that he makes a whopping $300 off of this project. iHeartRadio, of course, makes their cut, and the city puts in their half, and one of the mall partners, they provide the security, the lighting, the stage, the electricity, the insurance, and the hotel too, probably, yeah. So we're running out of time. It's basically, if you want to do the Jazz Fest, then it's black and white. If you want to do the Jazz Fest, you need to vote for it tonight. If you don't, then iHeartRadio doesn't want to participate, and the mall partners, the city's on our own. So that's basically it.
Mayor, may I be
Yes, go
recognized?
right ahead. You yield, Mr. Burton?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm going to quote an old saying that if it's not broke, don't fix it. So it's been the Jazz Festival for 30 years. It's been on the same date for 30 years. I recommend it stay the same. So I make a motion to keep it the same.
Mayor, if I may be recognized, I would like to add a key point.
Hold on just a minute, Roy. So any other council members have any other comment on this?
David made a motion. I'll second that motion.
Second, that's what I'm referring to. So we have a second to that motion, and restate your motion again, Councilman Sellers.
Make a motion to keep it the Jazz Festival, the same name, date, time that it's always been for 30 years.
Okay. So maintain it as the Jazz Festival. All right. We have a second by Mr. Hernandez. Now I'll call for any further discussion from any council member. Councilman Burton, well, you've spoken already. Let me see. Anybody else? Councilman Hernandez?
I'd like to add that I was really, I'm going to say, influential on possibly not doing a jazz fest, making a music festival. But being that we're having the Fiesta event and that's going to be a music event, I think it would be good, at least for this year, to continue with the jazz festival. We can determine, I'm going to say, how successful our Fiesta event is, and then we can revisit this next year if we decide to move forward with the music festival. But I think with limited funds and with everything that's going on with time restraints, I think we should approve the Jazz Festival as it is.
Okay. The comments, anybody else? Well, we're killing a lot of time on this. Roy, I think you had a statement that you wanted to make. Go ahead and make it quick, real quick. We'll move on.
Just really quick, historical from what I've seen, doing some research on the Jazz Festival, the promotion is mostly done by iHeart. The Wonderland does their promotion, but I think most of it comes from iHeart. The city can do more to promote the same way we're doing for Fiesta, which I'll get into in when the item comes up. But we can, the way I measure success for an event is the more people, the more successful the event is. So if the city does their part and promotes the event, which I'll get into more details later, we should see an increase in participants.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
May I be recognized?
So, no, let's go ahead and move on. So we have a motion and a second to that. Let's go ahead and call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, ayes carried, 5-0, motion carried, move forward. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward on to the next item. We will now move into item number 12. I want to discuss that and get that out of the way. A resolution 2026-09R of the City Council of the City of Balcones Heights finding satisfactory job performance of the city administrator, city secretary, and police chief, providing for the discontinuation of their probationary period of 1 year and transitioning the city administrator, city secretary, and police chief to regular full-time status. Councilman Hernandez, I really want to hear the rationale behind this.
Thank you, Mayor. As you saw earlier, the mayor's, I'm going to say, verbal attack on our chief of police is the exact reason why we need to have this in place to protect these individuals. We don't want any retaliation or possible retaliation from the mayor with the items that are on the agenda tonight. So to protect their jobs so they're not in fear, I suggested that we put this on the item on the agenda this evening so that we waive that probationary period. Now, that doesn't mean that they cannot be terminated. That does not mean that they cannot be reprimanded or disciplined. But what it would mean is that if the council, by a majority vote, would determine that one of these individuals should be terminated, then the council would make that as a majority decision, but it would not be left to one individual. And that's why I put it on the agenda. Also, I do want to point out that we have a couple people signed up to speak on this item if they're still here. So
Okay, I will go ahead and call them when ready. So do we, I'm a little confused on you, Mr. Councilman Hernandez, because the mayor doesn't have the authority to fire anybody. You just said that earlier. The mayor oversees the conduct of every subordinate official and cause any negligence or any kind of carelessness that affect the city. And the council is provided with that information, and the council makes the decision to terminate the employment of any employee that they see fit. So your statement just right now conflicts for exactly your reasoning behind fast tracking their 1 year before they've even proven themselves. And I have issue with that because of these things that I'm telling you about. The staff meeting.
may I rebuttal
Yep.
your comment?
I'm just telling you, All of these things that I read earlier that Maria brought to his attention, the ticket writing, the loss of that, the overspending in his expenditure of his budget, all of these things are concerns for the taxpayers. They still haven't been made whole on those ticket writers, okay? That's thousands of dollars that need to be reimbursed to the city taxpayer. His performance in terms of spending, going out to these expensive restaurants, spending on the biggest steaks that he could get out there and all these other things. The misuse of having to go and rebadges and designing and the expenditures on office and all that. He's out of control. And you want to shorten his term of 1 year, which he signed to agree to, and so did Maria, and so did Joe. All of these people signed an agreement. Nobody put a gun to their head. It was a standard agreement that was drafted by the attorney in some cases, and the others, another attorney. So that in itself, you want to fast track, not because you're going to protect them from me, because I can't fire them. You fire them. I bring you to the attention of all of these things that I brought to your attention, and then you take action. So then the whole purpose to me, it seems like it's a quid pro quo of you getting something in return for them giving you something. There's issues that I have with that because there's lobbying that's going on, as another citizen pointed out, that is not transparent to them. I know about it because that's why I'm bringing it to your attention. This is highly irregular, and you're setting a precedent that's very dangerous. And it's only because, and I'm going to point out one thing. Did Chief Cavazos do a favor for you, for your sister, to try to find her, and he possibly used our NCIC TCI system to try to locate her? Did he conduct an investigation on your behalf, sir?
Knowledge, he did not conduct an investigation, but he called another law enforcement agency and asked them to help assist.
Okay, somewhere out of the venue of this city, which is in another state. Either way, he put his fingerprints on it and he did it. The other thing is that he made a call to a dealership on behalf of you and your sister to try to find her, when the sister told you that you could not do it because he had to do it through a law enforcement agency. Is that correct or not?
Mayor, you also helped me, so I mean.
Yes, I did, but I'm a private investigator, so I'm licensed to do those things. And you're lucky I did it. I did it as a favor to you because I felt for your sister and your niece to try to find them. And I expended a lot of money in doing those searches for you. But that's on the private side. This is a legal side, sir. You say, I don't know the law. I know the law very well. That's illegal. Having a police chief do on your behalf those kind of things. Having a police chief and the police department, when you get in a conflict with a business person at the business park where you office, and you put it on the agenda to use the police force as your own private police department to go over there and harass that man, and he can sue the heck out of us, which I heard he's probably going to do, because you sent the police out there and you had Chief Nelms and Chief Captain Moore go out there. You put it on the agenda to retaliate against a personal complaint you had with a business on a private piece of property.
Point of order.
It's not correct.
Point of order, that's not correct.
Well, the point correct is this, sir. The point correct is it makes no sense why you want to fast track their contract.
Oh, I was referring to the allegations.
Okay, hold on just a minute. So then the fact is this, you want to fast track a contract, which you've never done before for anybody. But all of a sudden now, because of these issues that have come up that are false allegations, because they haven't been proven yet, but now you want to give Joe Bravo, he's got 6, 7, 8 more months to his contract. You got Maria, another 6, 7 more months for her contract. You have the chief of police, another 6, 7 more in November. He's got a 5-year contract you gave him. Do you know how much money you're going to have to pay him if you release him? There is a big difference, because what you're doing is you're giving them the contract early before they've proven themselves to the community and the taxpayers of this city. And that I will not allow.
Mayor, respectively, I and this is my opinion, I'm going to take the foot out of my mouth and talk. I approve of the job that Ms. Hernandez has done. I definitely approve of the job that Chief Cavazos has done and brought our police department up to standards and surpassed what we've ever had. And Joe, he's doing good. I think all of them are doing good.
Do you know that a police officer fought with another police officer? Do you know he assaulted him? You know there's video of that? Do you know what's going on in his department? Do you have any idea?
I saw propaganda of a 2020.
No,
one
President,
case.
just recently with these people.
Hold on.
You know that?
I have not interrupted you.
Okay.
I saw propaganda of an incident with an assistant chief. I saw the propaganda that someone had to do research on, and I asked, how much research did you pay to have that done? How much did you pay? How much would you have charged Jimmy to do the research on his sister?
At least $500 to $1,000 each.
You said it was a ton of money. I guess that's relevant. I mean,
Well, it's no different than you buying those cowboy hats that you and Jimmy bought and getting them from a fire department that you oversee. Okay? You oversee the fire department, and you just gave them a whole bunch of money for stuff that you're doing, and yet you're patronizing them because you're a councilman. You shouldn't be buying cowboy hats from a person who has a side business and hundreds of dollars of cowboy hats that you've spent.
He's the
That's
only
a conflict of interest, sir.
No, it's not.
Yes,
He's
it
the
is.
only dealership for this
Because
brand
you
of
make
hat.
decisions based on his department, Jack.
That's hearsay on your part.
You're bought and sold for. We can tell.
Okay, I'm bought and sold
You're
for.
bought and sold for.
Go
You have
ahead.
sold your taxpayers out.
Go ahead.
And what you were elected to do. That has nothing to do with it, ma'am. That has nothing to do with it, Ms. Sellers.
May I have the floor?
So basically, we have right now issues going with pay and equity issues. We have discipline and policy enforcement. New officers allegedly violating policy with consequences. No accountability for employees when evidence is not properly secure. Policy state officers are to know all locations in order to pass field training programs. However, there's a Sergeant Gomez is unfamiliar with the city of Balcones Heights. These are allegations and not personal, sir. This is what's been brought to my attention. Conduct concerns. Report of Officer Sandoval engaging in a physical and verbal altercation with another officer after refusing a task assigned per the chief. This incident does come with video evidence. I do not believe Sergeant Rodriguez reprimanded him for this incident. This raised concern not only for Officer Sandoval, but Sergeant Rodriguez. Officer Sandoval has now been completed 1 year and was still on probation during this incident. Accountability is important. Officer Sandoval being sent to weapons training despite only 1 year of experience. Preferential treatments. Officers with less than 1 year of experience allegedly receiving favorable treatment from Captain Moore. And it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on, Chief. When are you going to tell us about this? This just came across my attention. You have a department you're not looking after, sir. Now, you only know what he tells you. You think and you believe in a con man who has lied to be in the position that he's in right now.
I think you're liable.
No.
I think those are
I'm not
liable
liable.
statements.
I'm right here telling the truth, and I have the proof to it.
Well,
Because he lied to me in the interview when I told him that I asked him if he was connected to anybody in the city. He had any association with anybody in the city. He said no. I asked him if he has anything embarrassing in his background that would embarrass the city, and he said no. And what do we have here? A federal case in open in this. Anybody can research. Just type his name, Roger Cavazos Police, San Antonio Police Department. And for what? Having an affair. It says it very clearly with an officer in his department because the officer got upset and went after him and got in an argument with him and got in a fight with him. He ran and then he ended up getting suspended. It says it right in there.
What
And
year
he
was
was
that?
trying to get his suspension. It doesn't make a difference when.
I'm asking you.
It doesn't make a difference when. The same thing with this mugshot right here of his assistant chief who was arrested in Guadalupe County.
So the propaganda did come from you.
It didn't come from me. It doesn't make a difference where it's online, sir.
You
It's
just
online.
admitted to it.
I admitted that I found it online.
And you just, and it was
It's not
distributed,
propaganda,
it was
it's fact.
distributed to the
It's
public.
fact. It's right here. You want to see it?
I saw it.
All right. Let me show you so the
Can't
public can
pass gas
see
in the
why I've
city
got
without somebody
concerns.
knowing.
These are the kind of people that he's hiring. Look at this. I'll show you right now. This is his mugshot right here, ladies
I
and
saw
gentlemen.
it.
There it is. Now, regardless of whether it got dismissed or not, he was arrested. He was put in jail for it. And the only reason it was dismissed, and it says here, was because his wife signed a non-prosecution affidavit. It says it in the darn filing in the news. And all of this is something that we have going on in our city, and they want to advance the contract. Maria is not taking care of business. I had a bank from a call when I was out in a conference, okay? They call me because there's a fraud check that they suspect. And I'm in a conference in Houston, and they're calling me from the bank because they can't get a hold of her, they can't get a hold of Floyd Messick, and they can't get a hold of anybody in the city. So what do? They call me because I'm a signer on the account. I get the call, and I ask what's wrong. They say there's a possibility of fraud. We can't get a hold of anybody in the city. Nobody's returning calls. So I call back. I call Maria. I get no answer. I call Joe Bravo. I get no answer. I call Roy Martinez. I get no answer. 15, 20 minutes later, I get a call from Maria. Mayor, what's wrong? What's the problem? Here's the problem. We need to clear this check before they pay it because they suspect it might be fraud. It's almost $60,000. Maria then answers it, and she says, let me get back with him. I said, no, we need to talk about it, Maria, because you have not been responding to emails, and you complained about it to me, and you complained about it to me, Mr. Hernandez, and so did Mr. Ebersol. And there's been many complaints against Maria that she does not return calls, she does not return memorandums, she doesn't return anything, only whenever she wants to. And I brought it to her attention, and I said, Maria, this is unacceptable. You need to respond when a council member calls. There's been complaints. Well, Mayor, let me go ahead and call the bank. Let me call. No, ma'am, let's get it straight. This needs to be taken care of. This is unprofessional. This is not what we're paying you for. And you need to at least, at the minimum, respond back and send an email. I'm busy, Mayor. I'll get back with you in an hour. Something professional.
Let
And
me
then
ask-
she accuses me of yelling at her.
Mayor, may I?
May I say something? So
Go ahead, sir.
you're upset with the fact that she only called you back 20 minutes?
No,
Would have
no,
been better if
no.
it was 10
I
minutes?
wasn't upset at all about that. What I was disappointed in bringing the point out to her was she was not returning calls and emails to you guys as well, not just to me, because you complained about it to me, Jack. Don't tell me you didn't.
This is my ball and chain.
Yes.
And there's sometimes I'm free of the ball and chain.
Okay, but a minimal professional courtesy is at least somebody get back, especially when an important thing like a bank calls for a fraudulent check.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, go right ahead, ma'am.
I was in a staff meeting. We were coordinating the fiesta event. I noticed you call. I turned my phone off because I was in a staff meeting. I don't answer my phone while I have somebody in
That
front
was
of me.
understood.
6 minutes later, when I noticed you call,
6 minutes later.
I have the proof, Mayor. I have the proof.
5, 6
And
minutes, 15
not only you, it was 6 minutes later, I call you back. I ask you, what is the problem? You say, it's the bank. So I said, okay, let me call them. Let me call. No, you were screaming at me
You lied.
saying, no, I'm not lying.
You're
And
lying.
I can prove it to you. You were screaming at me saying, when I call you, you need to tend to me immediately.
I said,
That's how
"Please
you
scan
said it.
and return
You
calls."
tend to me immediately.
Scream at me.
How am I gonna,
You're a liar.
how can I
telling you right
interpret
now,
that?
you lied.
You say, you tend to me immediately. I call the bank.
And then
I called the bank. The bank told me, well, you know what? The check's clear at 3 p.m. So we already cleared the check. When you call me, the check had been cleared.
That's right.
So I checked on our website. The check showed clear. I'm like, oh my gosh, Floyd is working from home. I called Floyd. He said, no, the check has been cleared since Monday.
Those are some-
Monday.
It doesn't
No.
make a difference.
I have a
point-
proof
the
of
point was this.
everything.
The point was
Mhm.
this.
Now, the
I
point
said-
is,
And then I told you, Maria, it's been almost a month now that I sent you an email about organizational drift, which led to all of these things that we had to call a staff meeting with this chief. All right?
That
That's
letter,
why- And you've never responded.
that letter that I wrote because you sent me an email and I have the email
But you never
saying you need to put these items on a letter and call the chief and reprimand him. Those,
your job.
those
That's
were,
not mine.
yes, I'm not afraid of him.
That's
He
your
knows
job.
that I'm not afraid of him.
So that's.
The reason, the other thing, the reason with moving, because he wanted us out of here, you were on his side too. We went to, we went to see the mall because you wanted us to move over there. And I told you,
went to
that's
see-
gonna take us a lot of money to move.
All over the place to try to move us because he wanted us out. But you kept complaining to me.
Yes,
The point
because it
is-
was gonna cost us a lot of money, money
point
that
is-
we don't have.
The point exactly. Why do you think I told him to call him for a meeting so that we can have a come to Sunday meeting with him to tell him to quit bugging you? Because you wouldn't do it. And
Mayor,
so
may I be
think
No,
recognized?
because you were in his
deserve
side.
For your contract.
You wanted us out of here.
I didn't.
Mayor.
You did.
May I be recognized?
So, no, you may not, ma'am. Go ahead, Mr. Sellers. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ma'am, please.
I,
You're not the mayor anymore. You're not in.
Councilman
Please let
Hernandez.
it continue.
stated, he brought this before the board, okay? All of the members here, the council has seen the progress of these new employees. We have never once been told of any misconduct until today. And if we're gonna, if by your own words, if we are responsible for the firing or reprimand, then that needs to be brought before the council and they need to defend themselves from those allegations.
Now you know how
okay?
it feels like,
So
the way I feel.
unless
You guys
that
are
is,
charging me and
unless that
everything,
is
now you
done,
know.
okay, all we're listening to is you're digging in the trash can like my dad used to do to find out what I did that day, okay?
Well, these are
All
facts.
right, that's what you're doing, okay?
These are
You,
facts.
you should have brought this before the board months ago, all
He
right?
didn't find out till just recently.
So with that said, I mean, I make a motion to approve this resolution.
Well,
And in the future, if you want to bring up reprimands, then you bring them up with evidence and with their defense
so I
in
will
front
be
of us.
calling for an investigation into all of this, and the chief needs to be investigated as well.
I second the
Well,
motion.
Need a second.
Okay, so we have a second to the motion. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilman Ebersol, go right ahead.
The real question is, we've got the mayor over here and then we got the city over here. And my decision is I'm trying to figure out who I'm supposed to represent. And I feel like in some ways it's no brainer. But at the same time, this contract's gonna be, it's gonna be done in October. So we're talking 5 months.
5-6 months.
What are we afraid of? Are you guys afraid of your jobs in 5 months? You ain't got the gun up to, are you gonna do your job in the next 5 months? Or you ain't got you don't have any faith? Are you so afraid of the mayor, or you want to just strap the city with something that you may or may not regret? I mean, that's why the due process is set up. The process is set up to protect the city and to protect the city from the employees. It's not set up so we can fast track things to try and take advantage of the city. Is that what we want to do? I'm
Mr.
trying to
Ebersol?
figure out, are we just trying to rob the city?
Yeah.
We're setting this up to, for another excursion. We're gonna have to pay somebody a bunch of money to leave.
Exactly. And
I mean,
that's-
whether it happens true or not, the question is, are we protecting the city or not? And I say if we fast track it, we're not protecting the city because the system's already set up. It's only 7 months later.
And it's gonna cost the taxpayer thousands of dollars if you have to make a move to remove these people. Right now, they're at will. They do not have a contract. They are at will. And you don't have to give them any reason whatsoever if you decide to go in another direction. If you give them this contract today, now you're gonna have to pay them thousands of dollars for them to leave. And especially this chief right here with a 5-year contract that I told y'all not to give him. That I told you that wasn't the agreement we made. Mr. Enriquez was present when we did that. And we told him not to do it. But he went on his own, lobbied you guys, and got his 5-year contract with all kinds of benefits in there, burial, all kinds of stuff, above and beyond what we've given anybody else. And his comment to me was, see, I know how to negotiate, Mayor. I know exactly what I'm doing. And what does that mean? Taking advantage of the taxpayer. Had I known what I know about him right now, I would have never hired the gentleman, ever. And so you guys need to.
Mayor, may I be
You're gonna
recognized?
do this, if you pass it, you will have to explain to the taxpayer. And that is the end of my statement.
May I be recognized?
Yes, go right ahead.
You mentioned earlier in response to me that it didn't make sense because this council already has the authority to terminate. And a year ago, we had a different city attorney and we had different, chief of police and, some other personnel. And it takes a council majority vote to terminate the employment of our city attorney. You took it upon yourself to write a letter to the city attorney at that time for termination prior to bringing it to the council to vote on it. And that is exactly why, to answer your question, I don't want to have any kind of mishappening again where you've outstepped your boundaries and you're trying to terminate people, especially because about 2.5 weeks ago, you told me that the chief of police, that Cynthia and that
Maria.
the Maria were all in cahoots, that this was they all got together and they're going in cahoots against you, which I want to remind you, Mayor, that you're the one that recommended them to the council to hire and now they're all in cahoots
And I
again,
regret
just like the previous administration a year ago. And so the only thing that remains constant between last year and this year is you, sir.
Well,
This is a whole new staff.
I have to disagree because having a new staff does not mean anything. It means that the fact that this right here, you can just see very clearly how y'all.
I have not
how the
relinquished.
ordinance is-
I have not relinquished.
Okay.
The other thing I want to say is it's obvious that if you're not on board with the mayor, right, he's gonna either, run over you or not let you speak, or he's gonna, let only those people that are in favor of he's gonna do what he can to represent what he wants, and he's gonna shut everybody else down. This tactic of power and authority, that's what he thrives on. And the thing is this, he mentioned earlier about this written warning to the chief that was from the city administrator, which he's the one who wrote that and put her name on it and told her to give it to him. When she refused to give that to him, that's when she got on his target list. And I have one other thing. You try to bring up stuff about the chief and the $60,000 that was spent on those guns. Well, who signed that purchase order, Mayor?
You guys passed it, I had to sign it. I was forced to because I have to. But Maria, I did not write that letter. You did. I told you exactly what you needed to say when you asked me. And I said, you need to address these issues. If these are concerns of yours, put them in writing and address it to him. Don't be afraid of him.
You sent me an email saying that I needed to write that and reprimand the mayor.
I have
The
your
police
email right
chief.
here.
And not only you wanted me to reprimand the police chief, you wanted me to reprimand the assistant police chief and the captain for talking to the council member.
Well, that is not what I said, and I have the email right here regarding the chief. Right here. Just find it right here.
While you're looking, I would like to state that I am perfectly happy with our city attorney, our city manager, our city secretary, the police chief, and our fire chief.
Of course you are. You're compromised.
I feel the same.
Well, because you're the pro tem mayor right now. That's why.
This is above my pay grade. I don't
There is no such thing as that, sir.
my point exactly.
I'm tired of listening to all of y'all bicker. I really am. This is really childish and I'm not going to put up with it. And it's for a matter of fact, I quit.
Yeah, see, that's very nice of y'all to treat her like that. You see?
I didn't make her quit.
No, but you're clapping like good,
Oh.
good riddance. Yeah. So here, Maria, at your earliest convenience,
Bravery.
let's meet in person. She's doing it because of you guys, not me. Maria, at your earliest convenience, let's meet in person or on the virtual to discuss topics of discussion on the chief of police so that we can agree on the topics of discussion, date, and time of the meet. Thank you in advance. Does that sound like I'm writing something? No.
The email with the items that you asked me
Maria,
to
I have
write.
not received a response from Ms. Trevino regarding the requested ethics legal opinion that was requested, and I still haven't gotten it from you some time ago. She was also going to provide a cost estimate for revision, and she deemed it and stated it was not illegal in its entirety to the council in the council meeting. I just email after email.
Mayor, I'd like to call point of order.
I'm working late, catching up on my emails and following up pursuant to this conversation this afternoon regarding the reply from Chief Cavazos concerning the loss of police equipment and the associated impacts that were brought to his attention on March 4th. As discussed, it's imperative that we provide a clear explanation and response regarding what happened to the police equipment funded by taxpayers as referenced in my letter issued in my capacity as mayor on behalf of the citizens of Balcones Heights. At your earliest convenience, tomorrow, please outline the sequence of events related to your communication with the chief of police or his staff and forward any correspondence exchange from March 4, 2026 to the present. Additionally, please include confirmation that an interim report has been received from the chief and kindly provide me with all reports he submitted in response to this request. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter. Please let me know if you need anything further from my office. Respectfully, does that sound to you like I'm being disrespectful? Does that sound
I
to me like
forward
telling-
the email from the chief to the mayor pro tem, so he will send it to you. Because at that time, there was an ordinance in place.
It
And
was
I
asked to you
forwarded
way
it-
before.
I
Okay, we've
forwarded
spent
to-
enough on this.
To you.
I've made my point to the public as to why they should not fast track these employees. And you can see very clearly why they want you to, because you're going to end up paying through the nose of taxpayer dollars because of this action.
Why won't
And
you
I'm
be
warning you in
optimistic
time.
instead of, I don't want to fire
Jack,
these
I was
people.
optimistic when I backed you up and helped you get
No,
elected.
who backed you up? You didn't get me elected. I won by 14. You won by 1.
One
You-
is all it takes, sir, but I was out there.
I was out-
Because you know what, sir? Like the lady said, this is childish.
Yeah.
Let's just quit doing this.
This-
Did he ever
Move on.
thank your
I
dog?
was making my
Nope.
point of why you should not do it and to the citizens.
Call a point of order.
they can
We're in
understand.
for a vote now.
Yes, Mr. Sellers. Go ahead, Mr. We have a vote on the table. Molly is now gone. We're missing one from the dais. So we had, who made the vote? You did, Mr. Sellers, Mr.
Hernandez second.
Second to that vote. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. Mr. Ebersol,
I'm going to say nay.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yay.
Mr. Sellers.
Yay.
Mr. Burton.
Yay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now you see what you have here sitting on the dais and what is being done to your city. And it's wrong.
Playing the
It's
victim.
wrong.
Stop playing the victim.
No, the victim here, Mr. Burton, is the citizens, and I hope they boot you out. I really do, because you are bad for our city. And Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Sellers, it's not me that I'm picking on you or anything. People are clearly seeing exactly what you're doing, and you're going to be responsible for it. So please, you go about it your business, you, Mr. Hernandez and everybody. All right, let's go ahead and move down the line. So we just finished on the resolution and you just advanced their positions. So that's item number 12. We've already gone 13, 14. Now we will move to item number 9, to hear a charge or complaint against an officer submitted by former employees and current city employees against Mayor Rodriguez. The right of the closed session belongs to the officer. This item may be moved to closed session as noted in closed section of this agenda. I don't have anything to hide. I don't know what's in those complaints. I don't know how they were composed or compiled, but I'm not afraid of them. And so I'm not going to go in a closed session. I'm going to stay in open session because I want all the people to see that I'm not afraid of any of these false allegations that are being brought.
I can say firsthand, I've not witnessed them. And I would like to hear the complaints as well. And, you know, let the chips fall where they may.
But you saw the first round that we went through, Jack. You saw very well what they put us through when the first
Who's
time-
they?
The previous employees that are now being thrown in here by who? I don't know. Who contacted the former employees? I don't know. But it sure is coincidental that y'all bring old employees back, complaints of theirs, along with these stacked up. All of a sudden, after I call of attention to Ms. Hernandez's activities and Mr. Cavazos' activities.
I don't think we should be looking at year-old, this.
Well, they're on the agenda, sir.
Let's,
I
Let-
think
Go
that's
ahead,
an
and then
excellent
tell
idea.
us, Burton, finish.
let's deal with the current. Let's deal with the here and now. And we'll find, you know, again, as the mayor said, he's innocent till proven guilty. Let him do him and we'll find out.
Okay.
I
so,
don't know.
Miss, and here's the other thing I want to bring up. Mr. Bravo, I did not put this item on the agenda. You have my name as I'm the person that put this item on the agenda. So I like to address, I don't address the validity of this section of what it contains in the verbiage. What I do object is you putting my name on here when I didn't call this item for the agenda.
You used the email you sent me, and if I'm in error, I apologize, but
No, sir. The email was to call a special meeting, and specifically these items here that I brought to your attention earlier, which was the legality, the discussion, which is item number 15, number 16,
Right.
Item number,
in the closed session as well.
yes. So I'd like to know, was it a mistake on your part or was it intentional to put my name on there?
It was not intentional. I try my best to, anyone that sends me.
So then it was a mistake of incompetence, basically.
Well,
Because there's been so many mistakes made on the agenda. I had a special meeting call. We could not have it Friday like it should have been to address these things.
I agree.
Because either you failed or incompetent, one of the two, but you missed the date and we couldn't post it because you had the wrong date and the wrong time.
I had the wrong day and with the
Right.
wrong date, and that is
So
correct.
was that on purpose or was that?
No, sir.
incompetence?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'd
Same
like
thing
to
with-
hear the charges, Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez, it's forthcoming, okay? All right.
May I be recognized, Mayor?
No, sir, let's go ahead and move on to hear the complaints and then we'll let you speak.
I
in a
was
minute.
just going to ask you,
Go
did
ahead.
you want this to come out on item 9? Do you want to do this or?
What?
Because you're complaining that it was, that you didn't put your name on
That's
this.
right.
Do you want to do this or do you don't want to do this?
Well, it doesn't make a difference to me, but the fact is I'm pointing out,
I'm-
as I mentioned, I am not challenging the validity of the language. What I'm challenging is the fact that it's been posted as if I placed it on the agenda and I did not place it on the agenda. So it's a defect agenda, believe it or not.
Well, then pull it from the agenda then.
I don't think so. I think I owe it to the public. They need to hear this.
Well, then
That's
stop
what
complaining
everybody's
about
here for.
it.
Sir, then, don't ask an open-ended question like that. All right? Okay, ma'am,
Merely,
bring the complaints, please, whatever they are, read them out. Let's hear what they are. Finally, what I get to hear.
All right, the allegations are that the mayor made discriminatory remarks based on race and sexual orientation. Allegations against the mayor of Texas open meetings violation for adjourning into closed session during the February 23rd, 2026 meeting. That is in reference to the Mark 43 contract.
Okay, the first is race and sexual orientation discrimination.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other one is what?
Calling for closed session on the February 23rd, 2026 meeting regarding the Mark 43 contract.
Okay, and that is what? A violation of the open meetings they're alleging?
That's the allegation.
That what?
That's the allegation.
That I called a meeting for the
that you
Cat
called-
5 in
right.
closed session.
Right.
What's wrong with that?
Again, that's the allegation.
Okay, calling in closed session February 23rd.
The March
Cat.
23 contract, yes.
Okay,
Attempted to take retaliatory actions against employees by speaking to council members or for speaking to council members or taking positions that do not align with the mayor's view of matters.
okay, attempting to attack what?
Attempted to take retaliatory actions against employees for speaking to council members or taking positions that do not align with the mayor's view of matters.
Okay,
Requested discipline or termination potentially in violation of the city's collective bargaining agreement with the police department.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Requested discipline or termination that would be potentially in violation of the city's collective bargaining agreement with the police department.
Okay,
A directive to the police chief that could be interpreted as requiring a quota-based traffic enforcement program in violation of Texas Transportation Code Section 720.02.
which stipulates?
That a governmental body may not have a quota-based performance for police.
Oh,
In
in
other
other words, he's accusing me saying that he needs to write more tickets and or something of that nature. I interpret as that, right?
I think that would be accurate.
That's me asking you to make the city safer by going out and patrolling the neighborhoods and the city outside and everything. We'll deal with that. To make it the safest city in the county. Okay, go ahead.
The other is alleged actions by the mayor that are potential violations of the chief's employment agreement.
Alleged actions by the mayor.
That are potential violations of the chief's employment agreement.
Thus, that's why we have we fast track the contracts.
And the last allegation, Mayor, from various employees is that the mayor, through his conduct, has created a hostile work environment for city employees.
Okay, is it specified what the hostile work environment is? Because I ask questions of performance and whether they are doing their job, whether they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. That creates a hostile work environment, is what they're saying?
That's the allegation, Mayor, that it's
Okay.
a hostile work environment based on,
Okay, and that's it? Or more?
those are the only allegations.
Okay, now, let me ask you this. Since they are allowed to make these allegations against me, I would like to know the identity of these people that are making these allegations to me, because the public needs to know, based particularly on the way this style city council agenda was made. I didn't make this agenda at all, other than the items where I'm challenging the validity of what was incorrectly done and illegal under the Texas Open Meetings Act and also under the local government code. Other than that, nothing on this agenda I put on here. I was not consulted about it. I was not even given any kind of input whatsoever. It was all directed to Mr. Burton. Now, my point is this.
And
I
forwarded
need
to you.
know, excuse me, sir, you need to ask to be recognized first. I need to know, ma'am, who the alligators are. Who is the one, who are the allegations coming from? Who are my accusers? In so much that they can accuse me openly like this, then I need to know who they are so that the public knows who they are and they can put the dots together to see why these are being done.
Mayor, because these employees have the potential of being whistleblowers under the Texas Whistleblower Act, I will not disclose their information here in public.
So you're saying I'm not entitled to know who my accusers are?
No, sir,
Have
I'm
they
not saying
filed a
that.
Whistleblower case.
I'm sorry?
Have they filed a whistleblower case?
Well, that is the point of authorizing the investigation.
But have they filed a whistleblower case? Because if it's so, then they're not afforded the protections under the whistleblower. A whistleblower is only protected when they divulge or when they have done things and asked for the Whistleblower Act to protect them.
Mayor, I believe that's the purpose of these employees coming forth with their complaints.
No, they have to file a whistleblower case, ma'am, in order for it to be protected under that.
Mayor,
I have a right to know my accusers.
the persons making these allegations are following the city's personnel policy. So we're putting this through the city's personnel policy, which has a policy against harassment. These folks have filed their claims. They submitted them to the city administrator. City administrator submitted them to me. I submitted them to the city council. I will not disclose their information in a public forum.
Okay, well, shall see how this develops, but I am fully confident that all of these allegations will be proven to be false, and I will defend myself vigorously to show the public that I've done nothing wrong. This is not the first time this has happened to me. This is the only way they try to confuse me from being able to be effective in this community. Dennis, did you have anything to say on behalf of my attorney? Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Several council members have left the dais, so I was trying to count heads to see if you actually still had a quorum. That was all I was doing right now.
May I have the floor?
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
I think it's a good idea not to divulge the complainants. In March of 24, everybody that complained against you are no longer here. So that's an excellent reason to keep that quiet right now.
And you falsely said that I fired them, which I did not. They resigned. They resigned. Lisa resigned. Get your facts straight. You don't do your homework. Okay, well, thank you so much. I now at least now know the complaints, and I'll deal with them as such as we move forward through the process. All right, let's go ahead and move over to the next item.
Action taken on this?
No, that's just to inform me of the complaints. Okay, that was item number 10. Excuse me, that's item number 9. Let's move over to item number 10.
There's someone signed up to speak.
I'm sorry?
There's someone to speak.
Okay, please go right ahead.
Lamar.
All right, are we done?
He needs more time.
Okay.
Can we come back to him?
It's almost 11 o'clock. We need to move forward on this. If he doesn't have it ready, then we're just going to move forward and just not have him come forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll now go over to item number 10. A resolution 2026-08R of the City Council of the City of Balcones Heights authorizing the investigation of personnel complaints against the mayor and further authorizing the city administrator to execute an engagement agreement for such services.
May I have the floor?
Go right ahead, sir.
Cynthia Trevino, have you reached out to an outside investigator yet?
Yes, council member, I have. The name is, I forget the name. It's in the resolution, Austin Institute LLC.
Pardon me?
Austin Institute LLC.
And who chose that particular group?
That is the same group that the city council approved to.
No, please answer my question. Who chose?
I am answering that question. That is the same group that the city council approved to conduct the previous investigation.
Cynthia, you're not answering the question. Who chose this group for this particular
The
item,
council.
not the past? You haven't adopted
The
it yet for
council,
right
you just
now.
said that.
That was for before, sir. Listen to what's being said. That was before another investigation for the Texas Rangers investigation thing that we were looking into. Okay? That's a separate issue into the police department. Now.
Mayor, may I
who
be
put- no,
recognized?
Not, sir. Just let me
I
recognize.
can answer this for you.
In a minute. Who asked you to do this? Who went and found this company?
This is the same company that I suggested. It
See,
is the same company.
I know it's. the
I
same-
found this investigator for the previous
Thank you.
investigation.
You are the one that found them, and you are now suggesting the same one to conduct the investigation for this. Is that a correct statement?
Yes,
That's what I was wanting you to say, ma'am. What's so hard about that?
I was answering you
No,
before you
were
cut
not.
me off.
You're playing with words. Ma'am, that company is out of the Secretary of State's records. It is forfeited since 2020 and has not reviewed its status. Have you actually checked to see who this company is? They're not even in existence in the Secretary of State. They've been forfeited since 2020. Okay? So I would object to using that company because one, it's coming from you and you have a vested interest in this particular process because your gain is monetary. You are being paid and you are getting paid by the hour for this astronomically amount of money that we're going to be paying for this. So you're not an unbiased party, ma'am. You are a very biased party to this. And it should be somebody that does not have a vested interest into the city that would choose a person or an entity that can be fair, impartial, and has no connection to you or anybody else in the state.
So I will disagree with the first two portions of your statement. And City Council, if y'all choose to select another investigator, by all means, please do so.
I welcome the council to do your research, get online, get on the Secretary of State's office, and you will see that they have forfeited their corporation existence since 2020.
Yeah, be recognized.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Council, is this investigator someone that we've already picked for a different case?
Yes, sir, it's the same
And it
one.
was the mayor's decision to pick this investigator.
No, it wasn't. It was the mayor's to conduct the investigation. Find
So-
someone or call the FBI or Texas Rangers or somebody.
So again, I made the recommendation to the mayor. The mayor agreed
There
with
you go.
that. You all agreed with that.
There you go.
May I be recognized?
Yes, go right ahead.
So for clarification, Cynthia did recommend this private investigator, which you confirmed that that was a good choice and wanted us to move forward with the other investigation. So
The FBI.
no, with this one, this was all about you wanting to move forward. So we approved it. Now, when the issue came up with you, sir, we directed the city attorney to go ahead and just use the same person because you had already approved them or gave us your blessing on that.
So then you deliberated without open session to the public. You just committed, right now, you just made a statement that contradicts everything and you just violated the Open Meetings Act because y'all said you deliberated. You deliberated outside the chambers. That is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And y'all made a decision without the public's knowledge or any knowledge of what you're doing.
No,
You
sir,
know how
we
crooked
came,
this
we
is?
came out and we made a decision to do an investigation.
That
And
was the other items on for the executive session problem that we had about cameras.
No,
and
we,
about-
we made that decision to make an
No, sir.
investigation about these charges against you,
It
sir.
wasn't on the agenda, sir. It was never discussed. It was never discussed on February the 9th. Y'all never talked about that. It was all about these complaints. You came out of that and came in a resolution and you passed that
I
resolution.
believe
without announcing.
the date was March 9th.
March
March
9th.
9th.
March 9th. Go ahead, sir. You just broke your own law. You just admitted to it.
Mayor, members of council, on a letter that I sent to your city attorney, I had informed her that just reviewing the agenda of that last meeting where you went into closed session and supposedly passed a resolution or ordinance was a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. If you look at that notice, there was no indicia of action, certainly not for that closed session. There was no references to even an ordinance, a resolution. Obviously, one had been prepared, one had been done, and I had informed her that it is both civil and criminal violations of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Councilman, I don't know what to say, but you have just admitted to what I've already put in a letter to the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's right here. Under any cursory review of the action of that meeting, the majority of the city council violated the Texas Open Meetings Act by deliberating, considering, and passing legislation that had not been noticed. The actions of the majority of the city council mean that ordinance number 2026, which y'all passed today, is voidable. The actions of the majority of the city council also means that they have committed criminal violations of the Texas Open Meetings Act, and you assisted them, Ms. Trevino, in participating in criminal violations. of the
Again,
Texas
I will
Open Meetings
disagree disagree
Act.
with that.
Of course you will.
Council members, you all took a lawful action posted under the action item after a closed session. If you all want to go ahead and proceed with these next actions, as the mayor indicated earlier, it's getting late.
Yes, it is. But you're trying to circumvent now because you don't want people to hear the truth. And that is the truth, man. And I'm going to tell you right now, as I mentioned before, there is an official complaint as of today against you for prescribing wrong advice to our city council and getting them to break the law of the Texas Open Meetings Act. And you're going to find out very quickly that you're wrong when I file your complaint with the Texas Bar to complain about you. Okay, that's going to be a separate complaint that I'm going to file.
Duly noted, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So y'all keep listening to her and let her keep charging the city and billing us the hours that she's billing me. And she loves this controversy because that means billing hours for her.
I have the floor.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I'm going to make a motion to investigate Austin Institute and possibly hire someone else.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay. And who is going to be doing the hiring? Who can be a disinterested party that doesn't have a monetary vested interest in the outcome of that investigation by hiring them?
I imagine the city council will.
Okay. So we have a second to that motion. Do we have any further discussion from any council member regarding that?
May I?
Yes,
may I
sir.
make
Go
a-
right ahead.
Are you opposed to the investigator that you assigned for the other investigation?
It'll have to be. And there's already been action taken on that and reported to the proper authorities. I can just tell you that. Okay, without revealing anything, because it was done in executive session. So proper authorities have been advised. They are now doing exactly what the Texas Rangers did on the other issue we had, where one of our recent lieutenants got arrested for that, for things that were divulged. Okay, so that is in effect right now happening as we speak. It's already been reported to the proper agency. And so, no, if you don't want to move forward with that agency because you're going to be dealing with a forfeited corporation that doesn't have the status of being active, then I would tell you recommend to you no, do not move forward because it's already in the hands of another official agency. Okay? So,
Can we call the vote?
yes. Okay, we have a vote. The vote is to not accept Austin as the entity, and that council will explore other options and see whether there is another entity there. Again, there may be a conflict of interest because council may have an interest in the outcome of the investigation. So it gives you time to absorb it, talk about it, circulate it within your mind and how you're going to deal with this. I would
Mayor.
caution you not to deliberate again, as Councilman
Mayor.
Hernandez has stated, that he's done without the knowledge of the people and
Uh,
violate the Open Meetings
The
Act.
motion was to investigate Austin and possibly hire someone else, not to terminate Austin.
You haven't
I
hired him
did,
yet.
yeah. So it's not to terminate. The motion is to investigate, not terminate.
Okay, and so you want the
And,
motion
and look for
to
somewhere else. Look
investigate.
somewhere else. That was one motion.
Austin, did you understand the motion, Councilman Hernandez?
I'd like to ask Councilman Sellers maybe to remake the motion to just, as it says, to approve or authorize the investigation, period, and then we can determine who that investigator would be.
I make a motion to authorize the investigation of personal complaints against the mayor and further authorizes city administrator to execute and engage in agreement for such services.
I second that motion.
Okay, so you don't designate a person or an entity, you just authorize an investigation. Okay?
That's right.
All right, that is the motion. You second that motion. I'll call for any further discussions. All right, no further discussion. We'll take the vote. We are missing one voter, which is Ms. Weaver. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Abstain.
You abstain? Okay. So we have one abstain, Councilman Eversol, and we have 3 ayes. The motion carries with 3 ayes. Okay, we got that out of the way. Let's move forward now. All right, item number 11. In ordinance 2026-11 of the city of Balcones Heights, Texas, amending the mayoral responsibilities and duties established by ordinance 2019-02, ratifying the powers and duties of the mayor established in ordinance 2026-09 and making amendments thereto, ordering additional temporary measures that shall remain in effect until further ordered by the city council, amending the duties of city administrator, providing for findings of the fact, repealer, severability, record maintenance, effective date, and proper notice and meeting. Cynthia Trevino, city attorney. And you misspelled Ms. Trevino's name. You got Trevino instead of Trevino.
Yes, sir. We have 2 people to speak. One is Suzanne De Leon.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. De Leon.
Thank you, council. First of all, regarding all the personnel issues that we've been hearing from our mayor, these should not be discussed in open session. This should be,
Sorry.
it's my time.
No, it's your time only on this item on the agenda. Stick to the item on the agenda, please. Go right ahead.
It's Suzanne De Leon. I live at 323 Crestview Drive, mayor for 16 years. And I want to address the powers and the duties of the mayor. Also from TML, we heard a little bit of this from, yes, sir.
May I read to you again? In ordinance 2026-11 of the city of Balcones Heights, Texas, amending mayoral responsibilities and duties or established by ordinance, just to make sure you understand what it is, ratifying the powers and duties of the mayor established in ordinance 2026-09 and make amendments thereto, ordering additional temporary measures that shall remain in effect until further ordered by the city council, amending the duties of the city administrator, providing for findings of the fact, repealer, severability, record maintenance, effective date, proper notice. Go right ahead.
Point
ma'am.
of order.
And I'll give you more time because I don't want to take up what I talk.
Thank you.
So I'll
Point of
give you more
order.
Time.
I'd like to make a motion that the people can come up and speak
Well,
on this
First,
topic.
Mr. Burton, I need to be recognized before you make your point of order.
Point of
okay.
order, you just,
No, you make a
Okay.
point of order.
No.
point of order doesn't need to be.
So you want to make a motion. You're moving to make a motion.
I'm moving to make a motion to allow these people to speak without interruption.
All right. Well, I want to make sure that she doesn't go off track of the ordinance. So that's all I'm doing. Okay?
There's been
That's
a
within
lot
my
of
authority as
off-track
presiding.
conversation tonight.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am. Give you
Okay.
a little bit.
I am addressing the powers and the duties of the mayor of the city of Balcones Heights through certain ordinances that we have had. So from TML, it says the mayor's duties and authority come first from state law and then may be expanded by the city council by prescribing the duties and authority of the mayor. And the mayor must perform these duties as directed by the city council. Regarding city council relations, and this is very important, under introduction, it says, the mayor is the CEO of the city and represents the city in all matters, and whose authority and actions are derived by the will, discretion, and direction of council. What this means is that the council must first, during a council meeting, make a motion, make a second, and vote on whether or not to give the mayor the title and the duties of CEO. Because we have a city administrator who has a contract with us and she's a paid employee of the city, she is responsible for the day-to-day business matters and she is the CEO unless council votes to give that right to the mayor. Some type A general law cities do not have a city administrator or manager. Then and only then will the mayor have the right to hold the position of CEO. During my time as mayor and prior to my tenure, the council never gave permission for the mayor to act as CEO. Under council responsibilities, except for the purpose of inquiry, the council nor any council member thereof shall give orders to any subordinates of the city administrator, either publicly or privately. And we have heard over and over tonight that that is exactly what you have been doing. It's not your responsible, you've made the statement that you're not responsible to hold people to account. That's a city administrator's duty. And council, I want to know if you agree with what I've said so far. The code of conduct for mayor and council members, elected officials shall not create a hostile work environment towards employees by verbal, written, or physical presence, which disrupts their work environment. If an elected official has knowledge of a hostile work environment, he or she will notify the city administrator. And we've heard over and over again from staff, from the complaints that they have made, that this has become a very hostile work environment. You said a little while ago that some people resigned. They resigned because of all the pressure that they were put under. It has always been that the council's relationship with the staff shall be through the city administrator, not the mayor or the council, on any issue related to the management or administration of the city. And then regarding code of ethics, certain ethical principles shall govern the conduct of every council member who shall adhere to the following: dedicate themselves to the highest ideals of honor and integrity in all public and personal relationships in order that the member may merit the respect and confidence of the citizens of Balcones Heights. I'm asking again, do you all agree with the statements that I have made? And if you do not, you need to search your heart about why you are here.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Okay, so now, we have item number, we skipped item number 16. We've already taken care of item, number 11. So now we'll go into item number 16, discussion and action to exclude Mayor Rodriguez from closed session items, section 2, closed session items A and B due to the mayor's interest being adverse to the city of Balcones.
Excuse me, Mayor, point of
Yes.
order. We haven't finished item number 11.
We can go into item number 11 because didn't you just,
That's the item we're working on.
okay, so you want to vote on this, correct? We need to vote on it? Y'all want to establish to vote on this ordinance, correct?
Then Cynthia, if you can elaborate.
Was there a motion?
It just says there's an ordinance, 2026-11. He made the motion, that's correct, of saying that he wanted to, no, that was the one in reference to the investigation. There was no,
There's no action.
vote on an ordinance 2026-11 yet. So what say you, council, as to how you want to act on item number 11?
Mayor, we had the citizen speak, which was former Mayor De Leon,
Right.
but I think Cynthia Trevino was gonna introduce this item
Okay.
so that we
Ms.
can
Trevino,
comment and make a decision.
Go ahead, please.
So the ordinance on the agenda, 2026-11, it brings forth those mayoral responsibilities and duties that were first established, or maybe not first established, but last reviewed under ordinance 2019-02. So it brings forward those duties and responsibilities. We also added in the statutory duties. Those are the ones set forth by state law. In here, we also included ratifying the powers and duties of the mayor established in ordinance 2026-09. And in that ordinance, again, was a reiteration of ordinance 2019 and included some additional powers and duties there as well, making amendments there too. The temporary measures that are being put in place are consistent with the city's personnel policy that requires that the city take some action during the pendency of a personnel investigation to prevent reoccurrence of any of the alleged conduct. So that's the purpose of the ordinance. That's the whole reason to put it in place, that the mayor not have direct contact with the city employees.
Mayor, may I be
Yes,
recognized?
go right ahead, sir.
I move to make a motion to approve item 11 as written or as stated.
I'll
Okay, so we have
second
a
that
second to the
motion.
Call for any further discussion?
A second.
No, he's already seconded the motion. Any further discussion? So I want to make sure that the council is very aware of what you just did. You have now acted in ultra virus conduct, which is illegal. You're violating the local government code, which tells you you can't do what you just did. All right?
And
That
with
was
all
the
the
whole
vote-
meeting, excuse me, sir. That was the whole reason for calling this meeting. Well, we have these items that you put on the agenda is so that we can notify you and let you know in front of the citizens that you are subjecting the city to a lawsuit in federal court, because this is going to be challenged. And I guarantee you, we will prevail, because she is advising you incorrectly, and she is advising you to violate the Texas Local Government Code, General Law A.
Again, council
So-
members, I will agree to disagree
So
with that.
she is acting in ultra virus conduct, and you cannot do what you're attempting to do, but you're going to do it anyway. And so
Yeah,
you're on notice.
I haven't released the floor yet.
You're on notice.
Just to be clear as stated, you're willing to sue the city for a temporary investigation because we're, I guess, lack of a better word, throttling your actions temporarily. And it's not even, it was stated in 2019 what the mayoral duties are. So, you keep coming back at us and making us shy to make motions or seconds or discussion because you want to sue. You want to sue me. You want to take money from the city while you say you don't want to, you don't. I'm confused.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
Let me reply to you. Let me flip the coin on you and put it the other way around now. You're willing to conduct and act illegally when you've been told with case law from an attorney that practices this kind of law. This is not his first rodeo either. All right? And you're willing to spend money on legal fees for somebody who has a vested interest in this city to bill you, okay? So you're
You're the
willing-
victim. You're
Wait a
always the
minute.
victim.
You just asked me a question. You are willing to go and act illegal acts of what you're doing. So where does that leave the other party on the other side of the coin?
So
You want me to just sit back and go, I'm gonna let you railroad me? I'm gonna let you run over me the way you are and violate the
I'm not
code?
running over you. I'm
Yes,
just,
you are.
it's TML. It's a TML.
Well, TML is gonna get you in trouble because that's not true.
Everybody's
I'm telling
getting
you
in
right
trouble.
now.
So that's why everybody's afraid to pass gas in here
That's
because
not-
you keep
That's not the
threatening
issue, sir.
people.
So I will put it on you to say that if I want to sue the city, well, do you want to continue to commit illegal acts?
I'm not, according to my counsel, I'm not committing an illegal act.
Okay,
And
well,
my,
I'm
my,
telling you, you're
and
being
your
advised
counsel-
incorrectly.
Your counsel sitting over there is not defending me. He's defending you.
He's telling you what the law is.
She's telling me what the law is.
That's right. And she's giving you no case law. All she gives you is the conclusions. My attorney is giving you case law to support what he is saying. In every single instance, if you even took time to read his letter.
I did read his
Okay,
letter.
did you see he cited case law?
I saw
You
the
don't
Leon
cite
Valley
case
case.
law
I saw
unless-
I saw the city.
Okay. So you don't cite
Castle
that,
Hills.
because then you would be committing an illegal act under his license to cite something that is not true.
Okay.
So he cited case law. Your attorney, our attorney, is not citing case law. It's conclusive. She's just making a statement and telling you, oh, yeah, you're not breaking the law. Oh, no, you're not doing this. You're not doing an ultra virus conduct. But she's giving you no case law to support her position.
Thank you.
She gave you an opinion from TML.
Can we vote now?
Okay, so I've answered all the questions on that. We have a vote on the floor. I'll call any more discussion. Mr. Eversol, you have anything, sir? You have everybody, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to be against.
Okay, so 1 nay and 3 ayes total. Motion carries. I just want to make sure I do my due diligence to keep you, the public informed, and let them know what you're doing. Okay, discussion action to exclude Mayor Rodriguez from closed session, section 2, close the session A and B due to the mayor's interest being adverse to the city of Balcones Heights. Again, Mr. Bravo, I did not put this on the agenda. So I don't mind with the language, and I think it's a moot point in the sense that we've already discussed this. It's already been told that, basically the way y'all conducted the Texas Open Meetings Act was illegal and you didn't post it correctly. So we'll move on from that unless the council wants to discuss it. Anyone of the council members want to discuss this item? Okay, so then we will move on to, we've already heard the charge that I had in open session because I allowed it to be an open session so everybody would know what's going on. And then now there are legal issues related to pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer. And that again is a misspelling, Mr. Joe Bravo. Instead of officer, it should be offer. Litigation or settlement offer involving the city demand letter from Mayor Rodriguez. Okay? So again, I didn't put this item on the agenda. Y'all did, whoever did it, put it on there in reference to a response to my attorney's letter that was sent to you. I understand that Ms. Trevino, that you did not provide my letter to any of the council members, or if you did it to select of my response regarding what I said before the city attorney sent you his letter. I sent you a letter saying this is wrong and these are the sections of the code. Please distribute it to all of the city council members. You did not distribute that letter. I addressed it to you. I addressed it to all of the city council members. And you did not provide that letter. Why did you not provide my letter? That was the one I provided to you after when I was called in the special meeting to address that. That was already later on because it never got addressed. And so, Mr. Trevino, why is it that you didn't provide it to the city council?
Actually, Mayor, to be perfectly honest, I don't recall seeing that portion in it. We started working on the your records request within the document.
I have an email here from you.
I believe you that the
Would
sent
you
the,
like me to read it?
I believe you that you sent
Okay.
the email.
You
What I'm saying
confirm
is I don't
receiving it?
recall seeing that piece.
Okay, where you confirm. Would you like me to read what you said?
As a point of order, this
Excuse me,
isn't even
sir.
on the agenda.
No, this is what we're talking about right now. This is right here in front of you, sir. It's right here where it says discussion and action to exclude the mayor from the closed sessions. And you didn't want to discuss that, so we went to the next one. And
Item
that
16
was
is done.
Texas government consultation with attorney, legal issues related to pending or contemplated litigation or settlement officer involving the city demand letter from Mayor Rodriguez. So my demand letter was, you need to respond. I have all these questions regarding why you did what you did and how you did what you did, and what legal basis did you have to do what you did. And then I pointed out that you violated the Open Meetings Act, and you didn't respond to me. You never provided me with a response, and you confirmed that you received it and that you would be looking into it, reviewing it, and that you would reply back.
And that is true.
Thank you very much.
May I be recognized? I'm somewhat confused where we are.
We're on item B of the closed session, but I've
Oh,
decided to stay in open
Oh,
session.
okay.
Okay.
I'm on.
So, I just want to point that out because I wanted to prove that I have communicated with the city attorney. She did not provide these items to you guys so that you could have full disclosure of what's going on from the beginning when it first started. And she didn't provide you with all the information for you to make an informed decision. And that's unfair. That's unfair to me.
Mayor,
So all I'm doing is bringing that to the attention of the public, so they will see that I've done everything directly in order
Mayor,
to try to get
may I have the
this
floor?
done.
Mayor, may I have the floor?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Sellers.
I think you're contradicting yourself when you accuse her of not providing us information, when you kept a lot of information that you presented to us about the chief of police and other city employees. You failed to hand out that information to the city council. You held that from us.
I didn't hold it back. It just came up. And so this was the time to bring it up so that full disclosure could be made.
But how long have you known that?
A couple of days max.
Yeah. That's
Right.
not according to your pictures that you showed in your words.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Mr. Sellers, for your comments. Appreciate it. All right, so that is something that has already been disclosed, so we've finished up consultation legal issues. So this is a litigation settlement letter that was basically sent to the city to say cease and desist. You're committing illegal acts, and you have given us no choice but to go to federal court and file a case for violation of First Amendment rights and also violating the local government code. And that was our notice to you in that letter, to tell you of what you're doing wrong and how you're being advised incorrectly by this city attorney. So let's move forward. Item number C.
Council members, on item B, that item was to, if y'all wanted a consultation with the city attorney regarding that demand letter. Did y'all want that update in closed session? If you do, you will need to take a vote to move into closed session on that. And if you, we do, my recommendation, of course, is that you exclude the mayor from that closed session meeting based on being adverse to the city.
Okay, so that would be the presiding officer that would be making that recommendation. Not you. Okay. So,
Mayor, may I have the floor?
yes, go right ahead, sir.
Before we go into these last heavy items, we totally skipped over the consent and agenda items.
Which we'll get to after we get all these done.
I just want to make sure that we don't
Yeah,
forget
I
about
have
them.
marked on
Yes,
your
sir. I'd like to make a motion to consult with the attorney in closed session.
Okay. So the time then, Mr. Martinez, is 11:32 p.m. We'll now move into closed session at the discretion and the advice of Councilman Hernandez. So we'll move into it.
time is 12:09 a.m. We will now resume from executive session. We're conducting business in open session. Council, what say you on your actions from the executive session that I was not privy to? Okay, no action on the item. Let's go ahead and move down to what we have, the consent agenda, which we did not get to. Item number 6. These items may be acted upon a single motion. No separate discussion or action on these items will be held unless requested by a council member. Public comment on these items may be heard during the public comment period. However, that does not mean the item will be considered outside the consent agenda. We have the approval of the minutes for February 23rd, 26th, March 2nd, 9th, 2026, and approval of finance report for February 2026. Council, how say you?
So that we can get into discussion, I move to make a motion to pass all in their entirety.
We have a second to that motion, council?
Mayor, I'd like to second the motion to pass the consent items.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez to second that motion. I'll call for further discussion. I think, Mr. Ebersol, you had some questions?
Had a question for the chief on page 8 of the expense. It says PD ammunition, like 56,970. That was billed out this last month.
Yes, sir. That was the PO for the purchase of the Staccato
For the
handguns. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was approved on September 26th.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
May I be recognized?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
So that is a typo. It's not PD ammunition.
No.
It's the actual weapons.
Yes, sir. It's the actual weapons.
'Cause I have one here for ammunition at 56.9.
Mm-hmm.
I have nothing to do with how that got put in there, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Bravo, would you like to elaborate on that, or Ms.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hernandez?
Correct.
That is how it was key in when they wrote the check, when the Floyd wrote the check, but I will make sure he changed that to the guns.
And then I would be remiss if I didn't ask this. Page 2, line item 447, the general legal services for 8611.
I'm not sure what the question is, sir.
What is your question, Councilman?
I'm just curious because Frank billed out individual stuff and it possibly totaled up to that. I don't know if it just kind of stood out to me as in one shot.
Yep.
That's.
We do provide
I
we do provide an invoice that details out every item that you're charged for. So, if you'd like to see a copy of that, the actual invoice, contact city administrator.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Burton, if I may interrupt, and that help you a little bit on that? And you can continue. I think it should be a mandatory that the city administrator provide the itemized summarization of legal fees for the city council.
I
You
can
should have
provide that.
itemized-
I can provide that.
Yes, not can, but will. Now on, just make sure everybody gets an itemized statement from the legal services, please.
Mayor, may I have the floor?
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
I'm going to back up a minute. Oh, here it is. I was going over this at home. I didn't go over it here, but Jack's mentioned ammunition, and I see that here. It's quite a bit of money, and the chief doesn't know anything about it. I would like to find out more about that. I don't want to just pass it by and say I don't know anything about it. Where did it come from? Who bought it? Where did it go?
Which line item are you speaking of, sir? Which one are you speaking of?
Page 8489. Says ammunition here, so.
Yeah.
But actually, the one I saw at home was ammunition for the amount of right under $3,000.
That was the other one. You're right, David.
I can't find that item, but I did highlight it at home. I just didn't bring that.
So are we speaking of the one for 56,000, sir, or are we speaking of a?
Well,
different-
that's the one I mentioned right now, yes.
So the 56,970 was the actual purchase. I have the purchase order here of the firearms.
The firearm.
Yes, sir. This was signed by the mayor and the finance director.
What was that, 9mm Glocks or?
These are 9mm staccatos.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So that's the 56,970.
Do you know anything about that $3,000 ammo purchase?
I would have to see it. I know we purchased ammo for the guns. Yes, sir. So I'd have to see which line item it is.
I could show that to you later.
But
All right.
all invoices for any ammunition or anything that's purchased has been given over to Floyd.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I yield the floor.
Okay.
Mayor, may I
Anybody
have the
else?
floor?
Anybody else? Any other questions regarding the consent agenda?
Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Burton?
It was mentioned earlier that the staccatos are not, they're target pistols instead of service pistols. Can you elaborate?
You're speaking to me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The staccatos are a very well-known brand of firearm. They are carried by multiple agencies throughout the country, to include at one point the Texas Rangers were carrying them. They're a very high-quality form of pistol and are renowned. So they are not target guns, no, sir. Especially the HD is designed for police carry.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, do we have a motion on the floor from anyone to accept the consent agenda?
One question.
That's right, Jack did make the motion. Do we have a second to that motion? David Hernandez?
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
And I have
Mr.
one question.
Sellers, go right ahead.
Is there a limit on spending from the staff or the police or from anybody? Is there a limit before it has to be approved? I don't know who to ask that.
We have a purchase policy where we cannot spend more than 20,000 before it gets approved by, and this is just department heads, before it gets approved by the council. The state allow us to be able to, well, and this has to be approved by council, up to 100,000 without having to go for bids. But everything over 20,000 has to be approved by the council.
By the council.
Yes, sir.
And I vaguely remember service weapons in a council meeting. Did we discuss that?
Yes.
We did?
That's the
Okay.
Staccato guns he was referring
I
to.
don't remember the dollar amount that was discussed at that time.
Close to
Okay.
60,000.
That was the
Yeah.
number we approved, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
talked about-
in the future, anything over $20,000 comes before the board, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's,
So, Mr. Sellers, just so you know, in the staff meeting that Maria and I had with Chief, those rules have now been implemented where Chief, although he has his budget, just like the fire department, because I told Maria to implement the same thing with the fire department. That although he has his budget, he has to go to Maria first before he spends any money, regardless of what he spends. He has to check with Maria first. Maria then approves it and allows him to go ahead and spend it. But just because you have the budget doesn't mean, because since he has gone so far out on his spending, on his budget, that the decision was made to have oversight. Maria is that oversight.
May I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to give an overview of where we are in the budget. At this time, we have received 50% of our revenue, and we should be at 42% of the revenue, 42% of the expenditures. But at this time, we're still at 40% of our expenditures, so we're under budget. Okay.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I have a question for the city administrator. So if a department such as the police department has a budget, what, I guess you can say, boundaries or guidelines are in place, even though maybe those expenditures are under the $20,000 limits, but what boundaries or guidelines do we have in place to ensure that we don't go over the total budget? Do we have something in force for that?
No, we don't.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions pertaining to the consent agenda? Okay, motion on the floor. Jack Burton has made the motion. Councilman Hernandez is second. Since we have no further discussion, let's call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries 5-0, Mr. Bravo?
4-0.
Excuse me, 4-0, Ms. Weaver, correct. All right, which other item did we need to cover, Mr. Hernandez?
Sir, we did not do department updates.
Okay, do y'all want to do that in terms of any updates? You want to leave them up to the next? Any department updates that are critical that need to be brought out by the department that cannot wait until the next meeting? Chief, police?
Or I can report the department has advanced tremendously throughout the time that I've been here. We have different programs that are in place, different initiatives, and we have implemented a lot of technology. So the department's moving forward as I had promised from the beginning of me getting here.
Okay, any critical that cannot wait, Chief Marroquin, on your department?
No, just had a resignation, promoted a lieutenant, and then have a new hire already lined up.
Okay.
So fill those gaps.
All right,
And then
sir.
have another part-timer lined up.
Okay. Roy, nothing critical that needs to be addressed that we can't wait?
I have Fiesta updates. For me, they're important, but I don't know how critical it might be for council.
Could I recommend that you do it by email as an email update to the council and just send it out to them?
100%.
Okay, Mr. Nick, anything that can't wait?
The only important update is Crestview Phase 3 is ahead of schedule, so we should see completion pretty soon here.
Okay, thank you, sir. Maria, any critical updates that can't wait?
No, I don't.
Mr. Bravo?
No, sir.
Okay. With that, we will conclude. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Councilman Burton has made a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second to that motion? Second by Councilman Sellers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, motion carries 4. I absent 1 council member. Thank you, gentlemen. The time is going to be 12:22 p.m. We have now finished the council meeting. Thank you. AM. Got to keep remembering.